Yo, you and I are about to watch a family go to absolute war over their newborn baby. See, the dad is this legendary Hexa-class spearman known as the Blue Tornado, and he wants his kid swinging a spear immediately. But the mom, she is the Empire's top assassin, and she wants this little guy learning how to take people out in the shadows. And it gets worse. Why are the two older sisters also trying to drag this poor baby onto their own paths? Well, big sis Arabella is a total magic prodigy, already wrecking the academy at just 12 years old, reaching the third circle already. She wants her baby bro to master spells, just so she can brag about being the ultimate big sister. Then there is Claire, the second sister, who is a summoner prodigy already controlling two spirits at once. She wants him summoning beasts, so he will grow up totally safe, with a giant monster bodyguard protecting him. So you got four people, four insane paths, and one tiny baby. Little Brody barely takes his first breath, and his dad literally pulls a spear out of nowhere to lecture a newborn on weapon techniques. The mom completely loses her mind, screaming at him for bringing a giant deadly blade near their infant. He instantly shrinks under her terrifying death stare, whimpering that he just wanted to show it off. She warns him that if he keeps acting up, she will teach the kid stealth before he even leaves diapers. But hey, pay attention here, because the real showdown happens at the choosing ceremony. Fast forward one whole year, and it is go time. It is the classic family tradition, where the 1-year-old gets 4 different legendary items, laid out right in front of him. Whatever item the baby crawls toward determines his destiny. We got Dad's legendary spear, Mom's creepy dagger, Arabella's pricey magic pouch, and Claire's unique summoning token. Both parents and sisters are mentally screaming their heads off, begging the baby to choose their path. According to the family prophecy, whichever item glows represents the absolute best destiny for the kid. Our tiny boy slowly starts crawling toward the table. Everyone is sweating bullets, dying to find out who gets to train the baby. But as soon as he gets close, all 4 items suddenly explode with a blinding light. The guests literally lose their minds. This has never happened once in the history of their noble house. This baby was literally chosen by every single path at once. The entire room goes dead silent. Then the dad slowly turns to the mom and says, "Well, looks like we have to teach him all 4. And just like that, the family war ends in the absolute worst way possible for our poor kid. Instead of one teacher, all 4 family members are now lining up daily to drill their hardcore specialties into him. Years fly by like this. He is basically a one-man army in a teen's body. Now, I know what you're thinking, this kid is completely unstoppable, right? Well, he finally shows up at the prestigious Imperial Academy and absolutely demolishes every single entrance exam record. None of the professors believe a 14-year-old can actually pull off these insane feats. Then, he signs up for the autonomous department. A brutal path that only 2 legends have finished in the last 1,000 years. One being the former emperor himself. Now, the entire faculty decides to test him personally to see if he is a fraud. First up, the head of summoning. Who is this gorgeous, cold-hearted mommy with insanely high standards? And then there is the famously lazy director. A Hexa-class swordmaster who took the autonomous department job because nobody ever applies, meaning he never has to do any actual teaching. This man's entire life plan was literally just getting paid to do absolutely nothing. But now this talented brat shows up and ruins his easy life. So his new mission, make sure this kid fails the entrance exam. And since the kid does not know swordsmanship, this is the perfect weakness to crush his dreams. Oh man, that is going to be his biggest mistake. See, our boy is actually reincarnated, and his past life is the exact reason why none of this is going the way the director thinks. Our main man used to be Agric of the Drenic Empire. A tough war orphan whose mother tragically died in the chaos before he even opened his eyes. While other kids played with toys, he was hauling heavy supplies and surviving on scraps in an endless war zone. By age 14, they handed him a real sword and threw him onto the front lines. And that is where his beast mode talent woke up. Mana core in his heart, with speed and senses sharper than anything imaginable. He climbed up the military ranks, so fast it literally terrified people. Eventually, he mastered 4 mana cores and was one step away from joining the elite Hexa-class knights, the youngest to ever reach that god-tier rank. Then, on the ultimate battlefield, right when everything was supposed to fall into place, Duke Tyrion of the enemy empire appeared, one of the 6 legendary Hexa-class knights. His massive presence alone completely scattered Agric's entire army. But Agric still stood his ground. For him, dying like a true warrior was way better than running like a coward. And trust me, if destiny put a Hexa class before him, it was for a reason. Even knowing he was totally outclassed and about to die for nothing, he raised his blade and charged. Honestly, Duke Tyrion almost felt bad for him. Let's dive into this wild scene, where this killer says ending a rising talent is a waste, right before shattering Agric's sword and stabbing him straight through the heart. Bro flew across the battlefield, slammed hard into the dirt, and slowly bled out, staring blankly at the sky. Thinking about the only thing he wanted his whole life, a family. Everything goes totally black, but that darkness completely lifts the second he opens his eyes again. And the first thing he sees is this random couple trying to play with him, or rather, their newborn son. His new dad immediately scoops him up with a massive grin and names him Dne Sagres. He says the kid is born to be an amazing warrior, but his mother Lely Sagres snatches him away, declaring he will grow into a perfect assassin instead. So his parents, Archon and his wife, just keep bickering over their son's future career path. They are currently riding home in a carriage, and they spend the entire ride having that exact same debate. Lely thinks sneaking in the shadows and executing clean stealth kills is way cooler, while his dad insists the spear is the most complete and beautiful martial art. Now pay attention, because this is how our hero's new life starts. Just when he thought it was over, he reincarnates. And here is the twist: he is reborn in the Altan Empire, his old enemy's territory, as the youngest son of a count. Once the carriage stops at the estate, his parents finally make a compromise and decide to teach him both legendary skills. Even then, Lely still insists their boy is an assassin, while Archon just laughs and says Dne is definitely a spearman. The carriage driver announces they have finally arrived, catching both parents completely by surprise. They were so busy arguing that they totally lost track of time. The husband hops out first and offers his wife a hand. He helps her down, while young Edgar can't help feeling a bit embarrassed watching his dad act so whipped. But that embarrassment vanishes when his eyes go wide at the sheer size of the castle. Once inside, Lily notices how happy young Dne is to be home. And honestly, who wouldn't be? With a massive palace and rich parents, leveling up his talents is going to be incredibly easy. 2 months pass in a flash, and we see Lely sweet-talking her son as he begins to babble for the first time. She's absolutely thrilled by his cute little sounds, and Dne is just as shocked since he has never experienced anything like this before. In his past life, getting to hang around sweet little kids on the battlefield was practically impossible. The few kids he did see were wrapped in bandages, crying with nowhere to go, and mourning parents lost in the absolute destruction. Compared to that trauma, this new home is a total blessing, and he is just relieved he won't be going hungry. Suddenly, his dad bursts through the door, hyped out of his mind and holding a weapon, proudly announcing it is a spear. You and I can already tell our boy is not a fan of his dad's over-the-top energy. He can't believe this goofy guy is his dad, the strongest hexaclass spearman in the entire empire, the legendary Archon Dane Sagres. The man does not look like a war hero, but he is a living legend known as the Blue Tornado. His wife gets furious, pushing him away from the crib and screaming about how he could bring a sharp-ass weapon around their baby. Under her terrifying glare, he instantly shrinks, meekly saying he only wanted to show Dne, but her killer aura makes him totally fold. She reminds him they literally agreed not to teach the boy any combat skills, until he was old enough. No wonder this beast of a man is shaking, because his wife is literally the Empire's top assassin. She threatens that if he keeps this up, she will start teaching DNA stealth right now. He tries to argue that early training is meta now, pointing out that the famous magic clan, House Teleport, throws a staff next to babies the second they are born. That only makes her even madder, and she snaps back, asking if his giant spear looks like a tiny staff to him. He then explains why his parents care so much about his future, because his two older sisters chose paths that have absolutely nothing to do with martial arts. Next, we see both of his sisters playing with their new baby brother so much that his poor cheeks start to ache. One of them, Arabella, giggles and says he looks way cuter with his cheeks puffed out like that. Diany explains that Arabella is a magic prodigy, starting her mage training as a kid. At just 12 years old, she has already reached the legendary third circle rank. Since 9 circles is the absolute peak, trust me, this girl is already way past the newbie stage. Arabella happily asks her baby brother if he wants to learn magic from her in the future, saying she is tired of studying alone and would love to teach him. But while Arabella is full of energy, Claire is the complete opposite. Super quiet and shy, she softly whispers that she could teach him summoning one day, since it is a great skill. Just like Arabella, Claire is built different. She made her first summon at age 7, and now she can easily control 2 at once. Arabella teases Claire, telling her to touch the baby because he is super soft, making her hesitate and blush. And that is where we leave it, Dny acting cute, realizing he was totally wrong about Claire disliking him. Trust me, we can easily tell she is just super jealous, because this new baby steals all the attention. Finally, Claire reaches out and gently boops his nose. Her face immediately lights up as she squeals about how incredibly soft he is. She taps him again, promising to teach him all her crazy powerful summoning tricks once he gets bigger. Honestly, the pressure is real. Everyone keeps pushing their own specialty on him. I mean, his dad is a legendary 6th-class spearman. His mom is a retired elite assassin. His oldest sister is a total magic prodigy, and Claire is a genius summoner. Seriously, the prestigious house of Count Zagras is the perfect, loving family he always dreamed of having. He even starts wondering if revenge is worth it. Yeah, his past life ended brutally, but hey, that's just the battlefield for you. It feels pretty petty to hold a grudge against someone who beat him fair and square. Seeing the entire family gather around, playfully arguing over his future path, honestly warms his heart like nothing else. It brings a genuine smile to our main character's face. This is the sweet family he always wanted, and he is so glad he's here. But wait, things quickly escalate as their friendly debate turns into a chaotic screaming match. Okay, maybe they aren't so peaceful after all. Don't blink, because we are about to witness their ultimate tradition, the legendary choosing ceremony. When a baby turns 1, several mystical items are laid out on a table, and everyone tries to predict their future class based on what they grab. Since little Dny is turning 1 today, it is officially his turn to choose. The guests are whispering up a storm, wondering what our main character will choose since his sisters are already magical geniuses. Everyone crowds into the massive ceremony hall to watch. Dny gets plopped right in front of 4 items, each representing a totally different class. As everyone leans in closer, his mother gently tells him to just pick whatever catches his eye. Honestly, the poor kid is clueless. He looks over at his dad, who is practically begging him with his eyes to grab the spear. His dad is totally imagining the boy grabbing the legendary dragon tail spearhead, which is crafted from incredibly rare dragon clay. Once you funnel mana into it, it becomes as brutally sharp and heavy as your own magical energy can handle. Meanwhile, his mom thinks he is way too handsome to be a stealthy assassin. Still, she is hoping he will go for her special, non-traditional dagger. It is called the Nightic Horn, forged from celestial ore that can channel any element and hold multiple poisons. Just like their parents, his sister is convinced he'll become a legendary mage and grab the magic pouch to carry on her legacy. It's an advanced subspace item that only true magic talents can activate. Meanwhile, shy little Claire is quietly hoping he picks the path of a summoner. Sitting right in front of him is a summoning sign, the essential tool for any summoner. Summoners use it to receive a special code matched to their talent. But our little guy is completely overwhelmed because he can literally hear everyone's chaotic thoughts. Check this out, our baby master sighs and finally makes his big choice. He starts crawling toward the table, and the surrounding crowd gets louder and more hyped by the second. As he speeds up, his parents and sisters totally light up, cheering him on. His dad wants him to grab that sturdy spear, while his mom is pushing for the sharp dagger. But then, right as he gets close, all 4 items suddenly begin to glow bright yellow. DNE is totally clueless, and his family is completely stunned. But the guests quickly realize that all 4 items are reacting together, something absolutely unheard of. They realize this young master, our main character, might be a once-in-a-generation ultimate genius. Even DNE is shocked. Sure, he was a prodigy in his past life, but this time, he is on a whole different level. Little Arabella asks her dad what they are even supposed to do now, but both parents are completely speechless. They realize they will have to train him in all 4 classes. Naturally, his older sisters are left utterly shocked, while our main character just gives them a cheeky grin. Fast forward, and we are in the training hall. The loud sound of clashing weapons echoes through the air as DNE spars directly with his father. Our boy has grown so much since we last saw him. His dad is absolutely beaming, proud that he has already mastered his signature spear technique. The main character thanks him, and we find out he is already 7 years old. As they laugh together, a strange man suddenly walks in. DNE looks over with curiosity, noticing that the visitor is carrying a gorgeous, custom spear. His dad was eagerly waiting for it to arrive, so he quickly grabs the package and presents it to our main character as an early birthday gift. He wanted to give his present before his wife could give hers. His father adds that he spent 2 whole years preparing this spear, having it custom forged by a legendary master craftsman in the capital. Then he happily wishes DNE an early 7th birthday. DNE immediately drops his wooden training stick and grabs the new spear, raving about how absolutely incredible it feels. And that's where we leave it, with our guy admiring that sleek black and silver spear. The adventure is just starting. Alright, you and I are diving into a total banger, starting with our main character loving his new weapon and testing it immediately. His dad asks if he knows the difference between a sword and a spear. The main character explains that a spear keeps enemies far away, and that sharp little tip delivers some serious piercing power. Dad agrees but warns that once you level up, a spear gets way tougher to handle than a blade. Its main flaw, super simple. To actually land a hit, you need some solid space, but he tells DNE not to stress about it too much. Because every weapon has flaws. Even swords, which people call the perfect weapon, can totally fail in the wrong situation. Hearing that, our main character nods. His dad spins the spear like a boss and invites him to train for a quick demonstration. DNE is totally speechless from his dad's insane pressure. It is his first time witnessing the overwhelming power of a 6th-class lancer. The mana leaking out of him is heavy. After powering up, his dad thrusts the spear, literally warping the air around the tip. He explains that the distortion happens by channeling mana through the weapon, using the core's trait to focus magic into a single point. The kid mentions hearing about that from his sister, explaining that as a warrior packs on more mana cores, they can smash past normal physical limits, meaning their power keeps expanding. He also flashes back to his past life, when he rocked 4 cores, realizing all this elite knowledge is from his previous run. Dad grins, super proud his boy has been studying, and brags that he currently holds 6 whole mana cores himself. DNE acts totally shocked, though secretly he knows that if he had not died back then, he would have reached 6 cores too. Then Dad tells him to give the new spear a spin. The main character hesitates, but his father says to clear his head and just thrust. Dne nods, tightening his grip on the weapon. Recalling that in his past life, he did not care for spears. Once he realized he was a sword prodigy, spears were just a backup. But now he is finally down to give it a shot. Taking a stance, he closes his eyes, while his dad notices his insanely solid form. He smiles because it took him 7 whole years to master that stance. Now pay attention here, because the moment our main character actually thrusts that spear, reality literally warps, totally blowing his dad's mind to pieces. He never expected to witness a miracle like this. Shocked, he blurts out, asking how he knows this. Once Dne finishes the move, his dad runs over, laughing and hyping him up for an amazing job. The boy explains that during his strike, he gathered mana into one spot and pushed it right to the spear tip. The very second that mana hit the tip, he completely cut off the flow. Dad goes absolutely wild, asking if he actually built a mana core. Our guy says yes, lying that he read it in a book and got lucky. Of course, that is total cap. The real story is he formed it while casually practicing his mana breathing. His dad kneels to meet his eyes, unable to hide how proud he is. You and I both know he is bound to be a legendary warrior, and Dne just smiles, already plotting even more massive surprises. Meanwhile, his dad wonders if he will actually become a mage, lancer, or assassin. And a summoner all at once. That night, our main character's 7th birthday bash kicks off, with guests packing the castle full of music and laughs. Everyone is vibing, but guess who shows up? Duke Bolt, the very guy who literally ended Dne in his previous life, is at the party. As soon as Agric spots him, Bolt waves him right over. Agric greets him formally as Duke, but Bolt says to drop the act. This guy leads the Empire's ultimate powerhouse, the Duchy of Tyrian. Agric quietly mutters that too many eyes are on them, so they have to keep up the act. The Duke shrugs, telling him to do whatever, then asks for his son. Agric calls Dne over, telling him to greet Duke Tyrian. The second Dne hears that name, his mind flashes straight back to his final, brutal meeting with the guy. Stepping up to the Duke, our main character bows politely, introducing himself and saying it is a major honor to meet him. The Duke chuckles, loving the kid's manners, and asks if he is training with the spear too. Agric confirms with a proud yes. Right then, a young lady steps up behind Duke Bolt. When Dne spots her, he completely freezes in shock. The girl instantly bows and politely greets Count Zagreus. She introduces herself as Layla Tyrian, the youngest daughter of the massive Tyrian family. The party keeps rolling and guests vibe to the music, but Ark, Dne, and Bolt cannot chill because Baroness Tyrian is still super sick. Bolt has literally tried every single remedy out there, but absolutely nothing is working. Arkin can only hope it is temporary, and that his buddy's wife bounces back soon. But trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next, because if she gets worse, he is teleporting straight to the capital. Alright, you and I are diving into Dne's birthday, but he's already vanished. Everyone thought the main character was crazy sharp for his age and wanted to chat. But Arkin had no clue where his son ran off to, plus little Illa had vanished too. Finding them was a breeze. They had just slipped away for a stroll. They were probably bored out of their minds by that stiff noble party. Who knows what they were whispering about, but Illa was talking a mile a minute. She absolutely detested being dragged to these fancy noble events with her dad. But today, she was actually glad she tagged along. She heard he was a looker, but under the moonlight, he looked like a total snack, and he was totally down with her vibe. Unlike the chaotic capital, his family estate was super chill, making Illa pretty jealous since her own place was always pure madness. Nobles were constantly dropping by with deals, and sometimes even royalty crashed the party. The absolute worst part was having to play dress-up and act polite for everyone. She despised it. All she really wanted was comfy clothes and a full day to go wild with her sword. Our protagonist was shocked that this cute, tiny girl preferred swinging a blade over casting magic spells. He loved his quiet home, too. It was miles away from the hectic capital, giving him all the free time to grind with his favorite spear. Illa was confused until she remembered his dad's epic reputation, and everything clicked. She had heard wild stories about the legendary Blue Whirlwind. Since DNE spent so much time training with that spear, she figured he was aiming for the academy too. But that wasn't why he trained at all. Stick with me, because his response completely threw her off since she thought the academy was the only goal. She knew getting accepted was brutally tough, but our main character had zero doubts about making the cut. He was training to dominate after he got accepted. Illa couldn't believe this kid's insane confidence, so she asked what he'd do if he actually flunked. Even if he failed, he wouldn't cry about it, he'd just run it back. If he failed twice, he'd just accept that it wasn't meant to be. Illa was completely floored by how incredibly chill he was about his entire future. So she asked if he was terrified of disappointing his clan and his hometown, but he didn't sweat it. Compared to his crazy past life, this was a walk in the park. But Illa was jealous because in her family, failing was a capital crime. You and I both know how dramatic nobles can be, but after 7 years, their petty drama still managed to blow his mind. He knew Illa would crush it though. Hearing his sweet pep talk, her face lit up, and she instantly offered to show off her sword skills. Our protagonist was pretty taken aback by her sudden hype. But honestly, once Illa got a blade in her hand, she was an absolute beast. She demanded to see the training grounds, so DNE dragged her there, praying she wouldn't break anything. And once they arrived, she let loose immediately. She flowed through her forms like a seasoned pro, looking completely flawless to anyone who didn't know any better. But our main character wasn't some clueless newbie. Watching her intently, he had to admit her transitions from offense to defense were smooth, and her timing was spot on. But there was a catch. After a minute, her rhythm stuttered and she lost that perfect flow. Catching her breath with a proud smile, Illa asked him for his thoughts. At first, DNE sugar-coated it, telling her she looked awesome. While that made her super happy, he decided it was time to drop some real truth bombs on her. He spotted some flaws. For instance, right after the third form, she was taking an extra useless half-step. And she made that exact mistake in her next forms. Those tiny extra steps completely threw off her alignment, leaving Illa totally speechless at his critique. She looked ready to burst into tears, making DNE worry he was way too harsh. He quickly backpedaled, apologizing and saying he probably got confused since he hadn't seen real swordsmanship in ages. But he was stressing for nothing. Illa quickly snapped out of it, gripping her hilt tightly as she finally realized where she messed up. She restarted her forms, and this time they were absolute perfection. Our protagonist's advice was exactly the cheat code she needed. Overjoyed, she couldn't contain her gratitude and lunged to hug DNE. He tried to wiggle free, but she held on tight. Illa was totally blown away by his deep sword knowledge. He caught a flaw in seconds that her teachers never even noticed. She swore she would never forget his help, finally releasing him after nearly squeezing the life out of him. Then she almost sliced him with her unsheathed blade. This wild girl seriously needed to learn some weapon safety. Our main character was totally rattled by the sudden hug, but hey, he wasn't complaining. Naturally, their peaceful moment got ruined. Servants were already running around, screaming their names everywhere. They had to sneak back to the banquet quickly, but trust me, you and I are ready for what comes next. All right, you and I are jumping right back in, as DNE gets the ultimate VIP treatment from his parents for his birthday and manticore find. To top it off, they hand him a family crest brooch, matching the exact ones his older sisters rock. His mom tells him to guard it with his life, because this bad boy is official proof of his status and family honor. Once the parents finish, the entire crowd joins the hype. DNE finally proved his worth, and nobody doubts he is gonna grow up to be a total beast like his dad. The main character's parents are absolutely thrilled, and honestly, so is he. Across both of his lifetimes, he has never gotten this much genuine love from a crowd. But then boom, the entire hall starts shaking violently. Panicked guests start screaming, trying to figure out if it is a massive earthquake or some surprise enemy raid. The main character starts sweating too, but his dad steps in to calm him down. Arkin already knows exactly what is going down. He wanted a chill, quiet birthday, but his daughter clearly missed the memo. Meanwhile, Dni is totally in the dark. Suddenly, massive sparks flash near the ceiling, ripping open a glowing magic portal right above the terrified crowd. Now pay attention here, because a tiny figure comes flying straight out of that portal, defying gravity to stick a perfect landing. Turns out, it is Dini's older sister, Arabella, and she definitely thinks she made a perfectly timed entrance. The crowd is completely speechless. I mean, seeing a young girl pull off high-level teleportation magic is mind-blowing. Usually, opening even a tiny portal takes major master-level skills, but Dni is not impressed. He is just annoyed by her extra-loud drama. But just as the guests start to catch their breath, a massive shadow looms in the sky. A gigantic wyvern rolls up with a rider on its back. This time, Lady Claire is terrifying everyone, and she looks totally ticked off. She was just a second too late to beat her sister. The crowd immediately starts whispering about her insane summoning skills. But seriously, who expects a 16-year-old to casually tame a whole wyvern? Either way, the sisters are finally back. And now, they stand together in front of the family to wish their absolute favorite little bro a happy birthday. After making those ridiculously flashy entrances, the overprotective sisters immediately shove their birthday gifts straight into Dini's hands while wishing him well. He warmly thanks Arabella and Claire for making the trip. Despite their crazy busy study schedules, both girls are super hyped to watch him unwrap their gifts. Duke Arkin is literally about to cry seeing how much love his son gets. For his own birthday, his daughters only sent a generic card. Dni opens Arabella's box to find an insane ring that acts like a handy dimensional inventory. She actually custom-designed the entire artifact herself. Let's pause here, because the subspace magic on this thing is top tier, custom forged by Arabella's famous master. Everyone in the room knows putting pocket dimension magic into jewelry is practically impossible. Arabella takes the ring and gently slips it onto his finger. She must have spent months designing something strong enough to hold a whole subspace. She even locked the ring to the main character's specific mana signature, so nobody else can steal it. It was custom crafted solely for her baby bro, a true one-of-a-kind masterpiece. Lizzie checks out the ring and notices a pure wave of mana pulsing through, meaning it was packed with premium magic stones. Arabella explains that Dni just needs to channel a tiny bit of mana to open it. It is way easier than using standard dimensional bags, making it absolutely priceless. From what he remembers, insane gear like this is usually reserved for filthy rich elites on the front lines. We are talking high-ranking generals and top-tier mages owning anything this useful. Plus, it automatically resizes as he grows older. Our hero channels his mana, and instantly, a glowing green portal snaps open. Duke Arkin's jaw drops seeing his son pull this off on the first try like it is nothing. Claire, Duke Balterman, and Illa are absolutely stunned by the magic flare. Dni opened his pocket dimension way faster than Arabella ever did. The kid is a straight-up prodigy. Cultivating a mana core and a mage circle at the same time is an absolutely insane cheat code. After the magic show wraps up, Claire steps forward to hand over her own birthday gift. Our main character carefully opens the wooden box, thanking her. Inside, sitting on a soft cloth, is a super bizarre-looking egg. Confused, he picks it up, but Claire warns him to handle it with care. This is definitely not some normal egg. The whole family is dying of curiosity about this weird present, but Claire drops the truth only to Dni. Leaning in, she whispers that it is a rare familiar she accidentally summoned while trying to call forth Dikaran. Even Claire has no clue what will hatch, but familiars are legendary level valuable. DNE tries to imagine what beast might pop out. He has heard of these creatures before. Unlike temporary summons, they are a whole different beast. They stay in our world forever. Claire tells him to keep it a secret, and you and I know he will keep that promise. Let's dive into Arabella, getting super annoyed by all the whispering. Claire tells DNE to feed the egg his mana twice a day, morning and night, so it will finally accept him as its true master. Mama Lily is just thrilled her baby boy is getting these epic gifts, proving how much her kids actually love each other. After the gift-giving wraps up, Duke Aaron clears his throat, reminding his daughters to actually say hello to their parents. They literally crashed the party after saying they might skip it, and still haven't even said hello. Realizing they messed up, the girls awkwardly greet their dad. Duke Arkin is a total softie for his daughters anyway, so he shrugs it off. He is just hyped to see them. Since they left for their big careers, they barely visit, so seeing them healthy is enough. Meanwhile, Illa watches from the sidelines, as the DNE family laughs and vibes so warmly together. She cannot help comparing them to her own family, which our main character instantly notices. He catches her sad vibe as she slips away from the noisy, hyped-up crowd of fancy nobles. She looks totally isolated, leaving him wondering what is wrong. Fast forward to the next morning, Duke Bethian is taking a casual stroll through the DNE family territory. He cannot stop thinking about Arabella's insane talent. As the Academy's top mage, she is on a whole different level, making her a perfect match for his own son, the top swordsman. If these two houses tie the knot, they would form an alliance strong enough to challenge the imperial family. Once that happens, absolutely nobody would dare mess with either family or their kids. So, Duke Barthurian plans to pitch a marriage deal between their oldest kids during his chat with Arkin today. Walking over to meet him, Barthurian suddenly hears metal clashing loudly nearby. It is coming right from the training grounds. Looks like someone is grinding this early in the morning, and that someone is DNE, completely locked into spear practice. Our boy is absolutely lethal with this thing. Thanks to years of training under his dad and crazy discipline, he is combat ready. His focus is unreal. He glides around with the control of a veteran warrior, chaining together one deadly strike after another. Then he cranks up the speed. Suddenly, his arms are a complete blur as he unleashes a lightning-fast storm of thrusts. Curiosity gets the best of Duke Thermian, so he stops to watch the kid train from a distance. He is honestly shocked to see the youngest DNE child pushing himself this hard. With his expert eyes, he can tell this technique is way too polished. Those moves and insane focus do not belong to a 7-year-old. Even his basic attacks are refined to a scary level. The form is so clean that veteran spearmen could take notes. By the time DNE finishes his final routine, he is breathing heavy. Duke Thurman is completely blown away by this impossible display. Now, watch closely because he had heard crazy rumors about the young boy. About our main character's godlike talent since he was a literal baby, but he had always shrugged them off as hype. But now, he knows the hype is real. After a quick breather, our boy starts practicing again. This time, he is dialing in on his footwork and stance. As a legendary regional swordsman, Duke Thurman cannot ignore how much this kid's posture looks exactly like a seasoned master's. The Duke starts wondering if DNE has secretly mastered high-level swordsmanship, despite being a literal child. Suddenly, DNE notices a figure creeping around the doorway. He raises his spear, ready to slice, and barks at the spy to quit hiding and show themselves. You and I both know that is a massive blow to his elite warrior pride, busted by a 7-year-old. The more he analyzes our hero's movements, the more familiar they feel, like he has seen this exact same footwork in a past life. So, the Duke steps out, apologizes for interrupting the private practice, and claims he was not trying to be shady. Once DNE realizes it is Duke Thurman, he feels a bit bad for sounding so incredibly sharp. Even after 7 years in this body, this is still the exact guy who brutally killed him in his previous life. Remembering his manners, our hero formally greets him. Duke Thurman admits he got totally sucked into the Rising Star's morning grind, apologizing again. Dne stays completely calm and tells him he is forgiven. The Duke is honestly amused that a little kid is speaking to him with such fearless confidence. Getting closer, he notices the kid is barely even sweating or shaking after that insane session. At 7, Thurman himself could never have pulled that off. The Duke hypes up his spear technique, saying he definitely inherited Arkan's legendary skills. He also points out how masterfully crafted the spear is. Dne politely thanks him, making the older man smile. Our boy is deadly and smooth. Trust me, you and I are going to love seeing him make the Duke's own son look bad. Alright, you and I are jumping right back in, as Duke Thermion starts playing matchmaker. So he drops a casual hint about his daughter training with swords too. Since they are basically the same age, he suggests they back each other up once academy days roll around. The kid keeps it totally polite, and the Duke loves the straight talk. Finally, Thermion says sorry for holding up his practice. But before heading out, he throws in one last question. Has the boy ever actually trained with a blade? Dne totally slipped up there. His old killer habits must have leaked out without him even realizing it. And with Thermion's crazy sharp eyes, a tiny slip is all it takes. Our main character quickly lies, saying he only read some basic sword books and never did any real training. The Duke still finds it super weird that this kid radiates such raw battlefield instincts, but logically, there is no way some inexperienced little kid has that kind of deadly vibe. Eventually, the Duke says his goodbyes, and Dne walks him out. The big boss even invites our main character to hit him up if he ever visits the capital. This legendary swordsman is officially super interested in his genius potential. Our hero wonders if the man remembers him from his past life. Honestly, just thinking about defeating his old killer makes his blood pump. Now check this out. With the right setup, our boy is confident he can absolutely surpass this guy. Taking down the mighty Thermion is one of Dne's ultimate goals. He gets so lost in training that Hernando literally has to come drag him away. This loyal butler is always lurking in the shadows, ready to jump in whenever needed. Seeing how silently Hernando glides around, Dne figures the guy must have some crazy stealth and assassin skills. Today, the estate is buzzing to prep for party number 2. Nobles are already rolling in early, since getting over 30 noble houses together on one day is a total nightmare. As for his older sisters, they already popped a teleport gate open and bounced back to school. They had no choice since midterms are right around the corner. For now, it is time for Dne to wash up and look sharp. He tells himself he will inspect his sister's gifts properly once things quiet down. After scrubbing off the sweat and dressing up, our main character heads to the main hall with his parents to mingle with the high society crowd. He has to use every bit of his etiquette training just to survive chatting with these fancy nobles all night. Being the birthday star, he is basically on display all night with every single eye locked directly onto him. Finally, he sneaks out of the party hall to grab some fresh air. Noble life is straight up exhausting, and this birthday schedule is making it 10 times worse. But hey, let's follow him to the garden for some much-needed peace. The head gardener put his whole soul into making this beautiful, quiet sanctuary. Dne chills out, watching the flowers bloom while butterflies flutter all around. Flowers actually hold way more mana than most natural things, or at least, that is what his sister told him. Since he has some solo time, he decides to test her theory. Our boy Sawgrass closes his eyes and tunes into the natural magic drifting through the air. Keeping his eyes shut, he slowly starts to understand exactly what his sister meant. He can literally feel the magic humming inside the petals. Even though he is training in everything, his mage and summoner skills are still slacking. That makes it super tough to figure out where he should focus his grind. Honestly, having this many cheat code talents is a real issue. Talk about suffering from success. After soaking in the garden's natural energy for a few minutes, he finally spots the magic flowing inside. It is wild how much juice is packed inside these tiny plants. If a person can tap into nature's wavelength and absorb it, that energy can settle in their body and form a magic circle. And that is exactly what is happening. His body's insane magical affinity makes this a breeze. He clearly visualizes things that normal people can barely even detect. Just one quick garden break has boosted his magic sensing abilities. What used to be totally blurry is now clear as day. He is right on the verge of unlocking how magic truly functions when something suddenly ruins his vibe. Right then, two young nobles wander in, completely bored of the adults chatting. They are brothers, and the older red-headed kid is already salty because everyone is hyping up the genius Dne Sagres. He stomps right through the flower bed, crushing beautiful blossoms under his boots. These red-headed brothers get totally lost in the massive garden and happen to spot our boy standing there daydreaming. They take one look at his simple clothes, assume he is just some random servant, and start yelling. Dne is not feeling this disrespect at all. The little brat actually has the nerve to order him around like a tour guide. Dne points out the damage they are doing to the plants and snaps at them to stop. The red-haired brat actually gets offended for being called out. He asks why they are ruining the flowers, and trust me, they are about to get wrecked. All right, you and I are about to watch this arrogant red-headed noble kid get the reality check of his life. Our main character literally did not care. To him, they were just two annoying punks ruining his garden. The redhead hated being called a brute, so he proved it by grabbing Dne by the collar. Turns out, he and his brother were sons of Count Tyron, a castle guest. Hearing that name immediately triggered a memory from the main character's past life. Count Tyron was a pathetic noble he once captured on the battlefield. He remembered him as a deeply annoying guy, easily the worst kind of aristocrat. Looking at this brat, it was clear that like father, like son fit them perfectly. This redhead kept bragging about how famous his family was in the capital. He even threatened to make our main character disappear forever if he did not watch his mouth. Honestly, Dne had dealt with plenty of clowns like this before. He knew talking was useless with this airhead. The boy reined back his fist and swung, fully believing he was just beating up some low-level servant. But Dne was not having it. He delivered a brutal headbutt straight into the brat's nose. The strike nearly flattened his face. The younger brother shrieked in absolute panic for his big bro. He rushed to check on the redhead, who collapsed to the ground from the blow. Now watch this part closely, because the second he sees his own blood, this spoiled brat completely loses his mind and screams that he is going to end our main character. Dne just laughed and told him to go ahead. The redhead was dying for some payback. While the younger brother tried to play peacemaker, the older one's pride was way too hurt. He lunged with a punch, but Dne easily hopped backward. The skill gap here was massive. This amateur could not even graze his clothes. Letting the kid tire himself out, Dne noticed his terrible footwork. It looked like he had never held a real weapon before. He figured the kid was probably a mage or some summoner. Punches kept flying, but none of them got anywhere near our protagonist. With blood still dripping from his nose, the redhead completely lost the last of his patience. Our hero kept playing with him using basic footwork when a sudden idea struck. What if he channeled the magic flowing from the flowers? If he could pull that off, he might compress that energy into a solid physical form. And hey, this was the perfect sandbox to test his theory. Meanwhile, the little brother watched, completely dumbfounded. Dne Sagres planted his feet, channeling magic into his hands. Picturing a sphere of pure mana, he blasted it right into the boy's gut. You and I both know how powerful our boy is, but watching that magic blast send the brat flying was awesome. He shrieked in agony, his physical body and his fragile pride completely shattered. The younger brother sprinted over to help him out of the dirt. To be completely honest, Dne Sagres cared way more about his squished flowers than the kid's health. But the redhead was incredibly stubborn and dragged himself up. Witnessing that spell, he demanded to know Dini's real identity. The little brother tried to hold him back, but the kid's massive ego ignored any possible consequences. Then the brat pooled all his mana together, summoning a dark, ominous portal. Dni Sagras was shocked to recognize this exact magic. It was classic summoning arts. The air warped and condensed until a glowing, translucent wolf began descending onto the grass. The beast growled with pure bloodlust, bearing razor-sharp fangs. The cackling redhead called the creature by its name, Joe. Introducing himself as Digran Tyron, he sneered that Dni was about to learn exactly what happens when you mess with high society. Dni Sagras heard the command for the wolf to shred him, but this basic summon did not impress him one bit. He was used to Claire summoning absolute monsters like Ivan. Digran hid behind as Joe charged toward our motionless hero. Dni did not even flinch, staring the wolf dead in the eyes. Sensing a total death sentence, Joe immediately spun around. Its bloodlust did a complete flip, and all hostility toward Dni totally vanished. The Tyron brothers froze in disbelief. Digran's ultimate trump card had completely turned on him. Now the massive wolf was acting submissive to Dni. Digran shrieked for it to attack, but it ignored him. Instead, the giant pup happily wagged its tail at our hero. Sensing zero danger, Dni gently petted the giant good boy, totally baffled by how this was happening. Thinking back, Claire's beasts always loved him too, even the wyvern. Back then, he just assumed it was because they were basically family. But now, with zero blood ties, this brand new summon was still acting friendly. This meant Dni had an insanely high affinity with beasts, or maybe Joe's opinion of his terrible master was just rock bottom. Digran was completely lost. He had never in his life heard of a summon betraying its own master. Dni was winning everywhere, and trust me, his savage taunts are just the best. Alright, let's jump right into this crazy duel, where the little brother is literally begging his dumb sibling to stop throwing a tantrum. The poor kid just wanted this nightmare to end, and honestly, his brother's absolute stupidity had him literally wetting his pants in pure terror. As the kid started crying, Dni Saurus decided to rub salt in the wound, cheerfully mentioning there was a nice warm bath down in the castle basement. Digran used his brother's wet pants as the perfect excuse to run away. And as if he hadn't embarrassed himself enough already, he ordered our main character to stay in the garden while looking at him with utter disgust. Digran didn't even bother taking his summon with him, so our main character chilled in the garden and kept practicing his neat new mana tricks. He decided to test out a clever trick Claire once taught him, tracing the weak leftovers of the bond between that brat Digacron and Jampu. He sliced that old bond and rewrote it with his own magical signature, instantly linking up with the giant wolf without needing any fancy ritual. He pulled off this neat trick purely through his insanely high affinity with summoned beasts. Now he was officially a legit summoner, but just as he was celebrating his win, Dni Saurus heard a super annoying voice calling out to him. But pay attention here, this spoiled brat runs straight to his daddy to whine about being bullied, pointing right at our main character. What an absolute coward, pinching his nose to stop the bloody mess. The brat kept crying that our guy had jumped him and totally trashed his precious summoning bond. A massive dude named Magar Tyron stomped forward, bragging about being the head of Count Tyron's family, one of the capital's top noble houses. He angrily demanded to know if this random kid had actually wrecked his son's face and straight up stolen his beast. Dni wasn't about to back down from this giant pig of a man, so he stood tall and proudly owned up to it, while noticing Magar was way fatter than when he captured him in his past life. Peace had clearly treated the guy well, especially since he was totally useless on the battlefield. Magar kept throwing his weight around, shouting that he absolutely could not let this slide. Anyone messing with his boys was going to pay, so he kept hounding our main character with angry questions, demanding the kid finally state his name. Our boy held his head high and proudly introduced himself to them as the mighty Dni Sagras. the youngest son of Arkham, Lord of the South, and current head of the legendary Sagres family. Delivering a grand, royal-style introduction like an absolute boss, he leaves both the father and son completely stunned. You and I both saw that coming, right? These fools just picked a fight with the actual guest of honor and rising star. The arrogant duo is visibly shaking in their boots, after realizing they just crossed the youngest son of House Dane Sagres. Thinking about noble houses, he remembers how Agra captured him in the war, and how he became a laughingstock for doing absolutely nothing afterward. But now, the fat fool sees a golden chance to smear Count MC Soros's name and leverage this drama to demand valuable mining rights. If this works, all those arrogant nobles who mocked him will soon be bowing down to him. So the fat schemer turns back to our boy, asking if he really is the guest of honor, and our main character calmly nods to confirm it. The fat noble can barely hide his rage, because he definitely did not travel all this way just to celebrate some brat's birthday. Pointing a chubby finger at his crying boy, he demands to know how DNE so plans to pay for ruining his family's reputation. He accuses our guy of hurting a guest and stealing a summon, calling it a major crime, while his rotten son chimes in to back him up. The brat smugly barks that today is our hero's last day, while the fat lord threatens to take this straight to the count himself. Our main character calmly listens before suggesting that, before anyone goes crying to daddy, the brat needs to apologize first. That completely triggers the fat lord, who roars in anger, demanding to know what kind of utter nonsense DNE is spouting. While the spoiled brat grinds his teeth in anger, DNE calmly lays out the facts, openly admitting he slapped the kid around. But it was pure self-defense after his life was threatened, and he didn't steal any summon, since Gent freely chose to follow him. The whiny son immediately screeches that there's no way Gen Pugh would ever do that, pleading with his dad that our main character is lying. This actually makes the fat lord pause and think, remembering a rumor that the second daughter of House Esras is a genius summoner. He wonders if she secretly taught our main character how to forcefully shatter the sacred bond between a beast and its master. The fat lord keeps bickering back and forth, and honestly, Dane Sess is already getting completely exhausted by this whole pointless drama. Eventually, Mauger chills out a bit, mostly because he's been yelling so much his fat jaw is actually starting to ache. He claims he is done arguing and demands they go see what Count Esraz has to say, but speak of the devil, the Count himself suddenly arrives alongside Duke Tyrion. Both the useless brat and his father completely freeze when they spot the Count and seeing Duke Tyrion right next to him makes them panic. As night falls, the red-haired brat quickly spins his own twisted version of the story directly to the Count. He claims they got lost and asked Dane Sos to guide them, but trust me, you and I both know he is lying. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the action with this guy spinning absolute lies, while our main character stands there, totally unbothered. Honestly, that is no shocker. The Count cares way too much about his family legacy and name. But he is not the type to just pick sides blindly, he actually knows how to spot a liar. This red-haired kid wraps up his sob story, claiming our main character randomly headbutted him and kept mocking him with weird moves. He claims he summoned Genpu just to scare our main character, but our guy apparently stole his beast instead. Once Digran shuts up, his dad Mauger jumps in, claiming it was just a warning. Still, he insists that stealing someone else's summoned beast is a major crime that cannot be ignored. Finally, Count Sigres chimes in. He tells Mauger he is not about to make a decision after hearing only one side. First, he wants to hear our main character's side, then weigh everything fairly like a boss. He even tells Mauger that if he is worried about bias, Duke Termian can step in to judge too. The Duke cracks a tiny smirk, saying he is down to handle it. Now Mauger is sweating bullets, totally losing his cool. He knows this is heading south fast, and involving Duke Termian makes it 10 times worse. Meanwhile, the Count tells his son to go ahead and explain. And Dane Sigres starts off by admitting that the other kid was not totally lying, but he definitely bent the truth. He explains that the gorgeous flowers in their garden got completely trampled, so he politely told the brat to scram. That obviously triggered the spoiled kid, and that is exactly how the fight started. Now pay attention here, because the fat man and his kid are absolutely stunned by this truth, instantly crying wolf, but the count tells Dane to keep going. So our boy drops the real bomb. When that brat summoned Genpu, he literally ordered it to kill him. And no, he did not steal any beast. Genpu actually walked right up to him, because the beast felt his cozy, friendly vibes. The Duke is low-key blown away seeing a 7-year-old speak so smoothly, and with such insane composure. Our guy repeats that he did not steal anything, making Mauger absolutely lose his mind, stomping around and screaming that this is ridiculous. He screams that it is impossible for a beast to obey someone who is not even a summoner. He insists Dane Sigress must have used some dirty tricks, but our main character calmly replies that he has a natural cheat code affinity for beasts, so loose summons naturally just gravitate toward him. Mauger refuses to buy it, but our boy just shrugs like, hey, facts are facts. Mauger looks like he is severely constipated, as he keeps barking that the kid is just making stuff up. You and I are about to see if they can prove it using the beast itself. The count asks his son if he can prove it, and our boy says absolutely. Meanwhile, Mauger is giving his kid the ultimate death stare. The spoiled brat is completely panicking now, having zero clue how to summon Genpu back. He tries to call the beast, but fails miserably, earning an immediate scolding from his furious dad. Meanwhile, Dane Sigress is just smirking, knowing he already snapped their bond. So yeah, that kid is totally out of luck. Our hero offers to demonstrate by calling Genpu himself, but first, he needs that summoning sign. The spoiled brat gets super triggered, screaming about how our main character dares ask for his token, but our boy shuts him down. He reminds him that by his own logic, even with the sign, nothing should happen. So there is really no harm in trying. Mauger sweats, realizing he is trapped, and tells his crying kid to just hand it over. The redhead is practically sobbing, but his dad barks at him to hurry up. Once Dane has that token in hand, he starts working his magic, explaining that these tokens are locked to one summoner, meaning nobody else should be able to use them. But Genpu is already packed with his own mana, making the sign just a useless prop. The moment he calls Genpu, the massive beast spawns in and starts licking his face. The Count and the Duke are completely blown away, while the liars are left shaking in their boots. The Duke thinks this kid is a total prodigy, wondering if he is also training in swordsmanship. His dad confirms it, though he honestly admits he does not even know the full depth of his son's power. Meanwhile, Mauger realizes his entire plan is completely ruined. The Count turns to him, asking if he finally admits they were telling the absolute truth. The fat man desperately tries to play it cool, laughing it off, saying it was all just a huge misunderstanding, and his son never meant to kill anyone. He quickly nudges Digran to back him up. Shaking all over, Digran nods along, claiming he only wanted to play a harmless prank. But our boy is disgusted, watching these clowns try to wriggle out of trouble so easily. And before the lords can drop their judgment, a mysterious lady walks in, leaving us all wondering what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the drama, as Sagress freezes, when Leia arrives to expose Digran's big fat lie. Her dad immediately asks what she is doing here, and she casually says she just heard his voice while walking. Before dropping any truth bombs, she politely greets the fat man and Count Dne Sagress. The chubby guy stammers in total shock to see the Duke's daughter. Our main character gets straight to business, asking her to back up the claim that Digran was flat-out lying. She proudly confirms it, saying she caught their entire conversation while she was strolling by. Dig instantly enters full panic mode, because her hearing everything is literally the worst-case scenario for his goofy butt. As she starts spilling all the delicious tea, our boy cannot help but smirk because this crazy twist just saved his skin. A moment later, the fat dad barks at his goofy son to stop wasting time and apologize to Count Sagras. The kid mumbles a half-baked apology, but the Count demands he apologize to our guy, not him. The fat dad shoves his son forward, yelling at him to show some real respect. The spoiled brat squirms and hesitates, before muttering a totally weak, fake apology. Dni is not buying it at all. He knows it is totally fake, forced only because their massive lie got exposed by an actual witness. Our main character does not buy it either. Pay attention here, because instead of crushing them, he decides to take the high road and show a little mercy. So Danny accepts the bratty kid's apology. The boy instantly brightens up, thanking him a million times for letting him off the hook. The fat dad lets out a massive sigh of relief, knowing he almost lost everything right then. The Duke, who might actually become Danny's father-in-law one day, feels totally validated that our boy is truly built different. Honestly, Danny had every right to double down, since those clowns were totally in the wrong from day one. In the end, the Count confirms the matter is officially closed since Danny accepted, but stresses he had zero plans to let this slide. Especially since Digran literally tried to kill his son. The fat dad starts sweating bullets when he realizes just how incredibly angry the Count actually is. Before he can even squeak out a word, the Count shuts him down and orders him to pack his bags and get out. That brutal order absolutely shakes the chubby guy to his core. Getting kicked out now means his social standing is completely dead, so he gets desperate to stay inside the castle by any means. He literally grabs the Count's hand and begs for mercy, promising to do whatever Dni wants if he can just get a pass. But the Count yanks his hand back, making it clear he is totally done with him. He even warns that guards are coming to throw him out. With that, he marches away with his son, leaving the chubby lord on his knees, still whining for forgiveness. Dni tells Duke Terminian it is time to wrap things up, and the Duke calls over his daughter as they head out. You and I both love a good karma moment, and Danny is clearly enjoying watching these clowns get exactly what they deserve. They started this trash show, so they deserve the heat. Either way, our guy learned a valuable lesson today. His dad is low-key terrifying when he is angry. Then Duke Terminin asks if he really beat Maggard's spoiled kid with a mana bullet. Danny easily confirms it, and the Duke showers him with praise, marveling that he is a genius in spearplay, summoning, and magic. It is so insane that he doubts history has ever seen a monster talent like this. Danny's proud dad smiles wide, bragging about having such an insanely gifted son. Meanwhile, Danny just takes it all in while Illa is completely losing her mind. The Duke notes that raw talent is not even his best trait. The boy is incredibly chill. Most kids would lose their minds in a scrap and cry for justice, but not him. The Duke is totally sure this kid will grow into an absolute beast. His dad gives Danny a light pat, saying it is way too early to tell. They will have to wait until he is fully grown. He also notes that everything wrapped up smoothly thanks to Leia. Without her testimony, this could have turned super ugly. Hearing this, Duke Terminin is visibly shocked that the Sagras family rates Illa so highly. He does not waste a second trying to hype her up, hinting that if the Count values her this much, maybe they should start talking about marriage. Our guy is totally stunned by how desperate the Duke is to marry her off. To dodge that bullet, he smoothly changes the subject on them. Pointing out that the sun is setting and the party is about to start, he scrambles away, saying he will see them inside. Terminian tells his daughter to walk back with Danny, then runs after the Count for a quick chat, leaving the two kids totally alone. As they stroll, Illa turns to him, asking why that summoned beast completely ignored its master just to obey him. She has seen master summoners battle in the capital, but trust me, you and I know our boy is on a whole different level. Alright, you and I are jumping right into this mess where he shrugs, clueless, making Illa look super annoyed. She knows our main man is totally gatekeeping the truth. Like hello, she literally just bylaid him out, but he keeps his cool and reminds her he helped her with her sword training back in the day. Illa flashes back to that day, and grumpily admits he has a point. So DNE is like, since we are even, let us go another round. Ask me literally anything you want, girl. Boom, her eyes light up, and she demands to learn it right now. The main character is totally blindsided by her zero chill and wonders what the big rush is, so he asks her to spill. She instantly begs him to teach her the mana bullet. DNE asks why the rush, and Illa admits she needs a major power-up before entering the academy, hoping to form at least 2 mana cores. He is wondering why she is grinding so hard at her age. But the answer hits him immediately. She just wants to level up to make her mother proud. Her mom loves her tons, and Illa knows this will make her smile. Hearing this, our boy remembers the rumors that Countess Terminin has been super sick in bed. With that sad reality on his mind, he just can't say no. Now watch this. Illa does a happy dance, ready to start tomorrow. Honestly, she would start tonight if possible, not knowing how long she is staying at the mansion. Our main character just chuckles and tells her they can start whenever. He promises that once she gets the hang of magic flow, mana bullets will be a breeze. Illa excitedly asks what he wants in return for the lessons. DNE goes quiet, making it clear that whatever he wants is way bigger than a couple of simple magic tricks. Cut to the banquet hall, where guests are gossiping about that chunky father Tyron. The tea has leaked that Count Tyron got booted from the castle, and everyone is dying to know what he did. Word on the street is Tyron's oldest boy picked a fight with our young master and got himself absolutely wrecked. They are cracking up that the big guy traveled all this way just to get publicly embarrassed. Plus, rumors are flying that our young master is actually a god-tier summoner. One guest wonders if this means his family is about to become a legendary house of summoners. But another guest chimed in saying that is not even all. The young master can use magic too, which blows everyone's minds. Just then, a dude with a massive mustache introduces himself as Baron Open. He asks if our boy knows the open territory out east. DNE politely bows, saying he knows it for its famous grilled trout and shiny sapphires. The Baron laughs, totally stoked, bragging that their trout and sapphires are easily the best on the entire continent. Then he shoves his daughter forward, realizing he almost forgot to introduce her. The girl steps up, introducing herself as Silvio Opened. She politely greets DNE, who gets totally flustered and awkwardly stumbles through introducing himself. I honestly have no clue why he is so nervous here, but you and I are about to find out. She gets right in his face with a sneaky grin, whispering she heard he is the one who will inherit his entire family estate. DNE gives a shaky reply, and Silvio, hyped up, tells him to stop playing dumb. She mentions hearing how crazy talented he is, then boldly claims she will be in his care from now on since they might become family. And boom, his major stage fright makes total sense. This girl is insanely bold and has zero hesitation. Right at that moment, Illa storms in, catching Sylvia literally holding hands with our boy. Shocker, right? Sylvia flinches as she spots a potential rival, while Illa glares daggers at him, demanding to know who this girl is. Sylvia knows Illa instantly, greeting her with a big smile and introducing herself as the Baron's eldest daughter. Illa tries to play nice, but her mad face screams she is absolutely fuming, despite saying it is nice to meet her. The two girls are sharing smiles that could literally kill. Watching this sparks a memory for DNE, and he can tell they are both ready to throw hands. Suddenly, Illa snatches his hand, saying she is borrowing him because they already had plans together. She stares him down, demanding to know if he remembers. Obviously, our poor main character has no idea what is happening, but he plays along, apologizing to Sylvia so they can bounce. Sylvia fakes a grin, saying they will definitely talk soon. As Illa drags him off, Sylvia is totally ticked off that this random girl just snatched him. Illa, on the other hand, is still completely losing her mind. She is so mad at that girl's audacity. And honestly, you and I just know he is totally terrified under Illa's killer glare. You and I can see even the Duke's pampered daughter cannot match her. Since the Duke is second in power only to the Emperor, it is no shocker that Sylvia backed down so fast against the girl from the Eastern Barons. Once they step outside, Illa immediately grills him about Sylvia, wondering if they are actually about to get engaged. But he shuts that down fast, insisting they were just exchanging some casual greetings. Hearing that instantly cheers Illa up, which our main character definitely notices. Soon, they reach his ultimate secret hiding spot. He is totally sure they will have absolute peace here. Seeing the secret sanctuary, Illa literally does a happy little dance. She slyly whispers that nobody would know if they got up to anything, and DNE agrees. This spot is perfect for training, but before they begin, he asks if she has ever actually felt mana. Illa admits she has felt a tiny bit, but not enough to build a solid mana core, even through breathing exercises. So she has not reached the emission phase yet. Unlike her, he mastered sensing mana while surviving on the brutal battlefield. Still, he is pretty surprised a noble family even taught her this much. Time for the basics, starting with feeling the mana she draws in. Illa looks totally lost, so the main character explains that releasing mana requires a certain trick. Now pay attention here. He tells her to close her eyes and visualize the energy spinning around inside her body. She tries her best for a moment, but nothing happens, and DNE can tell she is completely stumped. Illa gives it another go, but still nothing. Super frustrated, she asks our main character why she is failing. He calms her down, saying failure is normal, and tells her to refocus while his dad, Count DNE, secretly spies on them. The Count is bursting with pride seeing his young boy, already acting like a pro teacher. His little kid is growing up fast. Suddenly, Duke Termian sneaks right up to him, asking what on earth he is doing. That nearly gives the Count a heart attack. The Duke tells him to chill, asking if he is spying on the young lovebirds. Count DNE raises an eyebrow, completely denying the lovebirds' comment, and demands to know how the Duke tracked him down. The Duke just laughs, pointing out his terrible hiding skills. Especially since his wife is the Empire's legendary assassin. Caught red-handed, Count DNE has absolutely no comeback. The Duke teases him, saying people will start gossiping if the Lord of the Castle is caught snooping around. Annoyed, the overprotective dad claims he was just keeping an eye on his son, but the Duke admits he was doing the same for his daughter. You and I both know these two dads are totally hopeless, standing side by side like goofy teens spying on their kids. Back with the kids, DNE opens his awesome dimensional bag. Illa is totally amazed he has such rare gear, but she gets super jealous when he mentions his older sister made it. Her own brother basically ignored her the second he went off to the academy, unlike DNE's sweet sister. DNE pulls a mirror out of the bag, and when she asks what it is for, he explains it might actually help. It is way easier to visualize mana when looking at yourself, instead of just using your imagination. So, he tells the curious girl to stand right in front of the mirror to get a full view. She jumps into position and starts her silly magic dance again. But this time, DNE sees she is dead serious. She takes a deep breath while their doting dads crouch low to spy. Duke Termian points out that Lilia seems to really like our main character. The Count asks if that is true, and the Duke confirms it, saying Lilia never warms up to anyone this quickly. Count DNE is highly surprised since she seems so cheerful, but Duke Termian goes quiet, admitting she only acts bright on the outside. He explains that after her older siblings left for the academy, their mother became bedridden, making family life rough. Since then, opening her heart to anyone has been incredibly difficult. So the Count asks the big question, if he knows all this, why does he act so cold toward her? Termian is honestly touched that the Count noticed, but confesses he is doing it on purpose. He worried that smothering her with love would make her spoiled like her siblings, but Count DNE tells him not to treat Lilia like them. She will only end up feeling hurt, which explains why she asked our main character for training help instead of him. Termian laughs and jokes that he is nagging just like the old days, but the Count fires right back. He asks when he ever nagged him, especially since he is right. The Duke quickly pivots, asking when he will send his son to the capital. If he sends him to House Cal, their massive gates will be wide open, and the kid can live at their castle. Count Dne watches his happy boy and decides to let him choose. Trust me, you and I will be watching this kid crush it. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the story where he gets to choose his own path. Meanwhile, Miss Him is totally cringing at how obviously the dads are spying. But in the end, she just cracks a smile. Knowing parents do weird stuff out of love, so she just plays along and pretends she did not see a thing. Back with the kids, Lilia thanks Dne for the assist, calling him a total prodigy. She confesses that even though everyone calls her gifted, next to him, she feels completely outclassed. Our main character casually scans the area to make sure their dad's finally cleared out, then promises her this is just the beginning, and she is going to get way stronger too. Then she asks if he is heading to the academy, since that is where all the Empire's prodigies hang out. He says he is still on the fence, honestly feeling like he can get super strong just by grinding and training solo. She calls that incredibly short-sighted, reminding him that the academy is not just about hitting the books. It is where young nobles build their squad and make major connections early. Trust me, Dne is shocked a 7-year-old understands the real world so well. He finally tells her he already knows all of that, but he is still not down to go yet. He has still got a whole mountain of library books to read, plus so much left to learn from his folks. Lilia admits that is fair, but asks if he wants to play with kids his own age, especially since his big sisters already go there. Totally running out of excuses, our main character says maybe he will go later if he feels like it. She tells him to swing by her place when he visits the capital, and they promise to meet up again. Then she remembers to ask about his favor since he taught her how to shoot mana bullets, but he just shakes his head, saying he will drop the request when he finally visits the capital. That completely blows her mind, making her screech in disbelief. But eventually, the day of her departure finally arrives. As Lilia's carriage starts rolling down the path, Dne stares down at a weird stone-like object in his palm. A parting gift from his future father-in-law. Flashback to the moment the Duke handed him this bizarre little token. When Dne asked what the heck it was, the Duke said it was just a birthday present he hoped he would enjoy. He explains that House Thurian is all about vengeance, swords, and the forge, tracing back to an ancestor who was a legendary blacksmith. Thanks to him, they own the absolute best forge in the entire empire. Honestly, the greatest on the continent. Every single weapon they used to protect their land was crafted right there. But you and I know he already knew that from his past life. We are talking every rare ore on Earth, plus crazy weapons and magical gear, all crafted in the most epic forge on the continent. Then, the Duke reveals that if our main character shows this badge at the forge, they will craft literally whatever weapon he desires. So, this weird rock is actually a super VIP badge, a certified token proving the ultimate honor of whoever holds it. The main character's dad is totally floored to see the Duke hand over something so insanely valuable. An item even the imperial family is desperate to grab. The Duke just pats the boy's head and tells his future son-in-law to grow strong. His future wife throws him one last wave before they head out. Cutting back to the present, his mom kneels right next to him. Noticing his sad face, she asks if he is bummed they left. He admits it, confessing that Lilia was basically his first real friend. His mom comforts him, promising that once he visits the capital, he will get to hang out with her again. And by then, he will be way more handsome, which is bound to blow her away. She is probably right. He cannot hide out in this town forever, and he will have tons of chances to cross paths later. So, he just silently wishes her the best. Meanwhile, as the Duke travels in his carriage, he cannot stop thinking about Dne. It is super weird, but every time he looks at that kid, he is instantly reminded of Agric, the legendary warrior who mastered triple-class combat skills at an insanely young age. He is absolutely positive that if Agric had survived, he would have ended up as one of the Empire's ultimate hexaclass knights. Which is why he cannot wait to see Dne again once he grows up. A few days pass, and our boy is chilling alone right by the egg. He has been pumping it with mana day and night, and now he is starting to wonder if he is overdoing it. This egg holds a bizarre familiar. Even a non-summoner can inject mana into it before it hatches to force a bond, letting them permanently control a summon that would normally just vanish after a while. But still, he knows his magic has to perfectly sync with the beast, and there are probably a ton of hidden conditions he has not unlocked yet. Word on the street is some eggs never hatch. So he is praying this one is not a total dud. Even after tweaking the flow and raw power of his mana, absolutely nothing happens. Giving it one last push, he sets the egg down, realizing he was getting way too impatient. And right as the butler pops in to ask if Dany is ready, watch closely. Boom, the egg suddenly starts cracking and making noises, making Dany rush over. Oh yeah, that is definitely hatching. Alright, stick with me here, you and I are about to watch our boy Dany completely shatter this fantasy world's logic. But first, he is checking this weird dragon egg, only to get disappointed all over again. He literally feels zero difference. So when his butler asks if the egg did anything, Dany plays it off as his imagination. Then, he hits up the training hall and immediately starts flexing his swordsmanship. Seeing those clean, godlike moves, the butler's mind is blown. He starts clapping, asking when Dany even learned how to wield a blade. Dany just brushes it off, acting like he only wanted to swing it around a bit. But the butler keeps hyping him up, calling him a straight-up genius with the sword. Staring at the blade, Dany thinks about how much fun spear training was, but honestly, he really missed the sword. Since his dad was always watching him like a hawk, he is just glad he has not lost his touch. The butler rushes off to grab some snacks, and returns with a massive tray, insisting that Dany fuel up before training. Meanwhile, we check in on Count Dinesio staring out the window, totally lost in thought. He is pretty exhausted from planning this massive banquet every single year. But hey, at least it proves that all the other nobles are keeping eyes on the south. Now most of them are desperate to get on his good side, which is a major win. With the war over, the south has epic weather and all those cozy vibes that rich nobles absolutely crave, so the hype makes total sense. But watch closely, that is nothing compared to the insane attention Dany is getting. That drama with Count Tamlin's oldest kid was way worse than he expected, but Dany handled it like an absolute boss. He schooled the adults with facts, then flexed his crazy skills without breaking a sweat. His dad seriously wonders how his kid is so ridiculously mature. Honestly, he just wishes Dany would chill out sometimes and act like a normal kid. When it is time to practice, he heads down to the hall. He brings the legendary spear, Dragon Tail, planning to let his son try it out. But the moment he walks in, he completely freezes up at the sight of Dany wielding a sword. He starts stressing over why his son chose a blade, and his mind flashes back. He is convinced that Shady Duke got in his head. Otherwise, there is no way Dany would swap his spear training for a basic sword. He just stands there watching his son pull off insane, high-tier combos. Seriously, the kid looks like a seasoned pro with that blade. His strength is so wild even veteran swordsmen would get wrecked trying to match it. Dinesio is left wondering when he even learned this. Bottom line, Dany is a natural-born beast with swords too. Finally, his dad calls out and asks where he learned those crazy moves. Looks like Dany's secret is officially out, so he decides to just tell his dad the whole truth. He confesses he never actually trained in it, which leaves us just as confused as his dad, wondering if he has another secret talent. His dad starts listing them. Dany can handle spears, magic, assassination, summoning, and now swordsmanship too. He admits that if it were any other kid, he would never believe one person could have this many cheat codes. So, He asks Danny if he wants to see the world outside. Danny is totally lost, not getting his father's vibe, but then his dad drops a bombshell, telling him to go explore the world. He genuinely feels this entire country is way too small for his son's massive potential. And if Danny stays, he will just be holding himself back. A sudden wave of sadness hits Danny when he realizes his dad is letting him go. So he finally agrees that he would love to see what is out there. Hearing that, his dad smiles and gets straight to business. It is time to prep his kid for the real world. Sure, it hurts to watch him pack up, but he has to respect Danny's wishes. Then he reveals the spear, letting him know he brought a special treat today. And honestly, it does not take Danny long to recognize it. And his dad confirms it, reminding him this is Dragon Tail, the spear that reacted to him as a baby. He holds it out and tells Danny to grab it. The second Danny grips the spear, it ignites, and he feels a massive wave of raw power surging through his arms. His dad cracks up, saying it is reacting way harder than it did when Danny was only 1 year old. And honestly, who could blame it? Then he proudly declares he is going to make him master the spear before he leaves, so he better brace himself. He promises that one day Dragon Tail will be officially his, but first, he has to level up enough to carry it with pride. Danny eagerly promises to grind hard and honor his dad's lessons. Later, back in his room, Danny's mind is racing with thoughts of the outside world. He has always been super curious. Even back during his brutal days on the battlefield, war was his entire life. Just setting camp, polishing weapons, eating tasteless trash food, and waiting for the next clash. His only real exit was for the war to finally end, or to die on the field. Honestly, those were his only options. But now, a peaceful life is finally waiting for him, and you and I can't wait to see what he discovers beyond the battlefield. Alright, you and I both know our boy has to grab this golden opportunity. He has zero clue how people will react to his crazy skills or what he'll even achieve out there. But for the first time ever, he gets to travel, explore, and chase his own wild dreams. Honestly, at first, all he wanted was to chill and enjoy the warmth of his home. But after his dad dropped that heavy question, his whole mindset flipped. He's finally heading out, and man, he is hyped. While he's daydreaming, his mom suddenly sneaks into his room, totally startling him. He's like, "Wait, when did you get here?" She claims he was in such a deep zone that he missed her knock. But let's be real, she's definitely capping. She is a literal assassin, so she probably just slipped in completely silent. She asks if he is actually hyped to see the outside world. He nods, explaining his dad said staying cooped up here would be a total waste. After mulling it over, he admits he genuinely wants to see what's out there. He starts apologizing, but she pulls him into a hug, saying there's zero need for that. Still, with his sisters gone, he's anxious about leaving her behind. She reassures him that it's all good because she knows his skills are absolutely broken. She adds that even if he tried to hide here, the world would come knocking for him anyway. Sure, she'd love to keep her baby boy home forever, but a talent like his, the world won't allow it. So she tells him to go chase his dreams. He promises that even when he's out there living it up, he'll visit often and tell her all his wild stories. His mom smiles and says since his dad is training him, it is only fair that she gives him some lessons of her own before he goes. When he asks what she's going to teach him, she happily chirps that she'll teach him all about assassination. As she lists off all her deadly techniques, Dane can already feel the exhaustion hitting him. This training before he leaves is going to be pure torture. She promises to teach him everything she knows, and he swears he'll do his absolute best to survive it. Staring at her, you and I both know he is about to get a whole lot of motherly love. Fast forward several years, and we are down in the southern Alien Empire, specifically Sugri County, a place famous for nice weather and insane resources. This territory was a major powerhouse, basically carrying the empire on its back during the war. Thanks to the Count's super chill and generous rule, everything is peaceful. The war is done, the last rebels are locked up, and everyone is finally resting easy. On any given day, the locals are constantly gossiping about young Master Dane Sugger making a casual appearance at the local shops. They can't stop talking about how the shopkeeper's daughter straight up passed out the second she laid eyes on him. The local ladies gush over how he gets more gorgeous by the day, wishing they could get just one tiny peek at him. Rumor has it he's still single, which is keeping their delusional hopes alive. But one friend quickly shuts down the hype, reminding her he is only 14 and to stop drooling over a literal kid. Still, others doubt he's actually just 14. Word is he is already as tall as Count Sugri, and honestly, he could easily pass for a 20-year-old. But anyway, enough gossip. It is time to see how much our boy has grown. Now we head to the outskirts, where a creepy, ancient magic zone called the Forest of the Last Days lies. Dane is currently there on a wild training mission from his mom, Lily. He is running around with a spear in one hand and some random piece of cloth in the other. Looks like a map. Whatever it is, his route is locked in. With only 3 hours left until sunset, he knows he needs to escape before total darkness hits. So he starts moving with ninja-like speed. Now, pay attention here, because this mission is simple. Just don't get caught by his targets. Dane has to dodge all the traps, and monster nests his mom left while surviving this deadly forest. After dashing for a while, he finally lands softly on the ground. Taking a slow, deep breath, he channels the surrounding energy for a hot second, then releases it with a sigh. The moment he blends into the shadows and goes full stealth mode, he starts spotting traps everywhere. Thin, razor-sharp wires stretched all over the place. One wrong step and boom, it is game over. Tripwires are a super basic setup, but honestly, that is why they are so lethal. Luckily, he can easily dodge this. But suddenly, giant, ugly rat monsters swarm into the clearing, locking their eyes on Dane and charging instantly. There's a whole army of them, and he definitely did not expect this ambush. Even worse, they are sprinting straight at him. Before they trip the wires and ruin everything, he has to wipe them out fast. But if he messes up and hits a wire himself, absolute disaster. No time to overthink though, he has to move. Sprinting forward, Dane baits them. The second those rats hit the wire, sharp metal traps start snapping. Tons of needles shoot out, skewing the beasts instantly. And trust me, you and I both knew he had this planned. Let's dive into this wild scene, where our main character just lured them straight into a perfect trap. But wait, one giant rat actually survived. As he moves in for the kill, the beast springs right at his face. D&E keeps clashing with this last monster, and this oversized rodent is shockingly fast. Suddenly, the massive pest halts and pivots for another strike. This time it goes long range, huffing some nasty goo from its mouth. D&E instantly sizes up the threat. No clue what that toxic sludge is, but it looks incredibly lethal. He twirls his spear and swats the projectile away. Biting his lip, he knows he cannot waste another second messing around with this stubborn pest. Playing defense will only drag things out, so it is time to go on the offensive. A glowing blue aura flares up as he locks onto the beast. With a massive flurry of lightning-fast moves, he unleashes his insane spear skills. Gliding through the air with flawless tracking, he splits the creature's head wide open with absolute precision. D&E does not even bother to look back. He quickly takes off to keep grinding his mission. As the sun goes down, he finally hits the finish line. He is completely wiped, panting hard and trying not to lose his lunch. But watch closely, because this relief is about to vanish. Out of nowhere, a terrifying aura radiates from the trees. He bolts upright, instantly kicking himself for letting his guard down even for a split second to rest. Right as he prepares to fight, he freezes. It is just his mom, Lily. She leaked her presence on purpose to test his reflexes, and he totally nailed it. On top of that, his final run took 3 hours and 30 minutes, completely crushing Lily's old record. She had actually been monitoring him the entire time. No caring mother would ever leave her kid alone in such a lethal forest. Lily knew his insane talent better than anyone, but being his mom made her worry regardless. Following this test, which DNE absolutely aced, Lily could not find a single flaw in his survival instincts or quick thinking. She playfully squeezes his cheeks and teases that he is already ready to be hired as a pro assassin. To celebrate his big win, Lily pulls out her most prized possession as the Empire's top assassin, her personal dagger, knowing it fits her son perfectly now. Starting today, DNE is the proud new owner of the legendary Nighthorn. Wearing a warm grin, Lily hands over the legendary weapon, because she doesn't really have any use for it anymore. This weapon was forged from rare yttrial ore, which can mimic any material. That means he can store every single poison in the world inside it, mixing and absorbing them for his own deadly tricks. DNE genuinely thanks his mother for such a valuable heirloom and promises to cherish Nighthorn forever. And just like that, we have officially reached the end of his training. Right as they pack up to head home, the duo suddenly hears a painful shriek echoing nearby. The cry came from deep in the woods, prompting them to investigate. Cut to a few days later inside the DNE County Annex Tower, where a man suddenly wakes up coughing and screaming in sheer panic. Sporting a long white beard and hair. He seems completely disoriented, gasping for air. Looking around the luxurious bedroom, he wonders where on earth he is. His last clear memory is snacking on a random mushroom in those cursed woods. Suddenly, the door creaks open, and DNE walks in with water. DNE warns him not to push himself because the detox process is still ongoing. The main character explains that he swallowed a highly poisonous red-nosed mushroom. Fortunately, he and Lily rescued him just in time. The traveler recalls spotting those fungi, but never realized they were so lethal. Had they arrived any later, he would already be pushing up daisies. DNE hands over a fresh cup of water, knowing the old man is incredibly dehydrated. Keeping a close eye on his guest, DNE spots a belt sporting the Nixian Magic Tower crest. Clearly, this old fellow is no ordinary civilian. Honestly, if Nighthorn had not sucked out the venom eating him alive, this guy would be history. Once he settles down, the traveler asks for his location, and DNE tells him they are resting in the main character's family estate. He apparently got turned around in the southern region. High on those dangerous mushrooms, he somehow wandered directly into their territory. He advises the old man to relax until the Count arrives to greet him. Then, he formally introduces himself as the Count's youngest son, DNE. That instantly sparks the wizard's interest. He knows about Arabella, the legendary genius that every single magic tower is desperate to recruit. DNE adds that they stumbled upon his unconscious body deep in the woods during a training session with his mom. The wizard almost chokes on his drink, baffled that the kid was training in the same deadly forest that nearly killed him. Even as an elite 8-circle mage, he got completely turned around. To make matters worse, casting a spell caused a massive mana backfire that wrecked his body. That entire forest is loaded with volatile ancient mana, plus invisible magical traps scattered everywhere. Since the land belongs strictly to House DNE, it is naturally highly hostile to outsiders. With its ancient, unpredictable mana flow defying modern magic, it is honestly the worst place on Earth for any wizard. But you and I know our boy is just getting started. All right, you and I are about to see this old man realize he almost kicked the bucket. He also figures out that this kid is a straight-up prodigy, especially for surviving in such a brutal, hellish wasteland. I mean, the kid whipped up a literal lifesaver antidote, and he doesn't even look like he's out of high school. To brew something that complex takes insane brainpower and pinpoint precision, and yet, here this teenager is, just casually doing it. Sidon is totally mind-blown by how insanely loaded House Sagres is with two absolute prodigies in magic and summoning already. And now, even their youngest son is a total beast. Seriously, if they were still at war, Dane's family would easily be the ultimate powerhouses of the Altian Empire. The old-timer gives Dane some major props and admits he owes him big time. He is slightly shook by the kid's sassy attitude, But hey, he pays his debts. So he drops his formal introduction. Meet Sidon Gauss, the legendary big boss who used to run the famous Nixian magic tower. Flexing his massive status, he tells Dane to name his price, but our boy just smiles at the old guy's boasting. Dane knows this hobo wizard has all his loot hidden away in pocket dimensions. Sidon, though, is totally rattled because the kid is completely unfazed by his epic title. Now watch closely, normal folks would freeze up in front of a tower master, but our boy, stone cold. Trying to save some face, Sidon desperately begs him to ask for a favor. Dane just pauses, acting like he is deep in thought. The old man grins, totally hyped to show off how reliable he can be. But Dane just hits him with a solid maybe and says he will think about it. Talk about leaving the guy hanging. Then our hero turns to the door, casually wishes the master mage a speedy recovery, and tells him to get some sleep. With Dane gone, Sidon is just left sitting there on the mattress, completely dumbfounded by how little the kid cared. Nobody has ever treated him like some ordinary, run-of-the-mill wizard before. At first, Sidon planned to pack up and leave in a flash. But plans change. He has officially found the most fascinating kid in the South, and now he is staying to crack his secret. Dane casually mentions Sidon to Herman, and the butler goes wild, explaining that 8 chain mages are basically the absolute peak of humanity. So a crazy powerful wizard now owes our boy a major favor. Magic towers are basically sovereign nations on this continent, which makes this quirky old-timer a ridiculously big deal. Still, it was super sketchy that a high-ranking tower boss was just wandering around that dangerous woods. But get this is no average woods. Even top mages treat this place like a forbidden death zone. The spooky name alone warns normal folks to stay far away. Grabbing his blade, Dane asks Herman to hook him up with a brand new weapon. The training swords he has been swinging are way too short and light for his monster strength. Awesome thing is, they have heaps of war loot his dad brought home. By tomorrow, Dane can finally swing a real-deal longsword. Until then, he will just wrap up his practice with the lightweight toy. He then remembers the special crest Duke Termian gave him, an all-access pass to forge literally whatever he wanted. It's been 7 years, and Dane feels pretty nostalgic thinking back. If he ever makes a trip to the capital, visiting the Duke's territory is definitely his #1 priority. Post-workout, Dane bumps into his dad. He thought the Count was still busy out of town, but surprise, surprise, the man of the house came home early. Turns out, his business got sorted out lightning fast. So, the Count rushed back to meet their important wizard guest, hoping Sidon might be willing to take Arabella under his wing. The girl definitely needs an overpowered mentor, and Dane completely agrees on that front. A magic master would be awesome, but can he handle her fiery personality? Apparently, Arabella once literally decked an upperclassman just for being a total pest. Regardless, the Count showers his son with praise for saving a life. Sure, Dane says it was no biggie, but let's be real, most kids couldn't do that. Our main boy is seriously turning into an absolute stud. As time flies by, the poor Count can barely even get a glimpse of his busy daughters anymore. Arabella graduated and is scouting out magic towers, while Claire is crushing it as an assistant professor. Hey, that's the price of raising total overachievers. Obviously, the girls are absolute rock stars in their own right. But the Count has massive expectations for his only son, wondering how the world will react to a kid who has literally every cheat code enabled. He cannot wait for the day his old rival, Balt, sees just how insanely strong Dane has gotten. It has been years since Agric was reincarnated as the youngest Sogress. Yet, the thought of testing his skills against Duke Termian still gets his blood pumping. By the way, he also wonders how Illa is holding up in the capital, since her last letter was sent about a year ago. And you know I'm hyped to see what kind of trouble they'll get into once he reaches the capital. Alright, you and I are about to watch this old mage Cedric literally lose his mind while stuck in bed. The doc straight up banned him from using any magic. His mana was still totally wrecked from backlash, and that nasty poison was still creeping around inside his body. He needed serious rest, so the old guy had no choice. It had been ages since he went totally magic-free, which was kind of refreshing, but cabin fever is real. He couldn't stand being cooped up, so he went exploring the mansion. The doctor was stressing big time, knowing he'd have to clean up if the geezer caused trouble. Within days, the maids were already gossiping like crazy about their weird new guest. They say mages are either geniuses or absolute nutcases. Servants caught him pacing up and down the stairs like a maniac, and now he was just staring at garden flowers for hours on end. He was supposed to be some legendary archmage, but he just looked like a senile grandpa. They were even getting worried for little Arabella. Meanwhile, Cedric was totally vibing with the gorgeous garden. He never expected to find a place designed with such insanely high-level magical craftsmanship. Watch closely here as our boy DNE finally tracks the old man down in the garden. Sure, Cedric hated being cooped up in some random place while healing, but the family was honestly just trying to look out for him. Plus, you couldn't ask for a better spot to chill and heal. No wonder wealthy nobles always flocked down south for vacation. DNE loved this place, making it a real bummer that his departure was so close. Cedric asked where he was traveling. Our main character casually mentioned the capital, so the old man figured he was heading straight for the Magic Academy. It made sense, since both of his sisters were already legends there. While the Sagra's daughters were famous for being absolute prodigies, Cedric was way more interested in our main character's hidden talents. So he channeled mana into his eyes to scan the boy. What he saw inside was a straight-up tsunami of pure, raw energy. His jaw dropped. He had never seen mana this insanely dense. The kid's energy levels were totally off the charts. If normal teenage prodigies were little backyard streams, DNE was a massive hurricane ripping through everything. Usually, carrying that much juice at his age would make you explode, but DNE was perfectly fine. Our boy noticed the sneak peek immediately and called him out. "I know, right? You do not just scan someone's soul like that." Cedric quickly apologized for being rude, but in his head, he was completely baffled by how the kid controlled such wild power. In his entire career as a legendary archmage, he had never seen anyone like this. Confused by the old guy's shocked face, our hero wondered what he had actually spotted. The mage had been so hypnotized by the raw volume of DNE's power that he just realized the boy did not even have a magic circle. With that much energy, making one should have been a walk in the park. The old man's face twisted in horror as the truth clicked. Looking right at his heart, Cedric spotted 2 active mana cores instead. Yeah, forging 2 mana cores at his age was seriously unreal. But the archmage was furious at this choice. To him, wasting that god-tier mana just to swing a basic spear was absolute clown behavior. To Cedric, building physical cores instead of magical circles was basically a criminal offense. He felt like DNE threw away the most legendary magical talent ever. Totally confused, our protagonist asked why he could not just run both systems at once. That question made the grumpy old geezer even madder. And he facepalmed in pure frustration over the wasted potential. He did not even know how to begin explaining how badly the boy had played himself. Cedric asked if he knew why magic swordsmen usually die so young. It is because running a mana core and a magic circle together causes the 2 systems to constantly clash inside. When they do, high-pressure energy leaks into the circle. If the circle can't handle the load, it completely shatters. Our hero got the concept, but he had no clue it was that dangerous. The old man was only salty because he hated seeing world-class talent wasted on spear practice. Worried, our hero asked if casting spells was now impossible. Well, Cedric said not exactly. But casting high-tier spells without a magic circle is basically impossible. Tons of people had tried doing it, and every single case the archmage witnessed ended in total failure. Still, our boy was not discouraged. He had never actually given magic a real shot before. He just had a gut feeling he could bypass the circle entirely. Cedric figured the kid was totally delusional, but DNE did not hesitate. He took his knowledge and immediately began rewriting the runic script. After tweaking the runes and the surrounding energy, everything clicked perfectly into place. And trust me, you and I just saw a legend in the making as he fired a massive blast. Every single doubt evaporated. Let's dive into this wild moment where Dane casts magic with no circle, leaving Cedrin's jaw on the floor. Normally, no circle means absolutely zero magic, period. In all his years leading the Nixian magic tower, the old man had never witnessed anything this crazy. Dane didn't even pause, rewriting the code on the fly to throw up a solid mana barrier. He casually mentioned his sister, Arabella, found his insane magic affinity, wondering if that was why his mana was doing the impossible. Sure, that played a part, but what this kid was pulling off went way beyond basic theory. Cedric Gauss had reigned at the peak of the magic world for ages. Yet, right now, he was finally feeling what normal people feel when they run into a literal monster. He was looking at a god-tier talent that could literally rewrite history. Meanwhile, Dane was just low-key thrilled his spells worked. On the other hand, the old archmage was literally shaking with hype. Messi possessed a ridiculously pure mana pool, denser than anyone else on the planet. The kid was a certified, once-in-a-generation magic prodigy. Cedric couldn't contain his hype any longer. He straight up asked the kid to become his personal disciple right then and there. The old-timer went all in, begging Dane to study under him, claiming that wasting this kind of legendary talent would be a massive loss for humanity. Now, here's where it gets funny. The main character was getting annoyed when Cedric asked if he knew any two-chain spells. The boy had never studied those advanced codes, preventing him from casting top-tier magic. Cedric just laughed, boasting that under his wing, the main character would be casting 8-chain spells in no time. Even with that offer, our boy politely declined. Cedric was about to lose his mind when Agric stepped in, laughing at how the old archmage was basically suffocating his son. When asked what they were talking about, Agri honestly said the old man kept trying to make Dane his disciple, even after being refused several times. Fortunately, Cedric kept his manners in front of the family head, hyping up the boy's massive potential to become a legendary mage. He insisted our main character's future was mind-blowing, especially since he was already slinging chain-level spells with 0 magic circles. Being a veteran warrior, Count Agric knew exactly how insanely broken that ability was. Honestly, the Count was getting used to his son's cheat code achievements. Dane barely knew any magical basics, yet he was casting spells like second nature. The Count threw some respect to the former Tower Master for spotting the main character's insane talent so quickly. But calling it talent was an understatement. Our main character was a god-tier prodigy destined to become an unrivaled magic lancer. But the second Count Agric heard that, he immediately imagined his son throwing away the spear to pick up a sword instead. Let's pause here. His mood instantly tanked, and you and I can definitely feel the rage radiating off him. No swordsman allowed. Dane literally shivered when Sidon dropped the one word you never say to his dad. The old man was completely oblivious to the danger. Sidon just kept heavily pushing the idea of him becoming a magic swordsman. He even swore to personally train him into the absolute strongest powerhouse in the Empire. But by the time he saw the Count's death glare, he was already doomed. Count Agric roared at the top of his lungs that his beloved son would never, ever become some magic swordsman. Sidon tried to explain that blades and spells were a match made in heaven for a genius, but Agric kept screaming that his boy was not taking that path. If anything, he'd be a magic lancer. Sidon finally realized the ridiculous issue. Dane kept his mouth shut while his father cooled off. Honestly, poor Sid had never encountered a family as wildly chaotic as the Esgress clan. For a master mage, taking on an apprentice is a massive deal. Elite mages usually pass down their power through a sacred ritual called inheritance, a deep tradition stretching back to ancient times, long before schools even existed. What Siding truly wanted wasn't just a basic student, but an heir to carry on his entire life's legacy. Seeing an 8-chain archmage this desperate to recruit him boosted Dane's confidence in his own future to a whole new level. He could feel a strange, exciting new emotion waking up inside him. With the absolute basics of magic finally figured out, he suddenly remembered a special gift Arabella left him years back. A communication crystal ball meant for reaching his sister. Honestly, getting some magic advice from Arabella sounded like a stellar plan right now. Dane pulled out the crystal ball, funneling his mana inside. He sent a telepathic call to Arabella while she was busy studying in the academy library. Recognizing his voice instantly, she was completely shocked. She immediately dropped her books and smiled, overjoyed that her baby bro was finally hitting her up. Unsurprisingly, even the prodigy Arabella was floored to hear our main character had cast a one-chain spell with 0 circle assistance. She knew his baseline mana affinity was absolutely busted, but she didn't expect this level of god-tier control. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see her test this, as she guesses Dane's raw mana might already be completely purified and ready to go. Arabella decided to send a high-grade mana stone straight to his room's device, eager to run a test on his magic purity. Let's dive in. Luckily, he has Arabella to help out with this stuff. She is a famous 6-chain mage, so having her support is massive. Since our main character is already using chain-level magic, she knows things are about to get wild. Getting tons of unwanted attention at the academy is basically a guarantee, which is the absolute last thing he wants. But hey, you cannot hide real talent. Plus, Arabella promised she will absolutely wreck anyone who dares to mess with her little brother. Speaking of bullies, DNE asks about that rumor of her breaking some rich upperclassman's nose, the second son of a duke. Man, just thinking about that needy loser gets Arabella super mad. Then she remembers she is in public and tries to chill out. She figures his mana purity might keep shooting up over time, which is insane. But they have to cut the chat short when her professor calls her over. They say their goodbyes, and she promises to mail him that mana stone. It finally clicks for DNE that he is walking a totally unique path. With mana this pure, he jokes he might have a literal dragon heart beating in his chest. Meanwhile, poor Sidran is still stuck recovering in the annex. Checking out our main character with his mana triggered a nasty magic backlash, so he is stuck here even longer. If the kid would just accept his deal, Sid could pass down a legendary magical legacy. He keeps brainstorming how to bait our hero into saying yes. Watch this, even 8-chain magic was not enough to tempt him. Maybe he should offer a crazy priceless artifact or some multi-generation heirloom. But if he hands over his loot too fast, DNE might just scam him and run. While the old man is still stressing over options, our main character knocks on his door. Sid wonders if the kid came to apologize, or finally snapped out of it. DNE drops by to talk, and Sid immediately thinks the boy is ready to sign up as his disciple. Nope. Our hero shuts that down instantly. It is not that he hates magic, and when Sidon asks if he already has another master, he denies that too. Feeling played, Sidon demands to know what the kid wants. It is simple. Our hero still needs that rearrangement code for 2-chain magic, and studying with his faraway sister is not gonna work. So the obvious choice is to learn from Sidon, a literal archmage. Since the geezer owes him, saying no is tough. But get this, DNE has 0 interest in just being a regular mage. He is not just aiming to be a magic lancer either. He wants to be a summoner magic lancer assassin. Sidon is like, that class does not even exist, but Helm wants to add swordsman to it too. The absolute absurdity of this dream leaves Sidon speechless. Our boy refused to be a legendary tower chief's disciple just to chase this crazy fantasy. By his tone, Sidon can tell the kid is completely set on his path. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off. The old mage stands up and offers DNE a sweet recommendation letter. A glowing review from the former boss of the Nixon Magic Tower would seriously boost his clout at the academy. Our main character mulls it over and realizes this is actually a fantastic deal. He takes the letter, but while they are talking, he throws in one more request. Cedric chuckles, thinking the kid is finally cracking. Now he can start locking down this absolute prodigy for himself. Seeing the old-timer in a giving mood, DNE asks to learn that two-chain magic rearrangement code. For a powerhouse like Sidon, that is child's play. He literally knows the codes for every two-chain spell in existence. The boy is still young, so handing over a letter and some spell codes is really no big deal. Even if he is still pretty beat up, Sidon can start teaching him immediately. The old man smiles, thinking he just pulled off a massive win. He holds out his hand, declaring his debt of being saved fully repaid. But wait, the old bat said it himself since he owed Dane big time. The kid could ask for anything, so he did. Sid hates being played, especially since he thought he finally secured a disciple. But our main character's answer is still the exact same. It is a hard pass. This legendary wizard just got outsmarted by a 14-year-old. Refusing to lose, Cedric claims the kid asked for 2 favors instead of 1. DNE shuts him down. First, he saved his unconscious butt in the woods. Second, he neutralized that deadly poison wrecking Cedrin's body. He could also mention dragging the old dude all the way to the annex, but he counts that as a bonus. Cedric is completely speechless. He is totally checkmated. You and I have to wonder how a kid this insanely bold even exists. Let's jump into the training hall, as these two start their wild magic lessons. The old man accepted that he might never officially lock down this kid as his disciple, but he was definitely going to keep trying to win him over just in case. Cedric just could not stand letting this wild talent go to waste, so the epic lesson finally begins. First, they had to tackle the fact that DNE was slinging chain-level magic without even having a circle. He had to focus up, because rearranging 2 chain magic codes is way more complicated than 1 chain stuff. Honestly, tons of rookie mages never even reach this level and just rage quit. DNE listened closely, super glad to have such an experienced teacher. Cedrin saw that fire in the boy's eyes and decided not to go easy. After all, he still had his pride as an archmage to defend. See, 2 chain codes are on a completely different level, because you have to personally calculate the exact amount of mana. You have to factor in local mana density and your own body's condition at the same time. This stuff is so complicated that most people just give up. Cedric dropped this massive, complex lecture, fully expecting DNE to beg him for a simpler explanation. Now watch this part, because when the old man asks if he needs help, our main character just smiles. For DNE, seeing how these codes get rearranged and learning completely new secrets of magic was a total eye-opener. To test him, Agric asked him to explain the laws of magical rearrangement. From DNE's own notes, law number 1 was coexistence. Basically, magical power can exist in the real world right, alongside other sources of mana. By doing that, mages can combine their own energy with surrounding mana to cast. The second rule was all about conservation. If magical power gathers enough elemental matter, it can unlock completely different traits using that stored-up energy. DNE didn't just understand this stuff, he was already cooking up his own theories. Usually, people think magic theory is totally boring. But not this kid. He had the raw talent, the resources, and a massive hunger to learn. He is literally the most perfect mage candidate ever. As the lesson went on, Agric explained how magic codes get insanely complex with every single chain you add. Instead of just talking theory, he figured a live demonstration would be much easier. He smoothly pulled out a bit of mana and built a basic grid, showing off a 1-chain spell in its simplest form. But once you hit 2 chains, everything gets way harder. He spun the mana into a wild mass of runes, showing the complex 2-chain code. DNE locked his eyes onto the spell. Taking in how complex those glowing nodes actually were, Agric then shaped the code into a classic two-chain fire arrow spell. With these magic codes, spamming them is key to mastery. The old man thought the kid was finally realizing how brutal magic is. By his math, most normal people need at least a whole year to jump from a one-chain code to a two-chain level. No matter how big of a genius you are, your brain can usually only process one piece of the code at a time. Agric figured he could train DNE over a week, slowly showing him the step-by-step process for mastering two-chain codes. I know what you're thinking, there's no way he pulls this off first try, but watch what happens next. The second our main character starts drawing mana for his first code, Agric feels like he is watching a literal god-tier master. The kid concentrates and shapes the glowing, spinning mana with his bare hands. In seconds, he builds the exact same basic grid Agric had just demonstrated. The lines are perfectly straight and crafted with absolute, scary precision. The old man is completely blown away. Honestly, DNE could have stopped right there and been labeled a total prodigy. But where is the fun in that? Instead, he shatters the grid and effortlessly whips the mana into a beautiful, swirling storm. Agric's jaw completely drops as he sees a perfect copy of the two-chain code he only showed once. When asked how he pulled that off, he casually says he just memorized the patterns while watching. He pictured all the elements in his mind while building the code, and it actually felt super easy. Agric is getting his mind blown. Even back when he was a young magic prodigy, mastering two-chain magic took serious time. But this circleless kid just did it in like 2 minutes. Honestly, it is like he is trying to give the old man a heart attack. Next, DNE decides he is going to try casting a fire arrow. He guides the runes and mana with absolute blazing speed. Finally, he rearranges the code flawlessly and summons a whole batch of fire arrows. Agric just stares at the glowing fire arrows, completely in denial. Watching this kid is pushing the old master straight into an existential crisis. If he had started out with this kid's ridiculous talent, he would have easily unlocked his ultimate dream of 9-chain magic. DNE effortlessly controls the fire arrows, floating them around the hall while the poor archmage tries to process his entire life. Honestly, even our main character is shocked by how naturally this is all flowing. And that's where we leave it, because the world would absolutely lose its mind seeing a circleless mage flex like this. Alright, you and I are back with our main character, whose insane talent has to stay low-key before shady creeps come sniffing around. Plus, Agric is still desperate to make him his disciple. Since our young prodigy picked up that first basic code like a total natural, they were ready to level up. Agric was seriously starting to sweat about what to write in DNE's recommendation letter to the academy. After a long day, our boy lay in bed plotting. He was determined to master both magic theory and actual practice. Thinking back to his past life, it really sucked. He was forced into a world with zero time for magic. Back then, surviving the next battlefield was a daily struggle. Trying to study magic was just a pipe dream. He was way too busy swinging a sword and trying not to die. But magic is mostly about big brain theory, not just throwing spells. And this time, he actually has the cheat codes, time, money, and insane talent. DNE could easily blend the textbook stuff from Arabella with his own god-tier talent. Now, even a tiny nudge would trigger an absolute power surge. And since his teacher was a literal former tower master, he was hyped to see what crazy spells he would learn next. About 2 weeks later, DNE hit up his dad with a request to craft a magic reagent, but since they lacked the loot, he had to leave the estate. His dad was totally blown away by his crazy fast progress. Agric backed him up, promising the kid was totally ready since he had already mastered 4 complex rearrangement codes. Now think about this, a normal genius needs a whole month for just one. Plus, our boy knew these reagents were super rare. Honestly, he only knew they existed from sneaking into his family's private magic archives. Agric already accepted that this kid is built different. Honestly, he was just glad the boy cared about boring alchemy stuff. In the end, the Count agreed, thinking it would be awesome experience. Plus, DNE could finally check out his own territory. The kid grinned, thanking his dad for letting him go solo. Soon, he took off for the outer Cesres lands, with Agri and Herman tagging along as bodyguards. Even out in the boonies, the locals treated our main character like royalty. He smiled back, being the wholesome kid he is. Seeing the happy villagers, Agri realized the Count must be a genuinely awesome ruler. Honestly, the South is a total vibe. Great snacks, perfect weather, and super friendly people. You would never see stuff like this back in the capital. No wonder our main character loves this place. So we follow them deeper into the outskirts, heading to a magic shop our main character has never seen, with Herman leading the way. The three of them sped up and quickly reached the shop. The shopkeeper nearly fainted seeing the famous young master stroll in. She couldn't stop hyping up his silver hair and bright emerald eyes. Apparently, business from the locals had been pretty dry lately. Luckily, traveling magic nerds kept her cash flow steady. Then she spotted Ugrich, the legendary former Tower Lord, and practically showered him in gratitude. The old man was absolutely beaming from the ego boost. She told them to browse freely and call if they needed help. Since it was the kid's first time in a magic shop, Agric told him to explore while he talked shop. With just one quick look around, DNE spotted tons of cool loot. Potions, gems, amulets, you name it. But somehow, the vibe of this place felt incredibly familiar. Even weirder, simply touching the items let him feel their magic pulses. He shrugged it off as his high affinity, but then a soft chiming sound echoed in his ears, practically begging him to look. He felt a massive magic pull coming from one specific corner. As he got closer, the shopkeeper warned him those were just cheap decorations. Meanwhile, Agric called him over to check out some potion ingredients. The old man had grabbed some raw stuff like moonroot, which apparently works in over 50 different potions. The owner bragged that she hand-processed all her stock to keep it top tier. But our boy was hyper-focused on that ringing sound. Walking into the pile of junk, he felt a magnetic force pulling him. Then he spotted it, a stone radiating pure mana. This had to be the source of the noise. DNE dashed toward it like his body was on autopilot. Seeing him act so weird, Herman immediately rushed over to check on him. To the guard, the kid was just staring at a basic rock glued to the wall. No clue what's happening, but the stone is literally calling to him. He yanks it off the wall, and trust me, this changes everything. Alright, you and I are diving in as our main character pours more mana, realizing this artifact only reacts to him. Meanwhile, Agric is busy hoarding random raw ingredients all over the magic shop. DNE asks the shopkeeper about that dusty stone he just pulled off the wall, but she insists it is just a worthless decoration. But what decoration glows brighter than all the high-tier loot in the shop? Agric asks if some shady merchant totally scammed her with it. She confesses that a few years ago, some random traveling merchant dumped this heavy package on her as a payment. But when she opened it with high hopes, she only found this basic rock. She kept hoping and even got a professional mage to appraise it, but they called it trash. Though judging by DNE's reaction, this is definitely no ordinary rock. The shopkeeper begs the young master to look at her actual premium stock, instead of wasting time on literal garbage. She tries pushing all these shiny high-grade items on him, but our boy is completely hyperfixated on the weird stone in his hand. That rock is the only thing he wants. She even throws in a fancy scroll card that automatically reads names and stores data. In the end, our main character buys both the high-tech scroll and the useless stone. He knew deep down he could not leave it. Even Agric is totally clueless about what the boy is cooking. On their walk back, the old man asks if DNE just has terrible taste in home decor, or if he genuinely senses something insane inside that rock. Now pay attention, because once our main character explains the unique magic reaction, Agric takes him seriously. He still cannot sense anything special, but now he is majorly intrigued. Dodging the crowded streets, the little squad rushes back to the castle. Agric whips out this insanely expensive testing machine to help DNE analyze the rock, confident his gear can crack the mystery. Sure, some basic mage found nothing, but Agric proudly flexes that no appraiser on Earth can beat his state-of-the-art machine. He basically dumped his entire life savings into this top-tier setup, betting it can analyze literally any legendary item placed on its platform. Both of them are hyped to finally uncover whatever crazy secrets are hiding inside this plain-looking slab. Agric sets it down and instructs DNE to inject his mana into the rock to kickstart the reaction. Instantly, the stone unleashes a massive wave of raw power. It lights up the entire machine, twisting its glow into an insanely complex pattern. Agric stares intently, eyes glued to the stone. Watching his gear finally unlock its secrets, he can finally flex his pride as a master. After getting outshined by this kid so often, massive streams of mana pour out of the slab, forming glowing runes in the air. DNE instantly recognizes it. Thanks to weeks of Agric's lectures, he knows they are looking at complex magical code hidden inside the stone. But the old man mutters that this is absolutely not normal code. It is mind-blowing. Floating around them is a magical matrix unlike anything ever recorded. We are talking a crazy 6, or maybe even 7 chain code structure. You and I both know that is a massive cheat code, and DNE's unique mana is the only key to unlocking it. They managed to extract the code, but figuring out what it does, and why it only responds to DNE is a completely different beast. Even a master as skilled as Agric has never witnessed this tier of magic before. Still, his pride as a wizard makes him determined to crack it. Solving this might finally reveal why DNE's magic is so insanely unique. While the boys work hard to decode the magic at the training grounds, Arabella is busy running her own secret research in a private academy lab. Her room is packed with massive bookshelves and glowing tools, all neatly organized from her endless genius studies. Having stored a sample of her brother's mana in a crystal, she officially confirms there is something highly irregular about DNE's power. His energy has a unique trait, matching 0 known categories. She runs endless tests and devours mountains of research, but she still cannot figure out which category of magic this weird anomaly belongs to. Reagents, portals, magical engineering, nothing works, but she is absolutely certain the truth is buried somewhere deep in the archives. Suddenly, she remembers rumors of an ancient, long-lost field of magic that completely vanished from the wizarding world. Maybe DNE's broken power is tied to that forgotten art. Arabella starts tearing through massive book stacks, looking for an old tome covering everything from alchemy, divination, and necromancy to early forms of magical coding. As she searches, another dusty book slips and crashes off the shelf. Picking it up, she realizes it is a legendary text that triggers memories of her studying arcana, the ancient, vanished magical kingdom. A civilization that thrived over 2,000 years ago, inheriting primal magic from a forgotten age before them. They allegedly used high-tier magic that no longer exists today. Arabella just laughs off the ridiculous theory. Ancient magic died out eons ago, so there is no way DNE's power is linked to something that old. Still, with nothing to lose, she slots DNE's crystal into her magical typewriter to reference the book. Trust me, you and I need to see what she decodes next. Alright guys, stick with me because Arabella's about to lose her mind. The crystal actually reacts. She scrambled to write down the properties of this wild mana, her brain going into overdrive trying to guess if DNE's power was alchemy, divination, or some other magic. Honestly, she'd take anything as long as it wasn't creepy necromancy. But once she looked over the results, it hit her like a total lightning bolt. She gasped, "What on earth is this discovery?" Meanwhile, back at the training grounds, DNE and Agric were trying to squeeze another reaction out of that stone. After messing with it, Agric finally managed to crack the slab's seal. And what do you know, something was hidden inside. The old-timer carefully pulled it out. It was just a plain silver bracelet radiating heavy mana, though anyone else would have mistaken it for cheap dollar store jewelry. Agric figured the material had to be super rare, especially since the main stone only reacted to the main character's mana. Predicting the bracelet would do the same, the main character slipped it on, though it looked way too big at first. But then, boom, the bracelet lit up, buzzing in perfect sync with his mana. Yep, it only answers to him. Suddenly, weird glowing characters began floating off the band. Now watch this, because as Dne asks if he can read them, Agric leans in and flashes this massive, creepy grin. Turns out they are ancient runes, a dead language nobody alive can read anymore. We are talking about Arcana, a lost kingdom the main character only heard stories about from Arabella back when he was a kid. She told him magic ruled everything back then, until that golden age suddenly went poof, leaving behind nothing but myths and dusty old relics. And now, this bizarre magical code sealed inside the stone was just another piece of that ancient, forgotten puzzle. Agric always knew the kid's magic was special, but connecting it to the legendary kingdom of Arcana, that's next level. Now, the old man wanted him as his apprentice more than ever. After all, the Forest of the Last Days, which totally wrecked Agric, is rumored to be packed with Arcana's wild magic. So the main character's weird link to that power made total sense, though they still couldn't read the actual text. Agric told Dne to take his time solving this mystery, but warned him to keep his mouth shut about it. But their quiet study sesh is ruined when a creepy alarm starts blasting across the main character's land. They both freeze. With trouble brewing, the sudden alarm catches them off guard, making the old-timer think monsters are attacking. And honestly, he was totally hyped. With his body finally healed up, he was itching for a fight to repay the family's kindness. The old guy yells at the main character to stop standing around and grab a spear or something. But get this, our guy doesn't even flinch. He just casually reaches into his coat and pulls out a pendant. Agric raises an eyebrow, asking why on earth the siren sound is blasting from a necklace. The main character chuckles and tells the hyped old man it's not monsters, just his older sister calling him. The old man's hype immediately dies, and he grumbles that the kid should have told him sooner. Dne just laughs it off, pointing out that monsters would never show up in a safe zone like this. So, the main character picks up, while the old-timer stands there looking super disappointed. She immediately asks what took him so long, so the main character apologizes and asks what's up. She starts spilling details about his magical code, but pauses to ask if he's alone right now. Hearing those words, Dne instantly knew she figured it out. His power was legit ancient magic. Overhearing this, the old guy freaks out, demanding to know how she could possibly know that. As they chat, he explains their side too, mentioning how he and Agric analyzed some stones and found ancient magic. The proof was simple, since the stone only reacted to his mana. Agric grinds his teeth in disbelief. Decoding his magic from afar is absolutely insane. He knew she was smart, but her raw talent is honestly on a whole different level. Arabella asks if anyone else knows. The main character says nope, and she sighs in relief, warning both of them to keep it secret before things get dangerous. She even apologizes to Agric for blabbing about the secret before introducing herself. The old guy just laughs, saying he already knows her through the kid. And trust me, you and I can bet he'll keep this secret locked tight. Look, if this crazy secret ever gets out, our main character is finished, and the entire SRS family is going down with him. Arabella starts hyping up the old man for spotting that so fast, calling it classic wise mage behavior. Cedric asks if they're on a recorded line, but she promises him the second they hang up, this conversation is completely wiped. That lets him breathe a sigh of relief, so he decides he's heading back to the magic tower to investigate. Arabella tries to thank him, but he just shrugs it off, saying any decent mage would do the same. No favors needed, but then he brings the magic tower back up, noting that she's been scouting around, and asks if she's finally made a choice. Arabella immediately catches his drift and totally swerves the question, claiming she's skipping the Nixon Magic Tower because they don't even study what she cares about. And yep, that triggers the old man instantly. He already knew DNE was incredibly smart, but now he sees his sister is just as wickedly sharp. He keeps that thought to himself, though, just laughing it off and saying she's free to choose. Now watch closely. Seeing her be so brutally honest to this powerful mage makes DNE super nervous. Either way, she wraps up the conversation by promising to talk details later, says a quick goodbye, and immediately hangs up. Sid points out how insanely talented their sister has gotten, and DNE proudly adds that she actually built the magic artifact right in front of them. Apparently, this compact crystal ball is a massive hit with young mages. The old man smiles, admitting it's cool, but he can't hide his saltiness as he claims he has zero use for toys like that. He brags that once a mage reaches the 8th chain, they don't waste their precious time gossiping. DNE immediately reads between the lines. If this old man doesn't want a popular messaging tool, he probably just has zero friends. Later, DNE tells his parents everything about this mysterious ancient magic. While his mom gets anxious, his dad calmly vows that anyone who dares target his boy is going to pay dearly. His mom instantly agrees, promising she won't pull any punches if anyone threatens her son's life. Amo feels a bit awkward seeing them go full mama and papa bear, but honestly, there's no safer place than right behind them. Agric then points out that their bloodline might actually carry dormant ancient magic, and his wife wonders if some of their ancestors used to wield it, too. So she decides to go dig into her own family tree. It's a pretty wild theory, and DNE can't help but wonder what secrets they'll uncover if both sides start digging. I know what you're thinking, who wouldn't be curious? But his mom quickly reminds him he's already outgrown this entire territory. Staying here any longer will only stunt his growth, meaning it's finally time to plan his journey to the capital. The sudden mention of the capital completely surprises him, but his parents remind him he needed to hit age 14 for the academy anyway. And since he's finally 14, there's absolutely zero reason to delay. Arabella admits she wanted to keep DNE home for another year, but there's nothing left to learn here. His mother gently places a hand on his, telling him he can leave whenever he feels ready. They're completely leaving the decision up to him. DNE is shocked by how easily they accepted his departure. His father tells him he knows he'll make them incredibly proud, urging him to unleash his god-tier talent out there. DNE smiles, totally getting their point, and promises them he's going to start prepping for the academy right away. All three of them share a warm smile as the deal is sealed, and our main character gets hyped for his brand new journey. Later, he breaks the news to Sid that he's officially leaving the manor. The old man double-checks if he's serious, and DNE nods, even if it's way sooner than expected. The old man fully backs him, saying it'd be a total tragedy to let his insane potential rot here, but he warns DNE not to flex his full power on day one. Sure, the academy loves geniuses, but plenty of insecure haters will get incredibly jealous of his achievements. DNE is already expecting that, since Arabella warned him about all the absurd drama she had to survive back in her day. The old man adds that ordinary people stand absolutely zero chance of surviving under those harsh academy conditions, but reassures our main character that House Termian is no pushover. That instantly reminds him of Illa and his promise to visit her the second he arrives in the capital. He knows she'll be super mad at him if he forgets. Thinking back to the cool crest Duke Tyrion gave him, he decides he needs to pick out the perfect weapon before heading out. The old man points out he only has 3 months left before classes start, meaning he should pack up and head out in 2 months. DNE agrees, then asks what the old man is planning next. Sidon is heading back to his tower, and trust me, you and I are ready for his next move. Alright, you and I are diving back in, as this old dude thanks our main character for curing his boredom, promising to share clues about ancient magic. But since time is ticking, the old man insists it is time to start the lessons. He wants to rush things so they finish before our boy leaves, warning him that the third chain is way harder than the second, but DNE promises he will grind to get there. Then he tells the old man he got him a present, and Sidon instantly perks up, super curious. DNE pulls out a box, explaining his sister teleported it to him just yesterday. It is the hottest new trend for young folks, a brand new compact crystal ball that is not even out in stores yet. Arabella designed it herself, and he hooked him up with one as a special favor. The old man snatches it up in a flash, looking totally stoked to have his own. He brags about how pretty it looks, and even though he acts like he does not need it, he still gladly takes it. No matter how much he tries to deny it, his face shows he is totally hyped to own it. DNE then spends hours showing the old guy how to use the tech, just like a grandkid explaining iPhones to grandpa. Now, pay attention here because later that night, back in his room, he realizes he only has 2 months left to chase his dream of summoning. So his goal is to take summoning classes, get a summoning sign, and crush that qualification exam. Since Clary is a teacher assistant, he hopes to see her tons during class, but thinking about summoning reminds him he forgot to feed his familiar some mana. So he grabs the egg and pumps his magic into it, which he has done every morning and night for 7 straight years without a single sign of hatching. But the magic is not just vanishing into thin air. The little beast inside is soaking it up, so he is sure it will hatch eventually. Next, we head to the academy. Students are gossiping about the entry exams, which have 2 parts. There is a general knowledge test about the Empire's history and culture, but our main character should easily breeze through that. Arabella breaks all this down over the crystal ball, warning him that this score actually matters big time for his admission ranking. Next up is the specialty exam. He has to pick a specific major and take a test designed by that teacher, but Arabella knows he will ace that too. He remembers she passed hers easily, and she just smirks, bragging about how simple it was. And you and I both know what comes next. She drops a bomb that once he chooses a track, there is absolutely no turning back. She admits she really wants him to choose magic. DNE just gives an awkward smile while swinging his training sword, realizing his sister is still trying to force him into the magic program. To shut it down. He says he will think about it, then asks if there is truly no other way to switch majors later on. Arabella confirms that the rules are super strict about that. The only loophole is graduating and coming back, though he can still audit other classes. But once he hits his 3rd year, he cannot take advanced classes outside his track. Basically, he only gets one shot to choose right. She notes that for a prodigy like him, there is a self-directed course option. DNE is immediately hooked and asks how that is different from regular classes. She casually warns him against it unless he loves failing, since literally nobody has ever passed that test. Naturally, that makes him want it more. And that brief pause tells his sister he is totally plotting to do something completely crazy. But he quickly promises he won't be reckless and says he'll call her back later. Once they hang up, she wonders if she is pushing magic too hard, but she still thinks it is his best bet. Right then, another student runs up to let her know the professor needs to see her. Later, Siding keeps his word and whips up a glowing recommendation letter for DNE. Our protagonist is genuinely thrilled to see the old man actually wrote the thing. The old guy proudly boasts that he did not just scribble some basic note, but put in real effort. He tells DNE to feel honored since he put his heart into it, and our boy promises he won't let him down. Still, the old man grumbles that it would be way better if DNE just became his official disciple. They basically have that master and student bond anyway, but Sidra doubts the boy will ever call him master. And honestly, that awkward smile on our main character's face tells us everything we need to know about that. Alright, you and I are about to see our main character start his wild academy journey. Sidra asks if he is packed, but he says dorms have everything. Cedric agrees it is top tier, but says only the elite get the real perks. Still, there is no way our boy should ever lose to those snooty nobles. He laughs awkwardly, knowing the school is crawling with entitled bratty nobles. Cedric tells him he needs to remember one super important thing. That place is packed with wolves ready to snap the second they think he is looking down on them. The main character realizes this is just like the law of the battlefield, a brutal game he knows all too well. He promises he will keep that in mind, and Cedric tells him to reach out whenever he needs a hand. With that compact crystal in hand, he should put it to good use. The young man realizes Cedric is leaving soon, and the old guy quickly nods. Totally shocked he guessed right. Staying here would be weird since his dad offered him a mage advisor gig. But honestly, that is a problem for future him when he is totally bored. Cedric is sure he gets it, since tons of work is already waiting back at the magic tower. Our hero instantly figures out he is talking about researching powerful, ancient magic. Now, pay attention to this moment. The old man sincerely thanks him, and our boy thanks him back for spending time on a kid like him. They both share a smile, hoping to cross paths again, and Cedric cannot wait to see how much D&E grows in the future. He begins to walk away, telling him not to bother walking him out since that would just be too awkward. He wishes him a safe journey, but feels a bit down inside. He has gotten incredibly close to this old guy. The next day, his dad asks if he is ready to roll now that Cedric is gone. The kid says he is fully packed. His dad mentions to his wife that with their boy leaving, this huge castle is going to feel super empty. She tells him to cheer up, admitting she is actually relieved their son is finally getting out into the world. She just worries about him getting into trouble on his journey. Her husband reassures her that since D&E is using the teleport gate Arabella built, nothing will go wrong. The sweet mom smiles, realizing she is probably just overthinking everything. But still, she is incredibly proud of her kids. Unlike other noble houses, where siblings fight dirty over the inheritance, the dad notes that day will come for House Soas too, and a choice must be made. Even so, he is confident any of his kids would make an amazing heir. Just look who is walking in now. His loving parents instantly greet him with warm smiles. His dad asks if he is ready, while mom checks if he has the Niter horn and her token. D&E smiles brightly and says he has got both covered. Mom tells him to bring that token to the spot she mentioned and flash it if he ever gets into a tight spot. He promises to remember, but asks if those people are her old coworkers or just close friends of hers. She explains that they really were some of her absolute closest allies. It has been forever since they last met, but she knows they would jump at the chance to help him. The dad's face tightens up like he is in physical pain, terrified that if D&E actually follows his wife's advice, he will end up meeting a literal assassin. So he cuts in quickly, telling his son to go find the Duke instead and stick with him until school starts. Hearing this, his emotional mom starts tearing up, so sad that her sweet boy is fully grown and leaving. Her husband gently tells her not to cry, saying they should send him off with smiles and warm wishes. Meanwhile, our guy locks in his resolve. He always planned to go, but a small part of him still feels hesitant. But now, it is finally go time. Herman guides him to the teleport gate while his father watches from the window. At the exact same time, a shady figure moves out on Count Sagras's direct orders. The Count orders his agent, Dillad, to shadow D&E carefully and make sure he reaches the teleport gate safely. Dillad accepts and slips away. Elsewhere, our hero's overprotective mom has summoned her own shadow familiar. And yep, she gives him the exact same mission. Ensure he teleports out safely. The shadow salutes and vanishes. When D&E arrives at the site, Herman is totally jaw-dropped seeing this massive machine. Even our hero admits it looks pretty epic. The butler remarks that Lady Arabella must be a total genius, and he agrees. saying he totally gets why she spent an entire year building it. Hyped up, Herman asks if just stepping on the platform starts it. He nods, reflecting on how much work went into this, since teleportation magic is entirely different from regular spells. Trust me, you and I need to watch closely, as shifting the magic code to teleport is a crazy, complex process. Alright, let's jump right into this crazy teleportation gate Arabella built, because it is fully ready to go. Herman hypes him up, wishing him luck and a safe trip. Our boy says his thanks and steps right into the portal. Just like his sister told him, he channels his magic to spark the gate. The portal instantly flares to life, wrapping him in bright blue magical energy as he teleports away. Suddenly, boom, we are on a bustling city street packed with folks, and right in the middle, our guy spawns in on horseback. He cannot help but smile when he realizes he just landed right at the gates of Artinia, the capital. While weaving through the massive crowd, a totally random voice calls out, saying they have been waiting for him. This legendary-looking knight steps up and introduces himself as Louis Sar, captain of the First Knight Corps of House Tyrion. Our boy is super overwhelmed that the captain himself came to greet him. He definitely did not expect this. The knight says he and his elite squad are escorting our hero from here on. Then he turns around and barks orders to clear the path, and his soldiers do not hesitate for a second. As they ride, Dne says he is glad to be in their care, and the knight calls it an honor. But then, a weird feeling hits his chest. Now check this out, he is literally walking straight into the Atorian Empire, the one place he hates, but now as their golden boy. Riding deeper into the capital, he hears vendors shouting left and right, and he is honestly blown away by how packed and wealthy this city is. He seriously did not expect the capital to be this hype. The knight points out they have finally made it to the House Turion estate. Dne instantly perks up, and looking ahead, he is totally speechless. Even so, he cannot shake this creepy feeling that something is seriously wrong. Almost like eyes are glued on him, but maybe he is just paranoid. As he gets closer, the mansion staff welcomes him with open arms, completely catching him off guard. Their top-tier manners and insane discipline are a complete world away from the chaotic southern vibes he is used to. When Dne finally stands right before Duke Turion, he quickly pays his respects, dropping into a deep, formal bow right down to the floor. The Duke welcomes him warmly and brings him inside after that tiring trip. Once seated, Turion comments on how much Dne has changed since they last met 7 years ago. He says kids even older than him cannot match his insane aura and poise, adding that Count Sagras has got to be a proud dad. Even if this place does not quite match the massive Sagras castles. He tells Dne to kick back and relax until his big academy exam, promising to hook him up with a personal servant. Dne thanks him and immediately asks about Illa, wanting to know if she is doing well these days. But wait, do you think they are already fighting? The Duke asks if Dne recently made her mad. Our main character is totally confused, so Turion explains that lately, whenever his name is mentioned, Illa acts super annoyed. Dne says he definitely does not remember fighting with her. Turion figures she is just stressed about the upcoming exam, though she is guaranteed to pass. Dne wonders why on earth she is acting so weird, guessing it is probably just puberty. Termian tells him to get some solid rest for now, and says they will catch up later. Warning him to behave, our boy has zero clue what that means, but Termian tells him he will find out soon. A maid guides him to his massive room, and he realizes he will be crashing here for a whole week before the big exam. Honestly, this room is way too luxurious for a simple guest. He drops his gear, unpacks, and decides to hunt down the training grounds. Right at that moment, someone busts right inside without even knocking. She offers to show him to the training grounds. The second Dne hears her voice, he knows exactly who it is, turning around to find Illa. She grew up a ton since they last met. Looking totally annoyed, she asks why he took forever to arrive. She is clearly salty about waiting. DNE cannot hide his massive smile and immediately asks how she has been holding up. Illa says she has been amazing, but before they chill, he must face her wrath. She is furious because he ghosted her letters for years. Even though he promised, she demands to know why he never wrote or even gave her a heads up about his arrival. DNE, completely caught off guard, admits he totally forgot and quickly apologizes. Naturally, Illa is not buying that weak excuse, but he reminds her that he kept his promise to show up. He claims he was so frantic getting ready for the capital, everything else literally just slipped his mind. And begs her to let it slide just this once. She is totally pouting, so he begs for forgiveness, promising literally anything. And that is where we leave them, hoping he survives her wrath. Alright, you and I are jumping right into this crazy duel, as Illa gives him the side-eye, and our boy DNE smiles awkwardly to chill her out. He asks how to make it up to her, and after a second, she literally demands a sparring match. Main character is totally caught off guard. Definitely not what he expected, but he goes with it. Illa just smirks, asking if he is absolutely sure he won't regret this later. She brags that she is way stronger now, no longer the whiny kid he used to teach magic basics to. Her wild confidence completely throws him. DNE realizes she really did a whole flip in the last 7 years. Thinking back, he remembers her writing to him about winning some big tournament. She is shocked he actually remembered, and brags it was the Dannerway Cup hosted by royalty. He recalls that was just for kids under 15. She nods, saying the fights were brutal, but adds that if he had joined, they totally would have run the bracket to the finals together. He tells her they can finally settle that score right now. Then Illa asks if he is fine sparring right before his entrance exam, since catching an injury could seriously ruin his whole vibe. DNE just shrugs it off, telling her not to sweat it, though privately he wonders why she thinks he would even get touched. Now pay attention, because the very next day, they meet up outside completely geared up and ready to finally throw hands. Illa asks if he brought a training weapon, because she is not trying to hear any excuses about him using a blunt sword. DNE points out this is just a friendly warm-up, so using practice gear makes total sense. He also warns her that no matter how cracked she is, she can't predict everything, asking what happens if she actually gets sliced up. She confidently tells him to relax, since the best healer in the entire empire lives right here, but our boy drops a reality check. What if things go sideways, before the healer can even cast a spell? Illa has no comeback, so he tells her that if she wants to play with real steel, she needs to be mentally ready for the danger. She is left wondering why he is making this simple warm-up so serious. Ultimately, she folds and agrees to use the training gear, ordering a servant to go fetch some wooden swords. While they wait, DNE looks at her and feels genuinely happy seeing how much confidence she has built up. The rumors are no joke. She might soon match her 2 older brothers, who are already flexing as active duty knights. There is even a huge chance House Tyrion might get its first ever female boss. The main character wonders if teaching her magic control back then was the spark for this insane growth. Looks like it. On her end, Illa is secretly super grateful. Thanks to his coaching, she mastered magic way faster than other kids and already unlocked 2 whole mana cores. You and I both know she has been waiting forever for this moment, but she wonders if he will cry if she wins. Finally, the servant runs back holding the practice gear they wanted. Grabbing his wooden spear, he stretches a bit to warm up. Then, he drops into an epic stance and asks if she is ready to go. Illa nods, raising her wooden sword. She recalls smoking a spearman in the Dunter Cup and thinks this should be a walk in the park. A spear is only good at range, so if she gets up close and personal, he is completely cooked. Thinking she has this, she lunges forward to strike. But before she can even swing, the main character completely vanishes, leaving her absolutely shook. Before she can even scan the area, his spear is already tapped against her, scoring an instant hit. The match is over before it even starts. She whirls around, completely baffled at how he got behind her. Dne reminds her she is lucky they are using wood. If this was a real blade, she would be completely finished. Illa refuses to accept the loss, coping that her sword definitely touched him first and insisting she can beat him. Our main character happily offers a rematch, but warns her that pulling the same stunt twice will only get her wrecked again. Illa locks in, telling herself she only messed up because she was nervous to see him after 7 whole years. This round, she is not holding back a single thing. Suddenly, she spots her dad chillin' on the balcony, watching her every move. Dne catches the Duke watching too, surprised the big boss personally showed up to scout his daughter's skills. He gets the overprotective dad vibe. After she won the big cup, the Duke was probably sweating over how hard she is pushing herself. He hopes this match will ease the father's mind once he witnesses her insane potential. With her dad watching, Illa is completely hyped up to prove herself, deciding to go full power for this final round. Dne nods, telling her to unleash everything. Once they clash again, the speed of their exchanges is absolutely mind-blowing. This time Illa is putting her soul into it. Even so, Dne calls her out, telling her she can push much harder. The Duke is grinning on the balcony, super proud. From up there, they look perfectly matched, and he wants to see who wins. But trust me, everything suddenly flips. Alright, you and I are about to dive into this epic showdown, where the Duke notices our main character's chill smile vanishes, replaced by a killer instinct. The Duke gets total flashbacks from that look. Meanwhile, Illa is throwing absolute heat at Dne, but let's be real, she is totally outclassed. She makes one sloppy mistake, and our main character sweeps her off her feet in a flash, but kindly catches her so she doesn't crash land. Duke Termian is definitely not loving seeing his daughter get wrecked. He asks his knight, Agric, if this ego check will finally humble Illa. Agric basically says, look boss, you already know the answer to that, no cap. Termian agrees, noting she was acting weird before the Dante Cup, but winning it completely threw her off track. As the duel rages on, the Duke admits he thought about giving her a major reality check, but decided she needed to learn this hard lesson herself. Agric is totally on board with that call. Then Termian asks his knight how many manticores Dne actually absorbed. Agric guesses at least 3, considering his insane natural talent. Termian shuts that down, guessing it is only 2 with maybe a tiny chance of 3. Agric is like, wait, why is that? Termian tells him to look closer. Dne is not just crushing her with spear skills or next-level speed. It is his brilliant positioning, something Leela has never even seen before. Now, watch closely here, because Leela is getting absolutely mind-blown by how our main character counters everything. He literally tells her she is moving in slow motion, making her a total open book. Every single blow she throws is so predictable, giving him the ultimate advantage in this fight. Looking on, Turion asks Azar if he also spots the vibe of an absolute veteran swordsman inside Dne. Azar is totally with him, but says it makes 0 sense. How can a kid this young have that much battle experience? Termian is wondering the exact same thing, suddenly remembering Layla's biggest leap in strength from 7 years ago. That was right after they returned from their southern trip. Meeting him back then completely changed her, and Termian is sure it will happen again. Ismar agrees, admitting the kid is a total wildcard. Illa won the Dante Cup, sure, but she is completely outclassed by our boy here. It looks like his mentor trained him brutally, but Duke Tyrion is not buying that story at all. Honestly, the main character is just not the type who needs that kind of harsh grinding. I know what you are thinking, and Ismar is also totally lost on what the Duke means, so Tyrion has to break it down. The kid is just built different. The kid is not normal. He was born with god-tier talent, a total prodigy. He probably skipped the Dante Cup for one simple reason. He just did not care. Ismar nods along, but secretly thinks that is the most ridiculous thing ever. Every single teen in the entire empire dreams of winning the Dante Cup, so why would he skip it? Tyrion keeps going, pointing out that nobody his age is even close to his level. Right then, his daughter drops to her knees, completely out of gas. Watching her fail, Termian thinks this brutal ego check is exactly what she needs right now. He is hoping Illa finally hits her ceiling during this practice match. If she drops the attitude and grinds on her swordsmanship, she will easily surpass all her brothers. For Illa, this whole sparring session is pure humiliation. She is finally starting to realize DNE is not just tough, he is playing a completely different game. She knew there was a gap, but not a whole canyon. Seeing her totally drained, our boy decides to wrap things up for the day. So he basically did exactly what the Duke wanted, showing Illa that she is definitely not the top dog. As they walk, she is visibly saltier than a pretzel and demands to know how he got so cracked. DNE casually says he just practiced. That completely sets her off. To Illa, it feels like he is totally dismissing the insane effort she put into her own daily grind. Like he is saying she was just lazy. Remaining completely savage, our main character tells her she just needs to practice harder. With that, he turns to walk away, but Illa is no quitter. She yells out that next time she will definitely win. DNE expected that and barely reacts, leaving her alone with her thoughts. To her, he is the only person in her entire generation she genuinely looks up to. But at the same time, he is the one she wants to beat. She wants to prove she is not just some kid who needs lecturing. But no matter how hard she pushes herself, he always feels light years ahead of her. Still, she tells herself to just wait and see, because next time she will win. Cut to a few days later, the Imperial Academy entrance exam is kicking off. It is basically a massive festival, with top-tier prodigies from all over the land flooding the capital city with their hype squads. That means thousands of people are arriving at once, with around 6,000 hopefuls signed up for this year. There are 0 entry requirements besides paying the fee, opening it up to everyone, making the actual competition absolutely brutal. Nearly 2/3 fail the very first test. With the first round done, only 2,000 candidates are left, so you and I are about to see things get real in the specialization exam. Alright, you and I are diving into a crazy academy story where over 2,000 applicants just passed the first round, and the staff is completely overwhelmed. One guy asks how many survivors they will get, and a lady proudly says no more than 200. They start spitting out wild guesses about who is passing. The big boss running the meeting is Professor Davo, head magician. That lady is Ingrid, head of spear fencing. Davo asks when the results drop because he is dying to know who got first place. Some dude casually bets that the top spear fighter will be that girl from House Turion. She won the Danner Cup, and honestly, everyone knows Duke Tyrion raises absolute beasts. The chat rolls to Delphine, the sharp-eyed summoning head, sitting next to Esnad, the sword department boss. While they keep arguing about the top spot, Danfa just sits there chilling. Then he shuts down their basic theories. He pulls out a mysterious letter, grabbing everyone's attention as they ask what it is. Danfa explains it's a recommendation letter from Sidran, stamped with the legendary Nixon Magic Tower seal. That completely blows their minds. After ages, Sidran has finally found a kid he actually likes. Now pay attention, because some professors still do not believe this kid can beat the cup champion. But watch this. Danfa reminds them Sidran never takes disciples, yet personally vouched for this kid. And it gets crazier. The kid is only 14 years old and already a 3-circle mage. Everyone is dying to know who he is. Danfa lets the suspense build before dropping the name, Dane Saugers. The room goes dead silent. What is even crazier? There are already 2 geniuses from House Saugers here, and now a third one is joining. That is definitely going to cause a scene. Esnad points out that the Saugers family is famous for spears, so a magic recommendation is wild. Looks like Dane might choose magic instead. Lady Ingrid agrees. She totally thought he would join her spear fencing class. This is a massive twist, but Davo is thrilled. Since Arabella is already a star magician, having her brother there makes them unstoppable. After all, the Imperial Academy is legendary for its magic. Suddenly, a messenger bursts into the room, announcing that the results are officially in. They have got over 1,300 swordsmen, 227 mages, and only 152 summoners. The swordsmanship numbers are absolutely massive, and Esnad looks super smug, seeing so many rookies joining his department. He is totally sure our boy is on that list. The staff quickly scans the lists, eager to find Dane, but his name is completely missing. A professor asks if they left someone out. The messenger nervously says there is one weird entry under the autonomous major. Let that sink in. The whole room freezes as she drops a bomb. Dane got first place out of 6,000 applicants. The professors are left completely speechless, and someone just yells out in disbelief. Later on, we catch up with Dane. A whole month has already flown by. Time moved fast. His spar with Illa feels like yesterday, but they already finished the exam and are waiting on grades. Luckily, it was a breeze. Then Illa runs up, obsessed with talking about the exam rankings. We already know he got first place, which surprises absolutely nobody. But for Illa, this is another crushing defeat. She is totally salty about getting beaten by her rival again. Dane is loving every second of her salty face. He enjoys knocking this arrogant girl down a peg or two. Super annoyed, Illa asks how he scored so high. He says he just studied old exams from his sister. But he acts like it was hard, especially that military science part. Honestly, Dane had a huge cheat code. He literally lived through brutal wars in his past life. Illa still thinks it is crazy for 14-year-olds to get tested on warfare and military politics. Dane makes it worse by casually saying it was actually fun. Furious, she asks if he dropped on his head. To her, things like warfare, art, music, and history are definitely not stuff a normal 14-year-old should know this well. Dane fires back, bluntly telling her that war is literally his playground. He learned plenty in actual wars. Then she asks what major he picked. To her surprise, he chose option 3. That shocks her because it means he picked the autonomous major. And trust me, you and I will love watching her lose her mind. Alright, you and I are diving into this wild story where she demands to know his secret skills, but he just smiles, dodging her question like a total pro. Super annoyed, she demands answers right now and asks why he even picked the autonomous track. She honestly cannot wrap her head around his crazy choice, but our main character calmly tells her he just wants to study everything. Illa quickly reminds him that the autonomous course has a flat-out garbage pass rate. DNE keeps his cool, saying he heard students in this major can take literally any class they want until graduation. They do not have to lock into one single major, and they can even run research with professors from any department. Illa narrows her eyes, asking if he seriously thinks other people fail just because they do not know those sweet perks. She even wonders if he picked it just to dodge being in her department. He says no, which only makes her push him even harder. She demands to know his master plan for passing, and what other tricks he has got hidden besides spears and summoning. Seeing how worked up she is, our main character thinks about telling her more, but honestly, he just finds her annoying and wishes she would shut up. Cut to the academy, where the teachers are busy gossiping about our boy DNE. To pass this brutal exam, a student must clear tests from 3 separate departments. That is why all the professors had to gather. They are shocked he is actually doing this. Spears, magic, and summoning clash so much that passing all 3 is basically impossible. Professor Delphina so mentions some students passed 2 tests before, but most fail every single one. Davo agrees, saying it is way smarter to stick to one path: spears for a warrior, magic for a mage. Picking one major is the safest bet. This track has existed for 200 years, and almost nobody has ever passed all the tests. Back when it was first created, the rules were not this harsh. Centuries ago, during the Age of Conquest, the Academy needed every scrap of talent. If you had potential in any field, they used you. But that is not how things work today. The rules got stricter, and kids preferred mastering one skill over being average at many. A professor even asks why this major exists if everyone fails it. Davo reminds them it is a symbol, a badge of honor meant only for the Empire's absolute best talents. Delfanzo says it barely even matters now, having faded so much that it basically exists in name only. Davo adds that he checked the records and found only 2 people have passed in the last 1,000 years. One quit and the other was the former emperor. Hearing that, Professor Ingrid says that unless you are a flat-out genius, passing is impossible. Delfano then points out that our boy is the youngest son of the legendary war hero, Aranzo Sagres, so his family is far from ordinary. She admits she is pretty hyped to see what he can do. The teachers also think our main character might just be an arrogant little punk. Now pay attention, because even if they go easy on him, these professors cannot do a sloppy job. Either way, Davo is totally hooked. If DNE is crazy enough to challenge one of the Academy's grand symbols, Davo wants a front row seat. At last, the second exam begins. Standing right in front of the teachers, he introduces himself and declares he is applying for the Imperial Academy's autonomous major. Davo asks if he actually gets how serious this choice is. Turns out, our boy clearly did his homework. He confidently answers that he knows he has to ace the exams for all 3 majors he picked. Ingrid reminds him it is not too late to quit. She highly respects Count May Sagres, the Empire's greatest spearman, and does not want his son failing in shame. DNE politely thanks her for the warning, but makes it crystal clear he came here ready to give it everything. The teachers knew that if he were the type of guy to quit after a few warnings, he would never have applied. With that settled, Davo explains that the exam will feature 3 separate tests, tied to the majors our main character chose. Let that sink and fail even one, and he instantly fails everything. Now that the rules are set, Davo signals the head of the summoning department, Professor Delanizo, to start. As she steps forward, DNE instantly remembers her crazy reputation. Word on the street is she is the absolute peak summoner in the Altan Empire, holding the record for summoning 3 high-rank beasts at once. She finally speaks, saying the summoning test is simple. Our main character just has to impress her with his summoning skills, which actually gets him pretty excited. He wanted a free-form test without boring rules, but instead of showing off a flashy trick, he asks if she can summon something to catch her off guard. She instantly fires back, asking what the hell he means, leaving all the other teachers baffled. No normal applicant would ever ask a professor to summon something, making Davo wonder what his game plan is. And trust me, you and I are about to find out if he just wants to see a real summon up close. Stick with me, Delfina hates this brat bossing her around, but she still agrees to grant his crazy request. Still, she warns him that this is not a common sight, so he better keep his eyes peeled. Then she casts the spell, creating a massive magic circle whose insane pressure blows everything nearby right back. Even the examiners are totally blown away when that monstrous beast finally arrives, the terrifying Hutter Ark. Just one ferocious roar from this absolute unit is enough to make everyone rethink their entire lives. Dane notes that this beast is the wildest 3rd-rank summon, notorious for mauling anyone except its own master. He honestly did not expect to see such high-level magic in a basic entrance exam, but things got interesting. Since she did what he wanted, Delfina challenges our main character to show her what he can actually do. The audience is completely shocked too, because even among 4th-rank monsters, the Hutter Ark is exceptionally brutal. A whole squad of double-class knights would struggle to beat it, and Ingrid cannot grasp why Delfina summoned it. Watch closely as Dane walks straight toward the beast, making Delfina panic. She screams at him to back off before the beast tears him apart, but our main character totally ignores her. Stepping dangerously close to those sharp claws, he calmly says he is just trying to prove his skills. Delfina completely gets that, but yells that she never wanted him to throw his life away. Dane simply raises a hand, telling her not to worry about the command. With one firm gesture and a couple of whispered words, that massive, bloodthirsty monster suddenly bows down, acting like a sweet little puppy. Everyone is speechless as Dane pets this terrifying, giant beast like a common house cat. Even the monster's master, Delphina, is left completely frozen. After all, there is no way the Savage Eater arc gets tamed this easily. Then, she spots the mana thread connecting them. Even though the link is faint, and not a full contract, it totally wiped out the monster's bloodlust. You and I are seeing it happen live, but the crowd still cannot believe their eyes. Delphina wonders if Dane analyzed her magic loop instantly, then copied her mana thread to link himself to the creature. Since our main character has no summoner mark, this is his best path. She realizes this kid has godlike talent. It completely eclipses the praise she received back in her school days. With skills like this, his future is limitless. Finally, she steps forward and tells our main character that he has more than proven his epic skills. She praises his balls of steel, calm mind, and flawless basics before passing him, leaving the other examiners awestruck. This is a once-in-a-lifetime event. Later at the palace, Dane tells Illa all about his crazy test. She is shocked that he wrapped it up in under 20 minutes, grudgingly admitting that he is now the top dog. He quickly hypes her up, reminding her that she placed first in swordsmanship, so she is a beast too. Naturally, Illa refuses to accept that and can only sulk in deep frustration. Our hero tries to cheer her up by bringing up the huge party her dad threw just to celebrate her passing. But she cannot ignore the massive power gap between them. To her, Dane does not even feel like a rival anymore. He is more like an unstoppable force of nature. Frustrated, she just walks away without saying a single word. Later, Dane meets up with Duke Termian, who tells him to give the girl some space to cool off. Dane worries that all this moping is bad for her, but the Duke promises she will get over it. He then changes the subject, asking if Dane told his father the good news yet. He is absolutely sure Count Esres would be incredibly proud of him. Dane says yes, and that everyone back home was thrilled. The Duke smiles, reminding him that entering the autonomous department is a massive deal. Even the school staff were completely stunned. Now that the exams are finished, he tells Dane to rest up for enrollment. Dane warmly thanks the Duke for all his incredible support. Termian then brings up another topic, asking if Dane knows what weapon he wants forged. Dane is leaning toward a sword but has not decided yet. When the Duke asks him why he is hesitating, Dane simply explains that he is still growing. He does not even know his ideal sword style yet, so he wants to think before making a permanent request. Termian finds his wisdom pretty amusing. Just then, the butler arrives, saying the Duchess needs to see the Duke immediately. So he leaves, leaving Dane to reflect on how the Duchess has been gravely sick for so many years. Just then, Illa walks in and shares that her mother's condition has thankfully stabilized, though it has not gotten any better. It has been like that for years. Dane feels awful for her, as you and I can tell he has never seen a family member stay sick this long. Let's jump back in. He still has no clue how Illa feels about this. 2 days later, we are back at school. The host welcomes the freshmen and introduces himself as the headmaster, Archibald Helmet. He hypes them up for surviving the brutal competition, saying the future of the Empire is bright with talents like them. But this year, the Academy has tons of prodigies, but one freshman is just built different. We are talking about someone who aced the impossible autonomous exam. Only 2 students have pulled that off in the last 100 years, and DNE got unanimous approval from both the Spear and Summoning Deans. The crowd is totally speechless. Passing that autonomous test is basically a myth. Then, the headmaster calls our main character to the stage, and he walks up without showing a single drop of fear. People are losing their minds. No one can believe a kid this young cleared that brutal exam. Everyone is whispering about DNE and the legendary Sagras family, including the proud Count Sagras and the rest of the family. Now check this out. Even Duke Tyrion is losing his mind over how overpowered our main character is. He is actually feeling pretty down, thinking he did a terrible job raising his own two kids. His daughter is just starting here, but his sons are missing. One is on a mission, and the other literally ran away. Meanwhile, Count Sagras is living the dream with his genius daughters, and Tyrion is definitely feeling a little bit jealous. Looking at his daughter, he gets all emotional, wishing her mother could have been here to see this special moment. With our main character in the spotlight, Delphus asks his sister if Dne was always a natural-born summoner since he was a kid. She answers like it is totally obvious, saying of course he was, just like Delfino expected. Now he is certain our boy has some insane natural sympathy. He is a total prodigy, way better than regular summoners, despite not even having a visible summoner mark. Then, Dini's sister wonders if his crazy high sympathy could let him summon legendary beasts from beyond the horizon. Basically, another world. That is where summoners originally came from, but we lost that connection over 100 years ago. After giving it some thought, Delanoso says it might actually be possible. If high-tier summons get to choose their masters, then he might actually pull it off. Suddenly, the headmaster walks over to meet our hero face to face. He hands him a paper, saying he cannot wait to see what kind of crazy talents Dne unleashes at school. Dne takes it with a grin and says thank you. Next up, the freshmen line up for the big oath ceremony, led by their top representative. Let's be real for a second. After everything he went through, standing inside this academy is a massive win, and he is soaking up every single second of it. There is no way he is wasting this second chance at life. This is just the beginning of his journey. Cut to the academy's massive main hall. After the opening speeches wrap up, the students get a quick break before the next event. Time to grab some snacks and chill out for a minute. During the break, Illa starts nagging Dne like a worried wife. She warns him that since he is famous now, everyone is watching him. Some people want to help, but others want to use him. He needs to think twice before signing anything. He tells her he is fine, but Illa keeps pushing and brings up the school clubs. He makes it clear he is totally uninterested, but the older students are already out here hunting for talented freshmen to drag into their cliques. Thinking back, Dne remembers his older sister mentioning that the academy had some wild clubs. Suddenly, an excited senior yells Dne's name, desperate to recruit him. A massive crowd forms in seconds, everyone screaming over each other to get our boy to join their club. It is total chaos, but Illa quickly grabs his hand and books it, dragging him along to escape the madness. Unfortunately, their escape path gets blocked by even more desperate students trying to recruit Dne. The entire hallway turns into a circus, with students yelling about how awesome their clubs are. While Illa keeps sprinting like her life depends on it, pulling Dne right behind her. But even that is not fast enough. The mob is hot on their heels, and Dne cannot help thinking this feels super familiar. He is totally used to running from enemy soldiers, but getting chased for being too popular, that is a brand new experience. Next, we cut to a different part of the school where we meet Keltis Redfield, just walking along and minding his own business. And trust me, you and I are about to find out exactly why everyone is terrified of this guy. Turns out Keltis just got back from commanding the Imperial Knights, and he is already working as a professor here. Alright, you and I are about to meet the school's most hyped professor. But real talk, Keltis literally does not care about being a model teacher, and his cozy little gig is basically over. The reason? Some random kid just enrolled in his department for the first time in ages, completely ruining his lazy streak. Before this, he could just coast by on basic paperwork, but now he actually has to build real lesson plans. In Keltis' head, he is seriously praying this orientation nonsense wrap up already. He is straight up salty about some new kid joining his department, and right on cue, he spots Dne waiting outside his office. He calls him in, totally shocked by the early arrival, while the kid greets his teacher with total respect. The second they sit down, we hear Keltis' inner thoughts, and man, is he annoyed. He grinded all the way to this spot just to slack off in peace, not to actually teach kids. Like if he actually wanted to train rookies, he would have just stayed with the knights. But since he is stuck, he asks our main character why he even chose this department, and Dne says he just wants to keep his options open. Keltis asks if he will pick a major later, and the kid says sure, eventually, but he is not passing up this sweet chance to try everything first. That answer just stresses Keltis out even more, because now it feels way too real that he has to teach him. Then it clicks that the boy skipped the sword test, which to Keltis means the kid is probably trash with a blade. Now watch closely as he asks the kid if he even knows basic swordsmanship. The question throws our hero off, so Keltis quickly acts nice, claiming he is not trying to offend him, but since he is in this department and learning under him, he thinks the main character should at least know how to hold a sword. It is a super weird request, and Dne can totally tell his teacher is not feeling him, so he answers honestly. He has zero interest in swords. That is music to Keltis' ears, and he immediately demands a quick skill test. You see, Keltis actually has the authority to grade him. And if Dne is as trash as he hopes, this lazy professor can use that excuse to kick him out of his class. So they head to the arena to test Dne's raw skills. Once there, Keltis points to the weapon rack and tells him to pick his poison. Our guy browses the collection, and as he eyes the different weapons, he wonders why a school meant for bookworms even has a crazy armory like this. Like nobody has studied in this department in decades, so why keep all this gear? Dne just shrugs and grabs a random sword. Keltis asks if he is sure, and Dne nods without a single doubt, so the professor lays out the rules. If he lands a single hit, he passes, and trust me, Keltis even handicaps himself to only 2 steps during the duel. Dne accepts the deal instantly, and as they face off, Keltis feels a sudden mix of relief and weird vibes. He is happy the kid agreed so fast, but that straight-up confidence is kinda spooky, like the kid actually expects to win. The second they start, Dne charges straight at Keltis, swinging his blade for a hit, but the professor easily slips out of the way. Even so, Keltis realizes something instantly. The kid is fast, way faster than he thought. For a split second, Keltis wonders if this kid is actually built different. But there is no time to think. Dne keeps pushing, his attacks getting faster and way more accurate with every single swing. At one point, Keltis literally almost gets hit, sending a massive shiver straight down his spine. As Dne lunges again, Keltis is forced to draw his own steel to block, knowing if he lagged for even a millisecond, he would have lost right then and there. What blows his mind even more is Dne's style. It is totally wild, but crazy effective. Keltis is now positive this kid can actually fight. This is definitely not just beginner's luck. He is completely unpredictable, which makes him super dangerous, but after that wild clash, Dne backs off to catch his breath. Keltis stares him down, completely thrown off by his stance, which looks exactly like a seasoned warrior he once saw on a real battlefield. What really creeps Keltis out is that his stance is not some fancy noble or knightly style. It is totally raw, forged through actual life-or-death experience rather than school, but there is zero time to analyze. The kid charges right back in, and their swords slam together in a shockwave of sheer speed. Everything blurs as steel clashes in an absolute frenzy, leaving Keltis completely stunned because none of this makes any sense. He never expected this. He is a hexaclass elite swordsman for real. And yet, he has to pump serious mana just to keep up with a 14-year-old kid. Trust me, you and I are going to love seeing how this ends. Alright, you and I are about to see Dne unleash some crazy skill that completely breaks this test. This teacher is literally losing his footing, even though he swore he would only take 2 steps. Dne's strikes are hitting like a truck, triggering some wild flashback in the old man's head. It feels super familiar. Cultist starts remembering this one crazy battlefield where some rogue knight fought with that exact, same insane, unstoppable vibe. He was totally blown away by how fearless that warrior was, just going completely ham with no banner or house crest. The absolute madman was basically a human hurricane, wrecking everyone in his path. Suddenly, Cultist snaps right back to reality just in time to feel Dini's cold blade tap his neck. The kid actually tagged him. Our boy Dne smirks a bit, but keeps his laugh locked down so he doesn't disrespect his instructor. Instead, he acts all innocent and says, "I think I got you." And honestly, a promise is a promise. He has to play fair, so Cultist lets Dne pass. Finally, our main character can breathe. That match was stressful. Seriously, if the teacher had not held back, our boy knows he would have been completely cooked. But Cultist is totally reeling inside. There is no denying this kid has cheat-level talent. No way should a student push a hexaclass professor this hard, even with a handicap. Pay attention here, because Cultist finally realizes why Dne was so chill about this test. With insane skills like that, it makes sense. So he asks why our main character did not join the sword department. But our boy just shrugs and says his family would probably get super mad at him. That leaves Cultist completely confused because, honestly, what kind of answer is that? But then he gets to thinking. Dini's dad is a legendary spearman, and his sisters are magic prodigies. Suddenly, the light bulb goes off on why he applied to all three departments. He was just trying to live up to his family's expectations. Cultist finally gets the picture. It was never about lacking confidence in the sword, he just did not feel like doing it. Now, Dne gets the green light to leave. He bows politely, thanks Cultist, and quietly walks out the door. Watching him walk away, the harsh reality hits the teacher. His perfect plan to kick the kid out and live an easy life is totally ruined. As the door clicks shut, Cultist closes his eyes. His mind drifts back to an old conversation he had with a coworker. He had asked who was coming next, and the answer was a guy named Egrich. Later, Dne meets his second sister, and I know what you are thinking, she must be thrilled, right? Well, actually, she is just shocked Cultist let him pass so easily. The guy basically never even goes to staff meetings. And only showed up because the boss dragged him there. The dude absolutely hates being annoyed. He does whatever he wants, which is why she was so stressed. She is just relieved her brother is safe. This makes Dne realize that instead of bragging about his victory, she is just happy he did not get hurt. That is why he loves her so much, she genuinely cares. Just then, his oldest sister comes rushing over to join them. With the three siblings together, other students start whispering. Everyone is hyped to see the entire Cesres family in one spot. People already knew Arabella and Claire were absolute beasts. Now, the youngest brother is proving he is just as crazy talented. Later, Dne meets a senior named Max Hauer. Max explains he runs the dorm operations, which are split into 3 wings based on how good your grades are. The best wing is Danter Hall, named after the first emperor. Since our boy is the valedictorian and aced the autonomous exam, Max tells him he is staying there. He brags about the restaurants, gym, library, and lounges. He even teases some crazy secret facilities hidden inside. Our main character has no clue what that means, but he just rolls with it. Max warns him that if his grades ever tank, he will get kicked right out of Dantry Hall. He notes that Arabella and Claire lived there too, which puts a ton of pressure on Dini's shoulders. After explaining everything, Max hands over the room key and tells him there is a spare if our main character ever ends up losing his. He also warns him about the weird students living here. They are not bad people, but they will definitely make you question their sanity. Max says to check it out yourself, and if you need anything, just hit him up on the crystal internet ball. With that, Dne heads straight to his room. Walking down the hall, the place looks fancy as hell, but something feels totally off. There is not a single soul around, like everyone just vanished. Getting a bad vibe, he expands his senses and smells oil. Trust me, we need to see what happens next. Yo, you and I are about to watch this genius main character hear the faintest click of a gear, instantly knowing he just walked right into a trap. But does he freak out? Nope. He just smirks at how incredibly sloppy the whole setup is, while the pranksters watch him from behind a window. These clueless guys have no idea why DNE suddenly stopped, and they are already stressing that he might have sniffed out their little trap. But the Four Eyes in charge, Arnold, swears that's completely impossible. See, his family has been a legendary clan of hunters for hundreds of years, so they basically eat traps for breakfast. Plus, he's the big shot heir of the Collard barony. Meet Arnold Collard, a cocky third-year student from the shooting department. Another student gets cold feet, worrying the prank is too extreme, but Arnold tells him to chill because he took out all the lethal stuff. He's just super hyped for his very first setup. Still, the crew is biting their nails, wondering if messing with someone from House Cess is a massive mistake. Arnold just laughs it off, saying everyone gets hazing here, and he's fully ready to watch DNE lose his absolute mind from the shock. But then, Priscilla Nariel, a high and mighty fourth year from the theology department and House Nariel, chimes in with some serious doubts. Since this guy is the top dog in the elite autonomous department, she is worried this won't go smoothly. Both of his sisters are geniuses, so if he's autonomous, he might be a straight-up monster. They start doubting if the traps will even do anything, but Arnold is positive the freshman didn't spot a thing. He went all out painting them for camouflage, and even greased the gears so they wouldn't make a single peep. Now pay attention, because the moment DNE starts moving, these idiots get super hyped, completely unaware he is about to trigger the first trap on purpose. A water balloon drops, but our main character, already waiting for it, snipes it with a swift mana bullet. Next up is a foul-smelling trap, and Arnold is completely losing his mind that DNE bypassed it. He screams that it is just a fluke, but Priscilla is not buying it at all. Arnold snaps back that those were just easy warm-ups, and he saved the ultimate trap for the very end. He's dead sure DNE will walk right into this one. His buddies swallow the hype, but Priscilla is still extremely skeptical. But just like we expected, our main character breezes right through them, totally ready for the main event. Having mapped out the entire hallway in his head, DNE smirks and steps forward. Right away, a bunch of boxing gloves fly at him from every single angle. But with his crazy footwork, that trap is absolute child's play. Then a cartoonish drop trap falls, exploding feathers everywhere as he easily slides past. Next, sharp bronze poles burst from the floor to skewer him, but those fail miserably too. Watching every single trap fail, the seniors are utterly speechless. But hey, what do you expect from the young master of the legendary house Dane Sugress? A few years back, even his genius sisters got caught by these hazing tricks. No wonder Arnold is about to throw in the towel. They put sweat and tears into building these traps, yet our main character just strolls through them like a Sunday walk. It's like he has a cheat code for these traps, but Arnold's pride as a hunter won't let him back down. He is convinced the final trick will terrify the freshman, prompting Priscilla to ask what he's got cooked up. With a smug grin, Arnold refuses to spoil the surprise, so you and I just have to watch and see what happens. Suddenly, Danny stops as a colossal, mythical beast materializes right in front of him. It looks exactly like a terrifying dragon. Yep, the final trap actually summons beasts, a massive dragon and a creepy, skeletal deer that looks like death itself. They tower over him and charge in for a brutal kill, but Dan Sagras doesn't even flinch as he analyzes them. He's initially shocked that anyone would waste such high-level summons on a prank, but then he spots something fishy. Sure, their upper bodies look solid and terrifying, but their lower halves are a completely different story. If you look closely, these fake summons are glitching and warping right where the hallway walls meet. Danny just smiles, knowing he won. They are nothing but illusions. Loud, spooky and built to scare, but totally fake. No school prankster is controlling real beasts this strong. Any ordinary student, would have sprinted away screaming by now. But since he saw right through it, this trap is a joke. No dodging and no stopping, because that would just be a waste of precious mana. All he needs to do is disrupt the airflow, forcing the fake projection to completely collapse. As mana swirls around his hands, the watching upperclassmen are totally baffled. Why is this guy standing his ground, looking completely unfazed? Arnold gets an instant gut-wrenching feeling. There's no way a freshman could spot a high-level illusion this fast. It's totally absurd. Even senior students would struggle here. Priscilla shivers, realizing their entire plan has gone up in flames. Unleashing his mana, Danny fires a spinning wave of energy that slices the dragon, and trust me, we are ready to see what he does next. Alright, you and I are about to watch this illusion completely fall apart. As thick smoke starts filling up the hallway, honestly, with magical control like his, pulling off a stunt this crazy is basically second nature for our young prodigy. To be fair, Danny finds this petty little welcoming prank incredibly boring. But now that the path is clear, it is time to hunt down whoever set it up. And the second he tracks down the culprits nearby, terrified screams echo through the corridor. We see these older students running for their lives, while a savage Ettertack chases them down. Since Arnold is the resident trap expert, everyone panics and begs him for a plan, but nobody has any clue how to fight back against something this dangerous. When Edric corners them, the beast lets out a blood-curdling roar that completely paralyzes them in terror. But pay attention here, right before the wild creature can bite down on its helpless victims, Danny steps in. His trick to flush out the cowards hiding in the next room worked like a charm. The moment they hear his voice, the upperclassmen stare at him in shock. They desperately beg him to help. Knowing this is likely his doing, they promise to apologize for their dumb prank if he will just save their skins and get this bloodthirsty monster away. Danny simply raises his hand, summoning strange runes and swirling mana instantly at his command. An enormous portal opens behind Derek, locking the beast in place and dragging it backward. With a casual wave, Danny closes the portal, and the monster vanishes without leaving a single trace. Arnold and his crew are completely speechless. The proud heir of the famous hunting clan even wonders if the monster was just another illusion. After a few awkward seconds, the upperclassmen slowly scramble back onto their feet. One of the guys clears his throat, admitting that their initiation prank was an absolute disaster. That is when the glasses guy steps forward, introducing himself as Dragon Valentine, a fifth-year alchemy student. He proudly mentions being the sole direct heir of Mari's Valentine while offering a handshake. Dragon even throws in some major flattery, calling Danny incredibly handsome and well-built. Which honestly makes sense given how famous Danny's sisters are for their gorgeous looks and talent. A bit confused by this random speech, Danny decides to play nice, shakes Dragon's hand, and returns the greeting. The glasses guy cannot stop hyping up Danny for easily spotting and dodging every single trap. Since everyone knows he is the first independent department student in decades, they really should have expected to get completely outclassed. Then Dragon subtly points out that Arnold was the one who designed this whole setup, adding that Arnold is the heir of House Collard, famous for hunting. Hearing this, Arnold looks super embarrassed. Now I know what you're thinking, is Danny mad? Nope, he just smiles learning who the mastermind was. Trying to smooth things over, Dragon suggests proper introductions. The pretty blonde girl is Priscilla, a fourth-year theology student. Dragon warns Danny not to hit on her since she wants to be a cleric, but she does not need anyone speaking for her. Priscilla boldly declares that she is a kind, gorgeous young lady and the castaway daughter of House Nariel. She explains that choosing theology meant walking away from normal dreams and everything that goes with them. Danny just smiles awkwardly and stammers a polite reply, but when their hands touch, Priscilla freezes like she just saw a ghost. Just from that tiny moment of physical contact, she feels an insane level of mana density she has never felt before. Nobody Danny's age should have this much power. It is completely absurd, and so overwhelming it shakes her to the core. Priscilla thought she understood magic, but now she just stares at her hand in disbelief. While Danny clearly expected that reaction, Arnold is still incredibly frustrated that his precious traps failed so miserably. He refuses to believe they are hyping up some completely average level of magic. Meanwhile, the other students quickly jump into total damage control mode. Charles Hasbro steps forward next, introducing himself as a second-year martial arts student. He immediately makes it clear that he is nothing like those weird show-offs over in the physical training club. Danny recalls seeing those beefy gym rats recruiting earlier. Charles adds that while muscles are cool, martial arts is about way more than just flexing massive biceps. He even invites Danny to come check out their training hall if he is ever interested. The only one who still has not introduced himself is the grumpy trap maker. The group tries to get Arnold to swallow his pride and greet the freshmen properly, but the heir of House Collard just keeps sulking like a spoiled brat. Finally, Arnold Collard and Danny lock eyes in a tense standoff. It is super obvious Arnold is mad that his masterfully crafted traps got completely ruined, so Danny decides to throw him a bone to stop his pouting. He tells Arnold that his setups were actually pretty impressive, praising his solid grasp on trap mechanics and trigger placement. Still to our main character's trained assassin eyes, those traps are sloppy. You and I both know the paint ruined everything. Alright, you and I are about to see this dude get absolutely shook. He kept cooking, telling him to ditch plain F6 black next time and mix F3 silver with D6 black in a 4:6 ratio. With that hallway shine, it would literally be impossible to spot. Once the shock wore off, Arnold had to admit DNE was spitting facts. Painting aside, the traps were top tier. Any normal student would have gotten totally wrecked by them. The rest of the crew was speechless. Like a freshman schooling a senior on trap design, everyone knew they were witnessing absolute genius right there. After that wild intro, the seniors offered to show our main character to his new dorm room. Walking down the hallway to his new pad, he realized something. Sure, they tried to prank him, but these upperclassmen actually seemed like a total blast to hang out with. Listening to them joke around, he felt like he'd already found some awesome, goofy buddies. Yep, life at this academy was about to get seriously wild. Bright and early the next day, Illa roasted DNE for taking 6 major classes in one semester. Absolute madness, honestly. He was juggling 3 majors, needing 2 classes for each, plus general studies. Talk about a stacked schedule. Dude was literally not going to sleep. Normal freshmen take 4 classes max, so Illa begged him to be smart and drop some before the deadline. But DNE just shrugged it off, saying he also added 2 humanities classes and military science to the pile. Talk about playing on hard mode, you and I would never. That military science course had totally traumatized her back during the entrance exam, and she ended up losing a mountain of points. But hey, that's the academy's top student for you. DNE actually thought the class sounded fun. They split up, planning to meet later for swordsmanship. For her first class, Illa was off to a general studies lecture. She picked cosmetics and skincare, because even the baddest swordswoman in the world still loves a good glow-up. When our boy walked into his first class, his new classmates were already whispering about him. They had no clue why the top student picked military science. They wanted to say hi after class, but were terrified he'd be super cold and snobby. And honestly, they weren't even trying to whisper quietly. Class 1 was Intro to Military Science. DNE noticed some of his reading matched his own memories, while other parts totally clashed with real combat. You and I both know book smarts, and real-world combat are totally different beasts. The fact they still teach military science in a time of peace just proves how important the basic fundamentals really are. The second the professor stepped up to the podium, everyone snapped to attention. This massive dude told them to sit, gave a quick nod, and started flipping through the textbook. He was a middle-aged guy with white hair who looked like a hardened war veteran. Meet Francisco Gavios, their new military theory instructor. After taking attendance, he jumped straight into the lecture while DNE analyzed him from his desk. Right off the bat, DNE knew this teacher was a frontline badass. That only made him way more hyped for this class. First thing Gavios did, roast military theory. He made it clear that on a battlefield, textbook strategies are useless. Soldiers aren't robots, and commanders have to balance winning with keeping their troops alive. But basics still matter. They give you the foundation to actually understand how war works. This course was designed to correct mistakes and show how military tactics operate in real life. Gavios scanned the room, wondering which of these rookies would actually rise to the top. To test them, he threw out a simple question. What is the single most important key to winning a war? In a room full of students, only one hand shot up. Gavios smirked, pleased. No surprise, it was DNE. With zero hesitation, our guy answered that the absolute number one key is the supply line. The professor was seriously impressed. He agreed that you can't win a battle or bring your troops home without secure logistics. He found it awesome that the best response came straight from their genius valedictorian. Wanting to test him, Gavios demanded he name the 3 key factors to keeping those supplies moving. Our boy didn't blink. First is strict management. Long supply lines from the capital to the front are crazy complex. If just one person in that chain gets lazy or stops caring, corruption slips right in, leading straight to massive shortages. From what DNE knew, greedy middlemen were always the ones ruining everything. Loving the answer, Gavios told him to keep going. Next up, standardizing all military gear. When size, weight, and specs all match up perfectly, mass production becomes a piece of cake. And honestly, you and I can definitely see how keeping troops stocked and ready helps them fight at their absolute best. You and I are jumping right into a wild academy scene where our main character is absolutely schooling his classmates. Even Professor Gavios was completely thrown off by his genius. For the final key point, DNE claimed local sourcing was what mattered most. When a war drags out and the basic rules fall apart, your supply chains are going to absolutely tank. Grabbing food nearby is the only way for troops to stay self-sufficient. Sure, they might have to farm it themselves or buy low-quality food, but it keeps them alive in a pinch. DNE was speaking from real combat experience, not some boring textbook. Hearing this, the entire classroom just went dead silent. Professor Gavios was loving this masterclass in military tactics, so he asked the kid what year he was. Finding out he was just a brand new freshman totally blew his mind. How did a rookie know so much about war? So Gavios had to repeat DNE's genius answer for everyone. This kid was talking like a grizzled veteran officer who had survived dozens of bloody battlefields. For a teenager, possessing this level of tactical knowledge was basically impossible, making the professor highly suspicious. To cover his tracks, the main character claimed he just heard wild war stories from his dad. Now watch this. When DNE revealed his father was the legendary Arkansagras, the old veteran's jaw literally hit the floor. Hearing that this boy was the son of the legendary Blue Tornado made everything suddenly make sense. Oh, and let's not forget, DNE was the genius who aced the autonomous graduation exam too. No wonder he left all the other rookies in the dust. More importantly, Gavios said the school's high-level lessons were going to be just as practical as DNE's answers. Textbooks were just for reference, since the real focus was on tactics that actually work out on the battlefield. And that was the whole point of military science anyway. The teacher was absolutely thrilled to have scored such an insane prodigy. Once the first period bell rang, students flooded out of class, crowding the academy hallways. DNE practically sprinted out, super annoyed that he almost got tricked into graduate school on day one. The professor had literally cornered him after class to pitch some advanced research. Seriously, trying to recruit a brand new freshman is just pure madness. Luckily, his second older sister had already warned him about these pushy academic types. Claire straight up told him that, if anyone offered him a spot in the Imperial grad school. He needed to run for his life. And honestly, Gavios did not look like the giving up type. Shaking that off, DNE pulled out his map to plot a route to his next class. Since it was his very first day, he had zero clue where he was going. I know what you're thinking, just walk there, right? But this academy is massive, and his meetup spot with Illa at the fountain was miles away. After scanning the map, he finally spotted his destination. Taking a shortcut straight through the mist garden seemed like his absolute fastest option. Sure enough, a few minutes later, our hero arrived at the spooky entrance. Word around campus was that even a tiny bit of cloud cover would bury the entire place in a thick, blinding fog. When that happens, you completely lose your bearings, which is why most students completely avoid this zone. And on top of that, the spooky garden was famous for creepy ghost stories. Still, DNE thought it looked way more chill than his sister claimed. Since the skies were totally clear, he figured he was perfectly safe. Right as he was walking through, a sharp scream for help rang out. Whipping around, our main character immediately started plotting his next move. Pinpointing the exact direction of the noise, he realized it was coming from just past the thick bushes. He bolted instantly. His badass mom always raised him to help anyone in trouble without hesitating for even a second. With plenty of time before his next lecture, a quick heroic save was easy. Using his insane speed and sharp senses, he tracked down the lost student. It turned out to be a kid lugging a massive backpack. He thanked DNE for coming, crying that he thought he was doomed. Luckily, he wasn't hurt at all, just totally exhausted from wandering in circles. He introduced himself as Ernest Dillon, a first-year exploration major. Our hero found it hilarious that an explorer got lost in a school garden. Ernest sheepishly admitted he just got way too hyper exploring the campus. So excited that he completely lost his way and ran out of steam. DNE remembered that the Dillon family was a noble house with a ship and sailor crest. Ernest was shocked the guy knew his family, since they were legendary for their wild expeditions. For generations, his ancestors had sailed massive oceans and charted completely unknown lands. But looking closely at the kid, he did not look built for epic adventures. Given how skinny he was, Ernest looked pretty proud to be recognized and politely asked for our main character's name. And trust me, when he heard DNE was the school's first autonomous student in 50 years, he almost passed out on the spot. All right, you and I are diving into a wild story today, starting with this kid hyping up our main character. But as the main character laughs it off, he spots something off on the kid's neck. The kid claims he is totally fine, but those nasty marks say otherwise. DNE notices bruises and scars all over his neck and hands. And honestly, those do not look like regular cuts you get from just exploring around. But hey, he decides to mind his own business and smoothly shifts the topic right back to their adventure. Ernest goes off about how he is flat out obsessed with finding new stuff. We are talking people, places, whatever. This kid is always ready to dig deep. Next, he dumps out his massive backpack, proudly showing DNE a messy pile of gear. Right now, his main mission is to map out this entire academy. On day one, the misty garden already had him hooked. He is absolutely sure some crazy secret is buried here. The whole excuse about the fog rolling in just because of light clouds sounded like total cap, and our main character actually agrees with him. So he asks if Ernest actually found any real clues yet. Sadly, the kid has nothing concrete yet. He just has a massive gut feeling that some mysterious, undiscovered power is pulling the strings in this garden. He thinks maybe people just did not look hard enough, or maybe they did try, but some weird force shut them down. Either way, nobody knows the truth, but Ernest is determined to crack the case no matter what. Maybe it is linked to some lost ancient civilization, or some epic call from the great beyond. The kid's hype is honestly contagious, and DNE starts feeling it. But then the main character remembers he has to meet Illa for class. They need to jet, but as Ernest packs his junk, the bright blue sky suddenly turns super gloomy and rain starts pouring down. In literally seconds, a massive storm completely hijacks the garden. And yeah, this is bad news. Rumor has it, heavy rain makes the fog swallow everything 10 times faster. Getting out is going to be a total nightmare. And just like that, the creepy mist starts creeping up right from the dirt. This stuff completely wrecks your sense of direction, so Ernest whips out his compass, ready for the absolute worst. But now, pay attention, because the needle starts spinning like crazy. They are totally lost, and Ernest is straight up panicking. No compass means they could wander here forever. D&E tells him to use his explorer brain, but this magic is way out of his league. In a normal forest, the kid would be fine, but this misty garden is a whole different beast, controlled by some shady force. That is when the reality hits him hard. Day 1, and he is already about to get permanently stuck. Exhausted, Ernest drags his feet in the heavy downpour. He starts apologizing for pulling the main character into this mess and being total dead weight. Our main character tells him to chill. They will be fine, they just need to wait and see what happens. Suddenly, the fog wraps around D&E, and he feels this weirdly familiar vibe. While Ernest is draining, our main character is actually getting a massive buff. While he locks in, Ernest is on the verge of crying his eyes out, feeling guilty for dragging a classmate down. But then he completely freezes as a blinding light and insane energy blast out from our young genius. The main character's mana flares up, swirling like a hurricane and blowing all the creepy fog away. You and I both know that was epic, but it almost knocks Ernest flat. Watching the mist vanish, he is totally starstruck. What is even going on? With a serious look, our main character tells his new buddy he knows the way out. This was definitely not on his bingo card, but D&E just stumbled into a golden opportunity. He might actually crack the secret of this entire garden today. So the Duke strolls through the garden like the fog is not even there. With D&E in the lead, his overflowing mana clears the path while Ernest clings to his back. Tons of elite mages have failed to solve this mystery, but our main character just walks deeper without a care in the world. Wherever he steps, the fog just gets obliterated. By now, Ernest is fully convinced he is walking with a literal god. A few minutes later, they finally reach their destination. Ernest thinks they finally made it out, but they are actually nowhere near the exit. Instead of heading back to campus, they went way deeper, landing right in the dead center of the misty garden. Sitting right over a crystal pool is a beautiful, fancy fountain. Ernest never in a million years expected to find this legendary landmark. Turns out, most students brave this fog just to find this spot. They come for an old legend D&E never heard about, so Ernest breaks it down. Rumor says, if you manage to reach this fountain before the fog disappears, you will end up with the person you love most. Sounds like basic fantasy romance tropes, but our main character can tell this fountain is built different. He wonders how its magic survived this long. If it is so hard to get to, how is it running with zero maintenance? Honestly, you and I can't argue with that logic either. Alright, you and I are diving right into this crazy mystery, where this massive fountain might literally run on a wild, endless battery that never dies. If that is real, this whole garden is actually one giant machine. Seeing how super messy this layout is, Ernest might be onto something. If this place really is a massive device, powered by some freaky mystery energy, then this fountain is definitely a super old relic. Plus, with all these weird questions, that creepy fog is probably connected to it too. D&E walks right up and slaps his hand onto the fountain. The exact second he touches it, he knows. Something deep inside him is totally buzzing. His energy feels like it just bumped into an old buddy. No doubt about it now, this thing is radiating ancient magic. The moment he pumps his own energy in, secret glowing runes pop up. Once Ernest spots them, he literally jumps out of his boots. He actually knows this writing. It is a super old secret code. It was way too blurry at first, but now that D&E touched the fountain, those weird symbols are looking crystal clear. This is the actual language of the lost kingdom of secret. Since he is a Dylan, studying these dead languages is basically Explorer 101. I mean, it would totally suck to survive deadly traps just to get stuck at the door because you cannot read the sign. Sure, Ernest does not know every dead tongue, but he totally remembers his dad teaching him this specific code. Now, you and I need to watch close as he grabs his pen to decode this. DNE steps back to let him cook. The guy's inner Indiana Jones is officially in full gear. The very first symbol translates to qualification. He double-checks his notes like crazy, making sure he does not mess up a single detail. After sweating over it, he finally cracks a huge chunk of the code. He strings the words together into a sentence. Apparently, it says that whoever is actually qualified needs to step up and prove their strength. These words about a trial sound like some major boss fight test. If that is true, ancient magic is calling. DNE steps closer, and the nearer he gets to the center, the harder his gut starts tingling. Ernest scratches his head. Standard logic says if this trial needs ancient power, then literally nobody alive today should be able to pass it. But our protagonist, unbothered. DNE waves his arm, making pure energy swirl around his wrist in a crazy bright glow. Ernest is just standing there totally confused. Our hero concentrates on locking down the magic. He knows these symbols only work if you activate them in the exact right way. If he uses that weird bracelet he and old Sidra dug up, maybe this ancient relic will actually react. And oh boy, does it. The bracelet starts glowing right along with the fountain symbols. Now, you and I still cannot read these weird markings, but that awesome reaction is more than enough to make DNE grin. Fully confident, he leans in and touches the glowing symbols. Suddenly, the whole fountain looks like it is waking up. The runes start floating like crazy illusions in the running water, and then both the secret symbols and his bracelet blast with light. These two mismatched partners can only stand back and wait for the show. Ernest completely loses his mind when the ground starts rocking. Right in the middle, that shiny gem begins to shake like crazy. Freaking out, Ernest asks why the fountain is sinking. The main character just grins. He took a huge gamble and it paid off. He actually solved the puzzle of the Misty Gardens. Suddenly, a wave of energy blasts out, almost blowing the skinny explorer away. Between the creepy fog and waking up an ancient relic, this poor guy is getting hit with shock after shock. Seriously, who would have guessed that DNE is the one chosen for this ancient trial? As the water drains out, a bright light shines from the middle. The clouds part, letting the sun reveal one insanely gorgeous, polished gem. Ernest is convinced this has to be the endless battery running the fountain. Actually, it might be the cause of all the weird garden drama. A chance like this is rare, and he is ready to risk facing some ancient power. That mystical energy swirls at DNE's feet, forming a super wild magic circle. He feels the ancient magic blending right in with the weird power already inside him. Then, shocker, the unreadable symbols on the fountain suddenly start making perfect sense in his brain. Arcana thrived before a massive disaster wiped it out. This is the legacy of the Forgotten Empire. The messy scribbles translate instantly, like he was totally destined to read them after absorbing the legacy of ruined arcana. But then a brutal pain stabs his chest. It tightens up, sending a wave of absolute agony through his body. Our hero grits his teeth and focuses on his heart. He cannot fully explain it, but something insane is happening inside. Threads of magic squeeze his heart tight. And trust me, you and I are about to see him change forever. Let's jump into this crazy story where one final burst of ancient mana hits our main character's body, and boom, he's suddenly got a magic circle. But here's the catch. Keeping a core and a circle balanced in one body, usually totally impossible. These two powers are complete opposites and always clash. Having both is just flat out unheard of. Basically, your body takes a massive hit. That's why those overpowered magic swordsmen usually end up with bad hearts and short lives. And that's exactly why DNE stayed far away from forming a pure magic circle. He already had his cores, so risking his life for a circle, yeah, no thanks. But now, this ancient empire legacy was shoved right into his heart. Agric noticed him looking pale and asked if he was okay. Our guy forced a smile, telling his new buddy he was fine, just sorting through some heavy stuff. The young explorer wanted to know if he really absorbed all that wild energy. Even without magic training, Ernest could see the fog and runes were linked to DNE. The kid obviously had tons of questions. He'd witnessed the whole scene, but for now it was safer to keep him guessing. So he blamed his crazy, talented sister, claiming he only survived this wild event because of her training. Now pay attention here. After all that madness, Ernest was actually more hyped than ever to explore. He suggested they team up to hunt down the Academy's secrets, sharing every weird spot they found, like that crazy fountain. Our main character totally agreed. Once the fog cleared and things calmed down, Ernest reminded him he actually had to get to class. With all this ancient legacy drama, the main character totally forgot he was supposed to meet Illa beforehand. He scrambled to say goodbye, apologizing for sprinting off because he was already super late. If he missed their spot, that scary girl would absolutely destroy him, so DNE left his friend behind and bolted for class. Ernest just watched him sprint away, smiling. He'd definitely found a wild new friend today, and exploring with him was going to be pure chaos. Once he got far enough away from Ernest, DNE pushed his speed to the absolute limit. But something was totally different. Moving felt effortless as massive waves of mana wrapped around him, boosting his insane speed. He could feel both the magic circle and his cores humming inside his body. You saw that coming, right? Even though it's impossible, they work together with zero pain. Usually, a circle would totally wreck core energy and tank its power, but not today. No matter how much magic he pulled in, there was zero backlash or pain. Honestly, it felt the exact opposite. His mana kept looping through the circle and back to the core, making his energy insanely pure. After this massive and unexpected upgrade, DNE immediately wanted to call up his big sister to brag. Just a second ago, he was terrified of dying young. Now, he was hyped for his future. Thanks to his crazy new speed, our main character reached the Sandy Hangston district in seconds, meeting up with Illa to walk through the famous area. After a quick walk, they finally hit the entrance, which looked incredibly weird. Illa explained they were about to walk through the Academy's legendary magic barrier. She said this weird structure was built by a legendary mage named Saul Hangston, activating once a year just for the gifted freshmen. When a student walks through, a glowing light reveals the type and strength of their magical talent. It was originally built to sniff out dark mages sneaking in, but since they vanished, they reused the barrier to rank students instead. Curious, DNE asked about the colors, and Illa explained that zero magic talent gets zero reaction. If their talent is decent, the barrier glows yellow. Strong talent sparks a blue light, while true prodigies get red. Illa had studied this academy long before they even enrolled. She wanted to know every detail about her new school, mentioning that DNE's powerhouse sisters, Arabella and Claire, both scored red, which made perfect sense since they're both terrifyingly gifted in their own rights. Illa could barely contain her excitement and bolted straight toward the barrier to test her luck. The second she stepped through, a massive red glow lit up the wall. With her talent, that was zero surprise. She smiled as the red light reflected in her eyes, while DNE happily congratulated his childhood friend. Eager to try it himself, he stared at the barrier for a second and then stepped forward calmly. He fully expected to score red, too, thinking his new ancient magic might even blow those normal prodigies out of the water. But as he checked the wall, he froze. Green, trust me, we need to see what's next. All right, let's jump in. Green was never even part of the ranking system, leaving even Academy expert Illa completely shocked. She stared at Danae and asked why he could never just be a normal, everyday prodigy for once. Danae was clueless too, only offering an awkward smile. After entering the district, he and Illa headed to the massive hall where all departments gathered. The magic department's first lecture was super famous, so tons of random students stayed to watch the orientation before heading out. And among the uninvited guests that day was a senior student named Arthur. From everyone's reaction, this dude was definitely kind of a big deal. Arthur Giamdi, the fifth-year representative of magic, came to see just one guy, the Academy's only double-major student, Danae Sagres. All the freshmen knew our main character was supposed to attend, but the dude still had not even shown up yet. Arthur told his buddies to bring the main character straight to him. Since Danae was Arabella's little bro, everyone who admired her was keeping close tabs on him. Suddenly, the room started buzzing as two students walked in. Most freshmen had never seen him, so they crowded around to get a good look at this legendary young prodigy. His handsome face and emerald eyes grabbed everyone's attention, and standing right beside him was the infamous Layla Turian. Let's pause here. If you and I were under that crazy spotlight, we would freeze too, but Illa just had to tease him about his newfound popularity. Arthur Giamdi turned and grinned the second he spotted his respected senior's little brother. He stepped right up and greeted our main character super loudly, praising his wild performance at the entrance ceremony. Our guy wondered why this annoying older student was acting so friendly out of nowhere, shooting back with a blunt question, "Who even are you?" He also straight up asked what a senior was even doing in an introductory magic class. Annoyed by Arthur's vibe, Danae did not back down and told the big guy to introduce himself. Arthur already had a short fuse, and he absolutely hated Danae's tone. To say their first meeting went terribly would be a massive understatement. The underclassmen who knew Arthur totally held their breath, because picking a fight with this senior was basically academic suicide. Arthur clapped back, claiming he only came to show respect to Lady Arabella's younger brother, but was met with nothing but pure arrogance. He warned that Danae's attitude would ruin the Sagres family name, but our main character still refused to back down. Honestly, Arthur was the rude one, acting like a jerk while demanding respect, making the senior grind his teeth in frustration. This confrontation was definitely not going to plan. If things ended like this, rumors would spread and make him look like a total clown. He was racking his brain to find a way to deal with Danae without angering his terrifying older sister. Pay attention here, because our angry upperclassman is about to make a huge mistake as he starts gathering dangerous mana right in his hand. Danae immediately noticed the mana charging up and got ready to throw hands before this escalated into a full-blown magic duel. Suddenly, a textbook slammed onto the podium, and a booming voice demanded to know what the heck was going on. It was the professor. Spotting the teacher, Arthur quickly lied and claimed he only stopped by to welcome the new freshman. Professor Davo, head of the magic department, told Arthur to save his socializing for later and stop messing up his class. Arthur gave a lazy apology, looking completely unbothered. After that sketchy exchange, Illa whispered to Danae, warning him to be very careful. That senior was up to no good. While walking away, Arthur ordered his lackeys to bring Danae to a quiet spot the second they got a chance. His follower hesitated, looking worried. Sure, he was loyal, but picking a fight with Arabella's brother was begging for total disaster. Arthur swore he would explain things to his respected senior later. Right now, he just wanted to teach this kid a harsh lesson. Class finally kicked off, and Professor DeNavo announced that today was just a quick orientation before letting everyone go home early. Since this was a hands-on combat course, they had to measure everyone's mana first. He placed a cool testing device on the table, and every student stared at the artifact. The test was incredibly simple. Just put a hand on the device and channel your mana. To show them how it is done, Professor Davo channeled his own mana, making the device glow a blinding bright blue. Behind him, 8 massive, fully formed magic circles lit up. The guy was basically on the level of a tower master, leaving students completely shook. Seriously, almost none of these freshmen had ever witnessed a real 8-circle mage in person before. After flexing on the freshmen, Professor DeNavo explained that even with the same number of circles, a darker color represents a much higher level. Sometimes, magic circles might not pop up at all, but that does not mean you lack talent. So, absolutely no reason to panic. A few students still had not formed their circles yet, which is why today's test was not just going to be about circle counts. Everyone accepted must know basic magic, and trust me, you and I are about to see some insane results. Alright, you and I are jumping into a class where measuring magic is about to get totally wild. Everyone just stared at those blue orbs, wondering how these tiny things could test magic so precisely. DeNavo flexed with some basic mind magic, controlling every single sphere. Now the students had to show how many balls they could handle using just one spell. With one quick hand wave, DeNavo dumped serious kinetic energy into the spheres, revving them up to top speed. The class watched like hawks, trying to copy every little movement of the professor's hands. They had never seen magic runes look so clean before. It was genuinely hard to believe he turned basic telekinesis into something so insanely precise. While the class was totally amazed, Illa was not impressed at all. Even beginner magic changes completely depending on who is using it. You just feed energy to each orb one by one. For a normal freshman, controlling 3 spheres at once was already the absolute limit. Illa smirked and asked DNE if he could handle more than just 3. Before he could answer, Professor Darvo called Arthur from the back. This 5th year was just watching, but Darvo saw the perfect chance to show these newbies what a real elite looks like. Arthur happily stepped up, totally stoked to flex his skills in front of the fresh faces. Trust me on this, our main character was curious to see if this guy was all talk. He wanted to see what this big shot senior could actually do. Arthur walked over and dumped his power right into the device. The whole room went wild when 4 dark and dense magic circles popped up. Darvo praised Arthur for leveling up, and Arthur replied with total fake modesty. Darvo was all smiles, since hitting 4 circles before graduating is super rare, proving that real talent always stands out. The professor kept hyping him up, telling the freshmen to stick close to this 5th-year star to learn how to be real mages. Arthur soaked up every second of the hype. In his mind, he was already picturing DNE totally panicking. Any second now, or so he thought. Too bad for him, our main character did not care at all about those 4 rings. Then came the orb control test. Like a true pro, Arthur handled it easily, making his control look almost flawless. The real highlight was how many orbs he could move. Still, if you looked closely, he was sweating bullets from pushing his limits. Arthur was absolutely sure this little show would blow the freshmen away. Honestly, we both know that was underwhelming, but the teacher still wants everyone to clap for him. Arthur shot him a cocky grin, dying to see this young lord's actual magic level. Darvo got serious and warned the freshmen that if they lacked confidence in their control, they should leave or face total embarrassment. For a second, nobody moved. They had already made it this far, so there was no backing out now. The testing started from the front row to the back. As the first group lined up, Illa and DNE watched from behind. Illa hated this whole setup. They called the first day an orientation, but it was just a public skill check to embarrass people. Our main character agreed, but that was just how this ruthless academy worked. One by one, the kids stepped up to test their magic while the teacher took notes. Some were thrilled just to see one single circle light up. Others, of course, did not even have enough juice to show that much. The orb test was way harsher, proving to everyone how tough real mind control really is. Arthur and his squad stood on the side, laughing at the clumsy newbies failing the test. But then, one student stepped up and grabbed everyone's attention. DNE reached out, touched the testing device, and let his magic flow steadily into it. Arthur was waiting for the boy's confidence to shatter once he saw the massive gap. After that Nebula Garden incident, our main character was pretty curious too. Since absorbing that ancient magic, something inside him had totally changed. The artifact glowed as dense, rich magic poured out. DeNarvo locked his eyes on DNE. The kid had absolutely aced the self-study exam before. So with all that theory down, DeNarvo wanted to see how many circles he actually had. As the seconds ticked by, everyone stared at the star freshman. Then suddenly, a brilliant light exploded, way brighter than anything we had seen yet. DNE felt like he was losing grip, as the machine sucked power directly from his heart. As the light peaked, a big error message flashed. His power literally could not be measured, leaving everyone completely speechless. The machine could read up to 8 magic circles, so the whole room was dead silent. Our main character stared at the red warning, completely lost for words. Illa, Arthur, and the rest of the room held their breath. And that is where we leave this crazy twist. Alright, you and I are jumping right into some major hater energy here. These waiting students start whining that DNE broke the machine, fully convinced he actually has 0 magic circles to show. Meanwhile, our main character wondered if his crazy ancient heart magic totally glitched the sensor. DeNarvo had run this test for years and trusted the gear. It always caught people faking their ranks. So seeing a total error message was brand new. Nobody in this room had ever witnessed that. Trying to chill everyone out, Darvo blames a system overload and tells DNE to move to the orb test. Arthur, being the typical hater, takes this glitch as proof that the kid has 0 magic talent. Our boy was bummed about the broken machine, but hey, orb test time. Still, he wonders if his crazy power will act normal. He closes his eyes, locks in on his telekinesis, and lifts his hand. Boom! Tons of wild mana threads burst right out. Copying the professor's style, he hovers every single orb out of the container. They are all linked by crazy ancient mana threads. The entire room goes dead silent as he controls them like a boss. Making just 5 float was considered a miracle. Arthur straight up freezes in absolute shock. Watch closely, because his smug attitude completely evaporates the second a real prodigy steps up. The poor guy's tiny brain is totally short-circuiting. Illa is already used to our main character breaking reality, so she snaps out of it first. She knows logic does not apply to him. Meanwhile, DNE is low-key panicking because he never expected all of them to rise. Looks like soaking up that ancient mana upgraded him big time. After shaking off his surprise, he slowly moves his hands. Since all eyes are on him, he figures he might as well put on a show. He pumps in more mana, spinning the orbs so fast they look like strobe lights. He is flexing moves the professor has never witnessed. With his pro-magic senses, the professor is the first to realize the kid is organizing the spheres to draw a picture. Finally, the swirling energy locks into place and paints a glowing image in midair. A lion and a snake. No mistake about it, that is the legendary DNE family crest. Our boy smirks at his masterpiece, leaving DeNarvo shook. Even the top genius, Arabella, had never pulled off something this insane. Illa, though, is just annoyed. She is up next, and how is she supposed to follow up that flex? Once the spheres land, DeNarvo rains compliments on him. Now he gets why a legendary, hyperselective tower master took our main character under his wing. DNE bows politely and thanks his teacher. Hearing that, the other freshmen nearly pass out, realizing this kid has god-tier mentoring. Instantly, everyone wants to be his best friend. One of Arthur's goons asks if their master plan is still on after seeing this. Arthur squeezes his fist, totally salty, that his family keeps raising literal cheat code monsters. Now you and I can see Arthur sweating here. He knows a direct fight is suicide, and getting publicly wrecked would ruin him. Time to rethink the whole game plan. Then a brilliant idea finally pops into his head. If they can't beat him, recruit him. Arthur decides to bring DNE into the student council. As a council officer, he can basically force the kid under his wing as a senior mentor. Getting in is tough, and freshmen are usually banned, but Arthur is confident he can bend the rules. With our main character's clout, their department will look awesome, and Arthur's own status will skyrocket along with it. DeNarvo pulls him aside afterward and completely hypes him up with more praise. If he knew the kid was this cracked, he would have thrown hands with other professors to keep him. He uses Deanie's display to hype up the class, telling the new star to drop by any time, and our boy is always down to learn. After class, he and Illa head on out. She complains that he stole her spotlight, and he just gives her a cheeky grin. If he had not flexed so hard, her 5 floating spheres would have been the talk of the school. Salty as always, she storms off, and that is when Arthur's squad rolls up. Arthur completely flips his attitude, kissing up to our main character and asking for a quick chat. Dnie immediately smells a rat with this sudden attitude shift. Arthur hypes up the Academy's student council, explaining how they control all the rules and the budget. Basically, it comes with massive power and insane perks. Like they can punish students who act out, and they control which department events actually get approved. But trust me, Dnie already knows. His sister already warned him about how crazy powerful this council is. Alright, you and I are jumping right into Arthur, offering Dnie an easy shortcut to become an officer. Plus, officers automatically get into Dantara Hall, but Arthur totally forgot that this year's absolute top student is already sitting in that hall. As this annoying senior kept listing perks, Dnie started wondering if these council guys literally thought they were actual gods. After Arthur's massive speech, our main character just shut him down. If he ever joined, he'd do it on his own, zero shortcuts. Besides, every freebie has a catch. Arthur's sidekicks could already see their master's perfect plan totally falling to pieces. So they hyped up the student council again, hyping up Arthur's recommendation like it was some holy blessing. Illa was forced to sit through this garbage, and their pushy sales pitch was seriously grinding her gears. So she grabbed Dnie's hand and dragged him straight to the cafeteria, leaving Arthur standing there with his dumb plan in absolute tatters. Our main character was just glad Illa saved him, but even after getting rejected, Arthur's crew was not about to pack up and go home. And Illa knew exactly why they wanted to turn our boy into a little pawn. On top of that, the young Duchess was mad she didn't get recommended too, but by now, Illa accepted that Dnie was just on a whole different level when it came to talent. Then the two headed off to the Academy's massive lunchroom, hoping those sweet pies weren't sold out yet. Meanwhile, Arthur met Professor Darvo, who believed our main character was way more gifted than his legendary big sis, Arabella. Magic is way too massive to measure easily, but in raw potential. This kid was a total monster. That news shocked Arthur, especially since he absolutely worshipped Arabella. So the professor told him to gently nudge the young talent into focusing strictly on the magic department. Ever since our main character arrived, everyone saw the writing on the wall. The kid's genius was impossible to ignore. Arthur confessed he already tried recruiting him and got shut down, but Darvo refused to let it go. Power like that was just too precious to let slip away. Switching gears, Arthur asked if there was a nice recommendation letter waiting for him. The professor shrugged, saying in 2 years, Magic Towers would be begging for him after graduation. But Arthur saw right through his teacher's words. If Arthur left for a magic tower too soon, Darvo would lose his golden boy and his favorite personal errand runner. He even heard rumors that back in his 3rd year, Darvo was the one who blocked 2 massive tower offers. Realizing his entire future rested in this greedy teacher's hands, Arthur just kept playing nice. He had 0 options. Now watch closely as Dnie heads out. The whole campus is totally packed for club events, with everyone desperately trying not to get shut down. The duo ended up hitting a bunch of different booths and scored tons of cool loot. A nice little break. Inside our hero's bag were 20 mana storage stones, 15 lunch coupons, 5 meal tickets, 8 convenience store vouchers, and a mysterious treasure map. The senior running that booth claimed the map came from a blind box auction at the famous Archander auction house. The second Illa heard that name, her eyes lit up with excitement. Deanie's dad had actually told him about that legendary place before. Archander was famous for dealing in the absolute rarest and most beautiful treasures across the empire. Let's pause for a second. With world-class appraisers, everything they sold was guaranteed authentic, and this map seal was still completely unbroken. And with all the wild rumors about hidden dungeons and academy secrets, finding actual treasure didn't even sound that crazy. Staring at it, our boy immediately pictured the one guy who would lose his mind over this, their local exploration nerd. Dimitra Hall is where all the basic classes go down, and right now, DNE was heading in for Imperial History. Luckily, his family's head butler had already tutored him on all of this before he arrived, so DNE felt super confident. Suddenly, a familiar, hyperexcited voice yelled his name. Yep, it was Ernest, their resident geek. Since Imperial History is mandatory for all first years, it looked like they were going to be classmates. Looking super worried, Ernest asked our hero about his body changes after the big incident, but since it was complicated, DNE smoothly dodged the question. Right when he was about to drop the exciting news about the treasure map, some random local thugs rudely interrupted them. Seeing Ernest completely panic, DNE instantly realized there was some serious bad history between them. Their leader literally looked old enough to have a mortgage, and he greeted Ernest with a trashy smirk. The poor kid barely knew how to respond. To our hero, Ernest looked like a soldier reliving actual battle trauma. Once he finally squeaked out a word, we learned the bully's name was Brown. This guy was out here picking on freshmen. DNE couldn't help but wonder what their great king would think of this absolute clown behavior. Then the thug leader grabbed Ernest's head like a literal basketball, mocking him for shaking like a leaf. These generic copy-paste villains weren't even paying DNE any attention. Since they found their old errand boy, they restarted their boss routine, demanding a sandwich. But you and I know this won't end well for them. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a wild bully showdown, where this absolute clown finally notices our main character, DNE. Because Ernest called him a buddy, Brown figured our guy was just another low-level errand boy. This trashy attitude immediately reminded our main character of the worst scum from his battlefield days. But before hands could fly, a hall monitor yelled at them to get to class. Like a total pro, Brown played it off with a polite smile. Though he couldn't resist giving Ernest a nasty look, inviting him to a private chat later. Ernest completely froze up, as all his worst memories came crashing back at once. Meanwhile, Brown was thrilled that school was getting exciting, leaving poor Ernest shaking like a leaf even after he walked away. DNE helped him up, while the poor guy kept apologizing for dragging his brand new buddy into his mess. Ernest confessed they had some nasty history back home, hoping this massive academy would keep them apart, but DNE just told him not to sweat it. Honestly, he just couldn't stand seeing his new pal get pushed around by absolute garbage like that. So he offered to tag along. He knew this sweet idiot would go right back to playing servant if he actually showed up to Brown's little meeting. If that happened, Ernest would be trapped in his miserable past all over again. Besides, Ernest had seen DNE show off his crazy skills at the spring, so safety wasn't really an issue. But even knowing how insanely overpowered our main character is, stick with me because this kid still feels guilty. Right after the bell rang, Ernest and Dame got ambushed by Brown's copy-paste squad of goons, and our main character telling them to shut up only made them louder. Realizing his big mouth wasn't working, Brown started getting a bit rattled. Like your typical trash noble, he started flexing his family name, Sawa, boasting that he was the heir to the strongest house in the entire West. Like that means anything to our guy. He just raised an eyebrow and smirked, having never heard of this totally irrelevant family. That set Brown off, and his little hype men started barking like angry chihuahuas to look tough. Brown ordered his crew to wreck DNE, and these nameless extras grinned like it was Christmas morning. As they closed in, Ernest panicked and begged our main character that they should just make a run for it. He warned him that Brown was supposedly some legendary sword genius from childhood, which only made DNE want to humble this clown even more. DNE turned to his shaking buddy and told him to take out one of the thugs himself, suggesting one clean punch to the chin. I know what you're thinking, can he do it? Well, when the first thug charges, our main character doesn't even blink. He reads the incoming fist perfectly, taking the hit directly to the face without even putting his hands up. The bald goon looked incredibly pleased with himself, and Brown smugly thought his guys were master intimidators. The bald guy swings again, but this time, DNE actually decides to block. Turns out, he only took that first punch so that whatever brutal beating he handed out next would qualify as self-defense. Ignoring the warning, the thug swings a wild hook, but our main character slips it and counters with a vicious liver shot, sending absolute agony rippling through the guy's body, before instantly sweeping his legs out to make it even worse. The dude's head bounces off the floor so hard he'll need some serious medical attention. Without wasting a second, our guy targets thug number 2. His guard is wide open, so DNE connects with a smooth palm strike to the chin, shoving him straight into the third guy. While still a few paces back, our protagonist conjures a glowing mana sphere and launches the blue orb right into his face. Within literal seconds, all 3 goons are completely dealt with, hitting the dirt and knocking out cold. DNE breaks the silence by casually complaining that he might have hit that last guy a bit too hard. He's still getting used to controlling his massive mana. Meanwhile, the audience is left completely speechless, staring at him with their jaws on the floor. Their leader screams at his squad for being utterly useless, but they warn him that this white-haired kid is an absolute monster. Brown snaps at them to shut up, because getting embarrassed by a freshman is already bad enough. But it's about to get worse. DNE starts taunting the big boss, challenging him to back up all that trash talk. The only henchman with actual common sense tries to tell Brown to stand down, but the stubborn idiot refuses. No way is Brown bowing down to some random brat, so he charges up his energy and rips open a portal. Our main character is totally unimpressed by the flashy light show, as Brown pulls a wicked-looking sword from the rift. He waves it around like a prized possession. Since they're in a secluded spot, he thinks he can stage a fatal accident with 0 witnesses. Ernest panics, but you and I know Danny won't flinch as the smart thug warns that crimes in this weather vanish without a trace. But Brown just tells him to shut up. All right, you and I are about to see this tag team match go down. Danny hypes up Ernest, telling him he can totally wreck this random, low-level thug. Like the dude is a hardcore explorer, so his legs must be pure steel. He just needs to time it right and yeet this guy. Ernest is stressing out, but Danny is totally backing him up. It is go time. Danny leaps in to bait Brown away, knowing this clown expected a squishy magic nerd to just run away from his sword. Danny just laughs at his garbage strategy and keeps clanking him, while Ernest finally starts to believe in himself, locking in on Danny's advice. He is totally done being a punching bag. This absolute chump strolls up smirking, snapping his fingers, and telling our 4-eyed boy to just lay down and take the beating. Look, erasing years of bullying in 5 seconds is tough, so Ernest channels his inner Danny and remembers that sick dodge from earlier. As the thug swings, Ernest tries to copy the move. He is a bit too slow and eats a punch. But then, he actually swings back. He squares up and throws a heavy right hook straight into the guy's face. The scared little boy is officially gone. Caught completely off guard, the thug gets knocked out cold and hits the floor hard. You and I both knew he had it in him. Once the hype wore off, his knees buckled, but man, that sweet relief felt absolutely amazing. He finally stood his ground. Meanwhile, Danny leads Brown further away. Seeing his buddy win, Danny stops playing runner. Brown looks back and loses his mind at his trash squad, while Danny spots some brooms. Perfect, He grabs a broom and snaps it right in half. Brown is totally insulted that Danny wants to fight his sword with a stick. But honestly, what better tool is there to sweep up absolute trash? This guy is in deep trouble, but with zero backup, he charges in. He is still talking trash, claiming he will only leave a tiny scar on Danny's face to remind him who is boss every time he looks in the mirror. He is just embarrassing himself now. He steps up and starts swinging his sword like a maniac with a stupid grin. But since Danny blocks every single strike with a stick, he starts to realize he is getting clowned. Danny is literally just having a blast dodging these super basic attacks. Brown is fuming because his skills are getting roasted, thinking only a legendary duke has the right to look down on his sword play. Even when Danny charges up his stick with mana, this clown still thinks his sword is better. Now pay attention, because here is where things get crazy. Danny infuses mana into his stick and drives it straight into the guy's chest. An explosion of pure agony rips through the guy like never before. Doing that kind of damage with a random stick is just illegal. Ernest watches in shock, realizing Danny is on a completely different level. While Brown is hacking up spit on the floor, Danny tells him to stand up. You pull a blade, you finish the fight. That is how his dad raised him. Finally, the bully gets a clue and asks who he is fighting. Danny calmly drops his name, introducing himself as the heir to Count Sagar and a first-year independent student. That is when the light bulb finally goes off. This is the insane genius everyone is hyped about. The absolute strongest prodigy on the continent. He just never expected a god-tier talent to hang out with a kid like Ernest. But Danny is not letting him off the hook. Since he lost a real duel, Danny literally has the right to end him. By the rules of combat, he could end him right now, and one look into Danny's eyes absolutely terrifies the guy. That icy stare says Danny is not playing around and would actually do it. So he throws away his pride, drops to his knees, and begs for his life. Danny just looks down at him in absolute disgust. Even after getting totally destroyed, this clown still does not get who he needs to apologize to. He should be begging Ernest, not Danny. Realizing he messed up, the pathetic coward crawls over and starts crying to Ernest. Snot and tears everywhere as he begs for mercy and apologizes for years of torment. Ernest looks him dead in the eyes, something he never had the guts to do before. He remembers all the fear, pain, and trauma this jerk put him through. This guy used to be the scariest monster in his world. Now that same monster is weeping on the dirt. Danny leaves the final choice up to Ernest. He can either thrash this guy or just take the apology. Terrified, the bully begs his former target to spare him. Ernest really wants to unleash all that bottled up rage, but knows it won't actually satisfy him. He wants to beat him fairly one day, and then maybe forgive him. Danny is seriously proud of his boy. That is some real growth right there, and trust me, you and I cannot wait to see where their journey goes next. Alright, you and I are diving right back in, as our crew bumps into a super worried Illa, who instantly spots the cut on Danny's face. She spots those beaten-up punks and just smirked, while Brown recognizes her right away, totally shaking in his boots as his worst nightmares came alive. Since both of them are in the swordsmanship major, they had definitely bumped heads before. Illa has absolutely no clue what his name is, so ignoring the trash, she asks about the nerdy-looking kid. And Danny introduces Ernest Dillon from Exploration. Since Illa is Duke Tyrion's daughter, the poor guy still respectfully calls her Miss Illa. But she tells him that any friend of Danny's is her friend too, so he can drop that fancy talk. Danny hypes up Ernest, bragging that his family is legendary for scouting out ruins and secrets. Hearing this, Illa happily whips out their prize map. Danny explains that they grabbed this treasure map during one of those school club events. Ernest heard rumors that some lucky kid won a crazy prize, but he never guessed it was his own buddy. But once that map is open, his shy side completely vanishes, replaced by 100% nerd obsession. The trio slips away to a private spot to check it out. Even with his pro-level training, Ernest can barely make heads or tails of it. The only obvious detail he spots is that it points to one exact location inside their school. Weird gibberish covers the whole scroll, meaning it is definitely some heavy code. Right now, their best bet is finding out who designed it. If they can crack the creator's habits and signature style, they can build a rough translation tool. The one guarantee is that it shows a spot on campus, because the shapes used are completely unique to this academy. The real kicker: this building style is wrapped in ancient magic only Saul Hangston could pull off. He is talking about the legendary mage who founded this school. Basically, they are dealing with wild primeval magic lost for centuries, since Saul never actually trained any apprentices. Illa knew decoding this would be tough, but not this crazy. At this point, their only move is to research the author and start breaking down the puzzles step by step. Once that is done, they can team up and track down the ultimate prize. Ernest is always down for a wild ride, and Illa has never escaped her family's strict leash. Obviously, they are both hyped for a grand hunt. Since Ernest is the brains, Danny is super confused when his nerdy buddy hands the map right back. But Ernest casually tells them he already memorized the whole page, leaving Danny and Illa completely flabbergasted. For real, crazy codes and blueprints just stick to his brain like glue. Man, that skill would make exams a breeze. This is the very first time Ernest has ever chased a mystery without his dad, and he is seriously thankful to have Danny around. To celebrate officially teaming up, Illa suggests they grab a bite, and after that exhausting day, Danny heads back to his dorm. He tidies his place up, unpacks his gear, and makes sure his family heirlooms are displayed right where he can keep an eye on them. The only item he cannot put away is that beast egg, because his pocket dimension cannot store anything that is actually alive. Now pay attention here, because as soon as he lifts this giant egg, the thing starts violently shaking for the first time in 7 years. Sure, the magical energy at school is weird, but it shouldn't be that different from what it used to be. The only wild card is the ancient magic he absorbed back in the garden. To test his theory, Danny starts pumping his own power into it. Just thinking about finally hatching his dream pet gets his blood pumping. After pouring in energy for a few minutes, Danny feels like he is trying to fill a completely bottomless pit. Even after 7 years of prep, he is flexing so much power that his whole dorm room starts shaking. But stopping now means missing a massive golden opportunity. So he quickly wraps the egg up and sprints over to Claire's private laboratory. Let's pause here, because even this master summoner is completely thrown off when the egg keeps violently shaking without any extra magical energy. While they try to figure this out, Claire worries Danny will miss the dorm's strict roll call. With a sly grin, he tells her he already handled it. Meanwhile, over at Danter Hall, Albert from the discipline committee storms in right on schedule to check on student attendance. All the elite students of Danter Hall are already lined up neatly right outside their rooms. Attendance checks are done the exact same way across every single dorm at the Imperial Academy. Arnold, that trap-obsessed kid, is starting to sweat because there is still absolutely no sign of Priscilla or Danny. You get 1 penalty point for showing up late to monthly roll call, and 2 if you completely miss it. 3 lates in 1 semester gets you discipline duty. 2 absences mean forced eviction. He commands everyone to stand completely still and stay quiet. Even in a place like Danter Hall, these rules are strictly enforced. To back up the committee, they recently installed magic surveillance cameras, and Priscilla has already been busted trying to sneak out. They confirmed she left 5 minutes ago. So what do you and I think? Will Danny get caught? Stick around to find out on the next episode. Let's dive into some crazy academy drama where points are totally tanking today, because Priscilla just got busted for sneaking out without permission. And guess who else completely bylate on the first roll call? Our freshman, DNE. Some dorm mates tried to cover his back, but Albert was absolutely not buying it. But when they stormed his room, the main character was right there. He just played dumb, apologized, and blamed it on unpacking. Albert couldn't really call his bluff, so he just walked away with a warning. Plot twist. The real kid was still in Claire's lab using Arabella's MK1 illusion projector. It beams a hologram into his room using a tiny generator, but since it's remote, the signal can get super laggy. If the connection drops, he's busted instantly. He tested it earlier for laughs, and wow, did it come in handy tonight. Claire hates his sneaky little tricks, but honestly, she is kind of impressed. Meanwhile, that mysterious egg is about to hatch tonight. She can't be totally sure. But these crazy vibes are looking solid, so she wants the egg in a magic stabilizer before feeding it any more juice. Her lab has heavy-duty magic shields for classified research, making it the perfect safe house for this hatching. Once the egg is locked into the stabilizer, Claire slaps on some magic filters. Even though Dini's mana is pure gold, he dumps everything he's got into it. Pay attention here, guys, what on earth is in there? Rich kids can buy normal familiar eggs, but Shakaram is a whole different beast. No one knows the cheat codes for these things. Only one rule applies: your personal mana vibe has to perfectly match the frequency of the creature inside. So basically, it's all down to pure luck and Dini's skills now. Claire knew her bro was built different, but watching him go all out made her sweat. Boom, the shell starts cracking. Claire yells at him to push past his limits and keep pouring it in. Just as our main character hits his limit, blinding blue energy explodes. The egg shatters, blasting shell fragments all over the room. Both of them get blown back by the magic shockwave. As the dust settles, a tiny, slimy little creature appears on the pedestal. Claire sprints over to her brother, who just got absolutely yeeted across the floor. You and I both know that wall smash hurt, but check this out, the egg finally cracked open. It has white scales, tiny wings, little horns, and curious eyes. Claire thinks it might be a wyvern. Suddenly, the cute little guy starts spitting fire to show off. Claire nudges her brother to go say hello. You know how babies imprint on the very first person they see. Exactly. The white-haired kid and the tiny white lizard lock eyes, and DNE gives his new partner a warm welcome. He says hi, they immediately bond, and Claire is basically melting because of how insanely adorable it is. She hypes up her brother for making this look like a breeze, even though hatching is usually a nightmare. Now she gets to examine a brand new, mysterious creature from zero distance. After a quick check, she realizes this little dude was summoned from beyond the horizon. Only top-tier summoners can even tap into that realm. I mean, even Claire can only summon tiny spirits at her level. So pulling a whole familiar from that deep is a major flex. She knows every regular beast in this world, but none match this guy. He kinda looks like Ivan, but the details are totally off. So for now, they have no clue what this cute beast actually is. Claire promises to hit the books, but honestly the school library won't help much. Their only clue, it runs on ancient mana. Before DNE heads out, she tells him to pack up the eggshells so the little guy can snack on them later. Now, our main character has to keep a close eye on everything his new buddy does. What it eats, how much it sleeps when it gets moody, and basically its entire routine. That is a ton of work, but he knows it is worth it. He already feels this deep urge to protect his tiny pet. Claire wants him to leave the lizard in the lab to stay under the radar. But DNE wants his buddy outside. Besides, if anyone picks a fight, his two powerful sisters will back him up anyway, so why keep him cooped up? Plus, Claire says he needs to grab his official summoner sigil right away. He's still a rookie, but you and I know he's got insane potential. Especially since tomorrow is orientation for summoning class, with Professor Tamer's piano. Let's dive in as Claire tells our main character that showing off his skills is his ticket to special recruitment. There's a faculty meeting first, but Claire is sure he'll get those special perks. Before bouncing from the lab, DNE wondered what to call this cute little fire goober, but back at Danter Hall, his buddy immediately grilled him for almost skipping roll call. According to the nerdy four eyes with purple glasses, His sisters were famous for pulling the exact same crazy stunts. At least he got off scot-free this time, so the moment DNE reached his room, he collapsed straight onto his bed. He looked up to find the tiny lizard zooming in hyped-up circles right above his head. The little guy even torched a few spots while exploring. Before this, our boy tried sneaking back inside using some shortcut his mischievous sisters told him about. Too bad the super paranoid hall monitors had covered the entire building with security magic. DNE had to check out the mana flow to scan the barrier for a weak spot. A massive barrier like that definitely had some cracks, but before he finished scanning, the impatient little lizard just blasted fire at it. Shockingly, the magic wall shook violently and ripped wide open. No way regular fire should be able to do that. The only logical explanation was that his new pet's flames could actually cancel out mana. Watch closely here, because he just hit the jackpot, and the next day DNE went to brag to Ernest about his new buddy. He said the lizard was named Happy, and let's just say Ernest was totally underwhelmed. Since Four Eyes hated it, the main character dared him to name it something better. Ernest thought about how cute the creature was. But a proper name needs some power. Finally, Ernest suggested Carnies, and DNE actually loved how cool it sounded. It felt mysterious and perfect for a tiny dragon, so he happily threw the name Happy in the trash. So Carnies was the official name now. Next, our boy headed over to Bermuda's Hall, named after the legendary scholar himself. That's the main hub for summoning classes, and as the crowd filed in, he caught sight of an old rival. Grand Tyron, the annoying brat he completely wrecked at his party years ago. Degger immediately realized DNE was in his class. Thanks to that embarrassing beatdown, his family lost massive status and barely kept their fancy capital noble title. DeGrand was not even supposed to be taking this class. You and I both know he flunked last year, but at least the kid learned to stay far away from our main character. While he was panicking, an older student walked up and told him there was zero shame in repeating a class. Honestly, that veteran was retaking this exact class for the second time. Then the professor entered, and everyone sat. Professor Temmer started off with some piano music and went over the basics. This course covers summoning theory, the key first step. Pretty much everyone knew this teacher was extremely strict. He brought up a special selection test that anyone could sign up for if they met the crazy high requirements. To show them how, he summoned a magic hologram. To qualify, you gotta summon a level 5 beast or higher using a completely blank sigil. Plus, you must keep it active for over 30 minutes. Immediately, the entire class started whining. Sustaining even a weak summon is brutal, so this sounded impossible. But the professor was not done yet. He threw in an extra step, an interview, meaning even if you pass all 3 rules, they can still reject you. This track is only for the absolute elites, and honestly, that final interview is probably the worst part. Beating the physical test is tough, but getting a snobby teacher to like you, nightmare. Danny was not a fan of all this annoying red tape. At the end of the day, the judge holds all the power. Just to make it harder, applicants also need 2 recommendation letters from staff members inside the summoning department. The teacher secretly loved seeing them panic. He lived for knocking cocky new students down a few pegs. His eyes swept across the lecture hall and locked right onto Danny, the kid who crushed the autonomous entrance exam. He had heard all about the crazy entrance test from Professor Delphinize. He just couldn't believe a raw freshman had actually contracted a level 4 Edoki. He needed to see this kid's supposed talent with his own eyes. A huge part of him figured Danny only got through because of his famous family name. Honestly, regular students should just be glad they passed. For actual summoners, basic theory should be a breeze. So yeah, he was basically calling all the repeat students idiots. Then he asked if any freshmen could actually summon yet, or if they were all just big disappointments. Trust me, you and I are gonna want to see how he handles this clown, so he decides to play along. Alright, let's watch Danny step right up, accept the challenge, and get questioned by the professor. Even though the teacher definitely knew, our boy Danny Dane Soros introduced himself as an autonomous department student. The professor threw some major sarcastic shade his way, but Danny did not play along with fake modesty. He just credited the deans who graded him, so Team Eric called him up to show off his supposed genius. Danny was not vibing with the doubt, but kept it classy while throwing in one cheeky condition. If he wins, he wants a recommendation letter for the special selection, completely catching the old man off guard. Honestly, the whole classroom was shook. Now Danny just had to prove he actually had the goods. To him, it was a breeze, and he literally admitted failure was not even an option, triggering the professor. Not even Danny's sister Claire was ever this insanely confident, but the teacher accepted anyway. Danny got his shot, and if he won, Team Eric would write the letter, warning the buzzing class he is not easily impressed. Some knew him as the Golden Freshman, others as Claire's brother. Now, watch closely as the professor pulls out a blank sigil. Danny casually stepped up to grab it. This detour was not in his plans, but the payoff was massive. He pumped his own mana into the blank sigil and quietly ordered it to wake up. Boom! A massive wolf spawned as raw magic flooded the room, the beast instantly giving the students the death stare. Literally, anyone with basic summoning brain cells could tell this wolf was a level 5 summon. Summoning that with a blank card is flat out impossible, and the wolf's original owner, Agri, was losing his mind. He recognized his beast Gampu instantly. Danny turned to wait for judgment, and even the professor knew this was totally unreal. But he still hoped Danny would fail the 30-minute rule. Trying to keep a straight face, he praised Danny but brought up the brutal second condition. Danny just shrugged and offered to show something else. Before anyone could stop him, he smirked right at the professor's sweating face. Team Eric was totally losing his cool, and I know what you're thinking. Absolutely nobody in that classroom was looking away from the stage. Danny said the professor could judge this next move himself. If Team Eric thought it was weak, he could fail him. Surely a teacher wouldn't be petty in front of a whole class of freshmen, right? Then Danny called Gampu over for a head pat, before standing up to guide his mana around the level 5 beast. Watching this go down, the professor slowly realized what Danny was actually pulling off. Danny chanted an ancient spell, flooding Gampu with magic that made the wolf's eyes sharp and fangs deadlier. The giant wolf bulked up and started floating on raw magic, boosting the beast's claws to absolute maximum shredding power. It was working like a charm. Without ancient magic, he never could have pulled this off at his age. Finally, the class realized Danny was doing a real summon enhancement. A crazy technique usually saved for fifth-year seniors. With a wild howl, Gampu flexed his brand new power. Danny smirked at the professor, asking if that was enough to prove he was built different. The professor stared at the massive beast, realizing all the crazy rumors about Danny pulling off link enhancements so easily were totally true. In fact, he had never seen a kid this gifted, and after standing frozen, Team Eric finally stammered out his approval. He mumbled that they would discuss the recommendation letter later. Danny was cool with that, but Agri was left totally speechless seeing how much the Dane boy had grown. Now he finally saw just how foolish and arrogant he had been back in the day. Once things quieted down, the lesson continued, proving Team Eric was actually a decent teacher. Danny felt him staring, but honestly he did not care. The professor knew his stuff, even though the earlier shock had clearly thrown him off his game. Danny Loki loved seeing this grown man flustered, especially since Team Eric was famous for being a strict hard-ass. Claire would definitely laugh hearing about this. Meanwhile, the professor wondered if he should call Professor Delfinoso for backup, since he felt totally drained. But he pushed through and finished the basic summoning theory lesson by the end of the day. Once class wrapped up and Danny left the hall, someone suddenly yelled out his full name. He recognized Egric instantly, who felt a bit salty that this was how Danny remembered him. Danny stayed on guard, expecting some red-headed revenge plot, but Egric actually seemed surprisingly calm and mature. He wanted to avoid Danny until graduation, but now, you and I are watching him apologize for all that past drama. Alright, you and I are jumping back in as this guy literally bows down, admitting he was a total clown. He keeps that deep bow going and Danny just grins. Realizing Agri is actually being real, he drops the beef and Agri promises to behave. Homie was probably terrified, Danny was gonna snitch, and get his butt kicked right out of the academy. Once our star freshman accepts, Agric looks so relieved it is hilarious, even offering to be Danny's personal go-to helper. Right after that heart-to-heart, Danny suddenly feels a wild wiggle inside his blazer. Looks like little Carnes is finally awake. Now watch closely. The baby beast is super hungry, and since Agri knows the best spots, it is a total win-win. Danny definitely needed to buy some familiar gear. Agric beams and offers to guide him to a local hotspot called Yos and Baton, founded by two grads 30 years ago. He is even hyping up the best trendy pet foods, so Danny stops sensing bad vibes and finally decides to chill out. Meanwhile, little Carnies is straight up wrestling inside his coat as we wrap up this part. If you and I are on the same page, smash that subscribe button and drop a comment below.